Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Outside the Fleet Admiral's office, the guard stood stiff and expressionless. Then a roar shook the whole building. Garp! The floor trembled like a mini earthquake, but the guards didn't even blink. They were used to this. If the place wasn't shaking once or twice a day, that would be the real anomaly. Inside, Sengoku glared at Garp, who was comfortably sprawled on the sofa, munching away. "I hid the senbei. How did you even find it?" Garp laughed with cracker crumbs everywhere. "With how predictable your hiding spots are, it's always under the sofa or the coffee table. You never change." Sengoku's anger fizzled halfway. He slumped into his chair with a long sigh. Garp paused too, the teasing gone for a moment. "It's been a year, hasn't it?" 2 minutes of silence passed before Garp spoke again. "I didn't have a choice. You know his situation. Letting him run free any longer would have been dangerous. You were the same when you were young. This isn't the same." Sengoku shook his head. When he was young, his ideals had been just as reckless. But this kid, his strength was far too low for the world he wanted to challenge. Here, strength came with privileges, as long as he didn't cross the world government's bottom line. Garp lived like that. Sengoku once believed in justice that reigns over the world, but that slogan had long disappeared from his wall. Now, only 2 words remained: absolute justice. Meanwhile, far away in the East Dacia Sea, 3 nautical miles from the Calm Belt, stood Rhode Island. It was originally built as an early warning and interception outpost. In theory, it guarded the East Dacia Sea from pirates who might force their way through the Calm Belt. But reality turned out differently. Pirates in the first half of the Grand Line rarely had the power to cross the Calm Belt. And those who did all aimed for the New World, not the quiet East Dacia Sea. As for the monsters of the New World, if any of them tried entering East Dacia directly, it wouldn't be a tiny branch detecting them. HQ would know long before that. Interception? Laughable. If a big pirate actually entered East Dacia, a 4 Seas branch wouldn't even have time to send a report before getting flattened. So over the decades, Marines slowly cut down the staff. Hundreds dwindled to a handful. Within the organization, Branch 157 earned nicknames like the Forgotten Branch and Marine Nursing Home. And the location didn't help either. The East Dacia Sea had 2 zones, a prosperous ring full of kingdoms and islands, and a barren region near the Calm Belt. Empty isles, tiny uninhabited rocks, and nothing worth plundering. No pirate even bothered sailing there. Naturally, Branch 157 settled into decades of quiet nothingness. That is, until a year ago. In a lab deep inside the branch, Luo Lan stared at a syringe filled with a glowing blue liquid. His breathing was unsteady. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. Beside him stood Silas, hair a mess, coat wrinkled like it hadn't seen an iron in years. "Colonel, the tests with your cells were perfect," Silas reported. "But since we can't find another case like yours anywhere in the world, we couldn't run a live human trial." Luo Lan nodded. Of course, no second case existed. He wasn't from this world. He was a transmigrator from Earth. Same clothes, same body, and the body was the problem. Earth human limits didn't match pirate world physics. 20 years of training, pushing himself until he nearly broke, and what did he get? 5 points of strength. An ordinary Marine soldier had 10. A random adult had 7 or 8. He was weaker than the average civilian. But that ended today. He picked up the syringe. "Is it safe to inject directly?" he asked. "It will work," Silas said. "But the process will be extremely painful." Before Silas could finish, Luo Lan pressed the needle into his arm and injected the entire blue serum. Silas' eyes nearly popped out. "Colonel, I wasn't done explaining." Then the pain hit. Not physical pain, something deeper, like his very soul was being torn apart. Luo Lan collapsed to one knee as his consciousness blurred. "It's starting." Silas panicked. "Get him on the test bench. Prepare the monitoring equipment. Move." The lab exploded into chaos as Luo Lan's transformation began. Luo Lan's consciousness slipped, and everything dimmed. His mind fell into that strange state again, images spinning like a lantern wheel. 20 years ago, Hainan calendar 1498. He was just a baby drifting on shattered planks in the middle of the ocean, and towering above him was a monster. Leopard-like, massive, easily stretching hundreds of meters across the water. As an infant, he couldn't crawl, couldn't cry for help, couldn't even turn away from the massive jaws closing in. But before those fangs reached him, a shadow stepped between them. A single human figure. Small, laughably small compared to the beast. But in the next instant, that tiny figure sent the monster flying with one punch, blasting it hundreds of meters back and crashing into the sea. The sky rained blood. 5 years later, Luo Lan had grown enough to train with adult sailors. Sengoku, that kid's improving shockingly fast. Yeah, his body is weak by nature, but the growth rate is absurd. In a month, his power jumped from 2 to 5. Give him another month or two, and he'll catch up to any adult in this unit. Even Sengoku couldn't hide his rare smile. Rumors floated around HQ about a prodigy from CP9, the strongest in 800 years, even at age 13. But what Luo Lan had shown at 5 years old was unheard of. If nothing went wrong, Luo Lan would become one of Marine's brightest stars. But something did go wrong. 3 months passed. Luo Lan trained hard every day, but when his evaluation results came in, impossible. His power hadn't moved. Still stuck at 5. A year went by. Sengoku tried everything. Special training, rare manuals, even burning his own military merits to acquire an ancient type Zoan devil fruit. Animal types strengthen the body. Ancient Zoans even more so. But for Luo Lan, nothing. His body absorbed no ability. His stats didn't budge. It was like throwing a priceless treasure into a black hole. Eventually, Sengoku stopped trying. The images shifted again. Luo Lan, 9 years old, stood there while someone ruffled his hair. He looked annoyed, but didn't push the hand away. Luo Lan, big brother has to leave for a while. Be good while I'm gone. Brother, I don't know why, but if you leave now, I feel like you'll never come back. Can you stay? Please. A vision had flashed in young Luo Lan's mind. His brother lying in the snow, covered in blood, dead. Luo Lan didn't understand why he saw it, but the fear was real. He begged him not to go. No, this is something only I can handle. The image changed again. A few years later, inside a large office. Old man, trust me just this once. You want me to rewrite an entire operation because of a bad premonition? You think your brother's years of work should be tossed aside so easily? Guards, lock him up for 3 days. You stubborn fossil. If something happens to him, I'll never forgive you. Dragged away, Luo Lan screamed until the door shut. 3 days later, when he walked out of confinement, the news hit him like a hammer. His brother, his only family in this world, was gone. And that same day, Luo Lan's memories of his past life awakened. Suddenly, all those strange visions made sense. But it was too late. Hainan calendar 1517. Luo Lan, now 19, had 2 lifetimes of memories and an intellect far beyond normal. But it didn't matter. His body, still the body of an earthling, had an unbreakable ceiling. His strength remained the same 5 points it had been 14 years ago. Even so, Luo Lan rose through the staff department on sheer strategy. His plans won battle after battle, earning him enough merit to reach the rank of Marine Colonel. But from here on, strength mattered. No officer with a measly power level of 5 could ever rise further. Sengoku's office again. Familiar, yet distant. If you refuse to change your mindset, don't blame me for what comes next. Your fleet admiral. Give whatever punishment you want. Luo Lan didn't show anger, sadness, or hesitation. He hadn't called Sengoku old man in 7 years. Hearing fleet admiral from him made Sengoku's heart twist. But he made his decision. Fine. You're reassigned to Branch 157. If you still can't move on, then retire there. Understood. I'll leave immediately. Luo Lan saluted, turned, and walked out. Sengoku stayed frozen at his desk, silent. The final memory slowed, and locked into place. A young man stood before a rotting two-story building. One piece of the signboard hung crookedly, barely attached. Marine Branch 157. And on that day, Luo Land's system awakened. The super builder system. Boom! On the school field, it was like being bombarded by heavy artillery. In addition to the terrifying loud noise, it also stirred up a large cloud of dust, which finally dispersed after a full minute. The device placed in the center of the school grounds displayed a large number. 128. That's right, this is Luo Land's Taoist power value now. In just half a month, he rose from a 5-level warrior with a Tao power value of 5 to 128. At this rate of progress, even when Garp comes, his jaw drops to the ground. What Silas created was actually a genetic medicine whose purpose was to unlock human genetic locks. Attention, it's human. In other words, it is invalid for the natives of the pirate world. According to the Research Institute's report, humans have genetic locks, but people in the pirate world do not, which produces two different results. 1. People in the pirate world do not have genetic locks. Although the initial upper limit is high, there is still a limit. 2. Human beings have genetic locks. The upper limit is very low before it is unlocked, but once it is unlocked, there is no upper limit at all. Therefore, it is really difficult to judge which race is stronger. In addition, according to Silas, the devil fruit was also born due to genetic technology and is only for the aborigines of the pirate world, so it will be ineffective after Luo Lan eats it. Finally, according to Silas's latest report, he discovered that Luo Lan had not just one gene lock, but 3. How to open the next 2 channels, and what will be the effect after opening. Silas needs time to study. As for time, it's hard to say. Looking at the numbers on the device, Luo Lan frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied. Too slow. Although the speed of progress is terrifying, you must know that you have wasted a full 20 years. How can it be so easy to catch up on this progress within 1 or 2 years? No, I must improve at a faster speed. At this moment, a major came over and put a justice code on Luo Lan. Is it Ian back? Yes. I heard as soon as I came back that you solved that problem, Colonel. Congratulations. Alas, it's just a solution. It didn't bring me any direct improvement. I still can't see the backs of those monsters. Luo Lan sighed slightly. Ian was a little confused. Colonel, at your speed, it will take at least 5 years to become the pinnacle of power in this sea. What? Are you trying to say that I'm too anxious? Yes. Ian nodded. This was where he was confused. 5 years was not a long time, and Luo Lan would only be 25 years old by then. To become a top expert at such a young age is already scary, right? But looking at his colonel's appearance, he seems to be unable to wait 5 years. Ian, do you believe it? In 2 years' time, the whole world will begin to riot, and before that, I must get enough power. 5 years? By then, it will be too late. Look to the sky, Luo Lan said with a profound expression. This made Ian even more confused. However, even so, as a die-hard loyalist who had followed Luo Lan since the beginning of the headquarters, and even made a report on his own request to accompany Luo Lan to be exiled a year ago, Ian did not continue to ask. By the way, how did things go? After the pretense was over, Luo Lan stopped looking at the sky and asked instead. As his adjutant, Ian is often absent from the branch. Obviously, he went out on a mission, and a task that requires his adjutant to go out in person will definitely not be a simple matter. It's been done. This time the harvest is bigger. A total of more than 17 million Baileys, all of which have been put into the treasury. Hearing this, Luo Lan's eyes lit up. More than 17 million Baileys. This harvest is not bad. Colonel, this time I brought back 2 other important pieces of news. Huh? What news? Luo Lan's face straightened. He knew Ian's character so well that it would be absolutely extraordinary if he could tell him 2 important words. Immediately, he became serious. First news, a Logia devil fruit appeared in the East Daxia Sea. Logia, are you sure? Well, it's been confirmed, and based on the information we got, plus the comparison with the Devil Fruit Illustrated Manual, if nothing else happens, it should be Logia, burn the fruit. Before Ian could finish speaking, Luo Lan had already spoken first. Well, Ian was stunned for a moment. I haven't said anything yet. How did the Colonel know? In fact, Luo Lan didn't react at first, but when he reviewed the content of the original work, although Luo Lan didn't know where this devil fruit was, it didn't stop him from knowing that the Logia demon existed in the East Asia Sea during this time period. Which fruit is it? Isn't it the one Ace got? Logia's burning fruit? Tell me the specifics, Ian. Yes, Colonel. Fortunately, my Colonel doesn't seem to know everything, so he is still valuable. Feeling slightly relieved, Ian also began to report. Initially, this devil fruit was accidentally obtained by Dolly, the captain of the 3rd Division of the Creed Pirates. Although he did not have a devil fruit illustrated book and did not know much about devil fruits, it did not prevent him from knowing the rumors of the secret treasure in the sea. Obviously, after getting the devil fruit, he became ambitious and planned to find a place to hide secretly, and then study how to obtain this legendary power. But unfortunately, there was Krieg's informant on his ship, and the news was leaked. As a last resort, Dolly had no choice but to lead his men and escape with Krieg's pursuit. Well, escape in the direction of us. Hearing this, Roland also raised the corner of his mouth slightly. This guy is not stupid. He knows how to escape from the prosperous area as soon as possible. As long as he enters this sterile sea, Krieg wants to find him again. It will be as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Yes, as long as he can only eat the devil fruit and gain the power of Logia. Even 10 Kriegs are not enough to kill him. After listening to Luo Lan's analysis, Ian also agreed very much. However, he could not hear what Luo Lan was thinking at the moment. Eat this Xiao Xiao fruit. Although I don't know how he's finally got it, but one thing is certain, that guy Dolly, he doesn't have this life. Colonel, after Dolly escaped into the deserted sea, it was very difficult for us to locate him. Next, there's a newcomer named Ace in Donghai. Do you know? Here we go again. It's this feeling again. He was obviously talking about one thing, and then suddenly got pulled into another unrelated thing. Once again, I couldn't keep up with the Colonel's brain circuit. This new guy named Ace. Could it still be related to this matter? Ian complained crazily in his heart. I know, according to the intelligence, his strength is very good, but he is still a bear commander, and even the boat is a small raft, and he is far from mature. Well, keep an eye on him. Will lead us to find Dolly. Confused. Is there a relationship between the two? But, yes, Colonel, I understand. Ian had already formed the habit when he was on the staff of the headquarters. Whenever Luo Lan says something, no matter how outrageous it is, the first thing he should do is not question or ask, but implement. Because in the end, you will always find that all the orders given by Luo Lan are as if they predict the future and are extremely accurate. Nothing is superfluous. Luo Lan's Super Fortress Builder system is a very expensive system, because all functions cost points to implement, and the way to obtain points is except for irregular tasks. The only way to exchange it is with Bailey. Redeem 1 point for every 10,000 Baileys. Simple and clear, but the problem is Luo Lan has no money. Yes, when he came to Branch 157, he only had 100,000 Baileys in his body. Well, you can't do anything with 10 points. Therefore, at the beginning, Luo Lan could not build anything except the 2 buildings given the Novice Gift Pack and an S-Class researcher like Silas. Ever since, there was a special department controlled by Luo Lan, with Ian responsible for its implementation and affiliated with the Intelligence Department of Branch 157. Appeared. Its official name is Intelligence Department 2 of Branch 157, and its word content is just 2 words. That is, make money. If you want to ask who is rich in the East Asia Sea, is it a pirate? No. The pirates in the East Asia Sea are very poor. An ordinary pirate group can spend hundreds of thousands of belly, which is already quite good. In terms of wealth, it must be the nobles. Of course, as a Marine, Luo Lan definitely can't grab it directly. So what should we do? At this time, the role of the Second Intelligence Department began to be reflected. First, choose 2 suitable targets. As for why there are 2, they are naturally a rich noble and a motivated pirate group. After the target is selected, The Second Intelligence Department will indirectly provide intelligence to the pirate group in various ways, and even secretly help to ensure the smoothness of its robbery operation and maximize its profits. And after everything is over, the pirate group that takes action will always disappear without realizing it. As a result, in the past year, many pirate groups have been wanted by Marine, and some nobles have also offered high additional bounties. But the result? None of these pirate groups have been caught so far. In just 1 year, the Second Intelligence Department has brought back more than 100 million Baileys for Luolan. Colonel, the second news is a bit troublesome. Someone has discovered something about our Second Intelligence Department. What's going on? Luolan frowned deeply. This is not good news. If you don't get it right, you'll be in huge trouble. Even if you're a time traveler, even if you have a system, you're still nothing if you have not grown up. It's like this. During this mission, when we finally dealt with the pirates, we found a letter on their ship, the content of which was, "Someone already knows everything we have done. If you don't want it to be exposed, then do something for him and kill the dragon pirates entrenched in Coco Sea. As long as we can accomplish this, the other party will not only keep it a secret for us, but will even give us 60 million belly as a reward." This matter, Luolan was speechless. Kokoja village, dragon pirates, and a reward of 60 million. This is definitely Nami, right? Although in the original work, he collected 100 million. That was only 2 years later. So, have you saved enough 60 million now? Interesting, so interesting. What contact information did she leave for you? Yes, along with that letter, there's also a directional phone bug. Hey, this little girl is actually willing to spend money. A pair of directional phone bugs are not cheap. Shawnese? Female? Colonel, do you know this person? Ian's brain is on fire again. Give me the phone bug. Yes, Colonel. After coming back to his senses, Ian took out a phone bug from his arms. This is not an ordinary phone bug, but a directional phone bug. That is, only 2 matching phone bugs can communicate with each other. Although this kind of phone bug seems stupid compared to ordinary phone bugs. After all, ordinary phone bugs can talk to any phone bug, just dial a different number. However, this kind of directional phone bug also has its own advantages. That means it cannot be monitored. Luolan took the phone bug from Ian's hand and picked it up directly. Blue brew brew. Have you thought about it? After a while, a voice came from the phone. Female young. Ian completed his judgment in an instant. Sure enough, she is just like the Colonel said. She is a little girl. But how did the Colonel know? Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. The more I think about it, the more it hurts. On the side, when Luolan heard the voice coming from the phone, the corner of Luolan's mouth raised slightly. No problem. I can help you with the Dragon Pirates matter, but 60 million Baileys is not enough. Hey, don't go too far. Although the evil dragon guy is powerful, the total bounty for everyone else is not 60 million Baileys. In that case, how about I send a message to the evil dragon later and tell Nami to hire someone to kill him for 60 million? Who are you? Luolan's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding directly in Nami's mind. She panicked, really panicked. After a while, I finally calmed down a bit. Then we will die together. You can tell the evil dragon, but I can also expose your use of pirates to rob nobles. Yes, you have my weak point, but why don't I? After saying those words, Nami calmed down completely and became confident again. However, then go and expose it. Huh? What did you say? I said you should expose it, but I'm a little curious. Are you going to tell us who we are? Nami was stunned for a moment. Yes, she accidentally discovered what they were doing, and based on several similar incidents this year, she basically guessed it. But the problem is, who are these people and which organization do they belong to? You know nothing. What do you want? Didn't I just say that 60 million Baileys is not enough as a reward? You must agree to one more thing. What's up? Simple. After the matter is settled, you have to join our organization. Then you should at least tell me what organization you are, right? After a moment of silence, Nami spoke again. However, what was waiting was Luolan's laughter. I said, Nami, do you think I'm that stupid to tell you this secret directly? Well, although I can't tell you clearly, I can give you some hints. Your adoptive mother Belmir once served our organization. After saying this, Luo Lan hung up the phone directly. On the other side, nearly 2,000 nautical miles away, Nami, who had just turned 16 at the moment, collapsed on the ground. His eyes were completely lost. Belmel. Okay, she will agree, and you will follow up on the rest. Yes, Colonel. Belmir. Who is this? Ian felt like his colonel had forced several balls of paste into his brain today. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. No matter how hard you think, just follow the colonel's instructions, and you'll be fine. Came to a 3-story building. It is completely different from the style of the pirate world, and is more inclined to the modern office building of its previous life. Marine Building, Grade D. Special effect. When processing administrative documents, concentration plus 50%. Just like AR augmented reality. When Luo Lan stared at the building, information appeared in his field of vision. Yes, this building has special effects. Luo Lan built 2 such buildings in total, and the reason why he chose this one as the branch building, this is the special effect. As long as you're dealing with various administrative documents of the branch, you will have the effect of improving concentration and making it less likely to make mistakes. Although it is not of much use to Luo Lan is not the only one working in this building. As for the other building from the beginning, it got a special effect that increased the analysis ability by 50% when processing intelligence documents. There was no need to think about it at all. That building was directly assigned to the intelligence department. Arriving on the 3rd floor, I pushed the gate of opening and walked into a huge office. Just like the appearance of the building, it is incompatible with this world and has a modern minimalist decoration style. Especially the entire wall of floor-to-ceiling glass. The visual effect is immediately full. Through the huge glass, half of the branch is directly visible. It is simply a modern small office park. 2 3-story buildings, 3 2-story buildings, 2 warehouses, a factory, 2 dormitory buildings, a large campus, and an officer's residential area consisting of several villas. That's all there is on the ground. Of course, this is not all of Branch 157 because, underneath the 157th branch, there are 2 special buildings that were given in the novice gift pack. S-Class Building, Honeycomb Underground Comprehensive Scientific Research Center, as well as S-Class Building, 800-meter level underwater prison. As for personnel, there are currently 487 people in Branch 157, including Luo Lan himself. In addition to the 150 sailors in combat order, there are also intelligence personnel, scientific researchers, logistics personnel, factory workers, etc. It's hard to imagine that a year ago there was only a 2-story dilapidated building here. Well, it looks like it could collapse at any time. And 7 sailors. All of this is hidden within Rhode Island. In the center of the island is a large forest that occupies almost 2/3 of the entire island. The former 157 branch was built outside this forest, only a few hundred meters away from the coast, but now it was established in an area within the woods and could not be discovered unless looking down from the sky. As for the old branch building, it is still preserved. After all, Marine comes every 3 months to deliver supplies. Of course, in addition to the people of Branch 157, there are nearly 100 pirates on the island who are housed in the underwater prison. These were all brought back by the 2nd Intelligence Department. After each mission is completed, those pirates whose hands are stained with the blood of Marines or civilians will naturally be sent directly to the Windless Belt to be fed to the Poseidon species, and their corpses will be destroyed. As for those who had not harmed civilians or Marines, Luo Lan still spared their lives and sent them to underwater prison to serve their sentences. As for how long the sentence will be, anyway, before Branch 157 is exposed, it is impossible to release him. Luo Lan took out a huge baggage. After opening it, it was a copybook that had been rolled up. Touching her gently with her right hand, a series of memories flashed through Luo Lan's mind. Old man, why did you replace that calligraphy? Luo Lan, who was just 10 years old, pointed to the copybook that had been put away on the table and asked loudly, Luo Lan, you are still young and you don't understand many things. I'm young, But that doesn't mean I don't understand absolute justice. Haha, it's just a joke. I think absolute obedience is the right thing to do. Enough! Warring States shouted loudly. The room suddenly fell silent. What was written on the original copybook from the Warring States period? It reads, "The justice that reigns over the world." What does this mean? It means that justice is always at the highest position. That is, no matter who it is, even the celestial dragons cannot be above justice. The Warring States period, when they were young, adhered to this concept. However, now that he has become a fleet admiral, he has seen and come into contact with more people and things. Over time, his ideas changed. The justice that rules the world is just an unrealistic ideal. If it continues to adhere to this concept of justice, the world government can take down itself at any time and replace it with an obedient person. Who can guarantee that the person who replaces him will also have a righteous heart? Maybe the entire Marine will be completely turned into a dark killing group completely controlled by the world government. When that time comes, let alone justice that rules the world, there will be a question mark as to whether justice still exists. Therefore, the pursuit of justice in the Warring States period gradually changed from the justice that ruled the world to the limited justice. That is, while surrendering to the world government, we strive to maintain the little bit of justice that is left. In the world of pirates, absolute justice can also be understood as absolute obedience. That is to say, obeying me represents justice, even if your hands are full of blood. If you oppose me, then you are a pirate and evil. Therefore, in order to preserve the limited justice, the Warring States period took down the original copybook and replaced it with the absolute justice. In a sense, is it not that the Warring States period was showing loyalty to the world government? Since you have forgotten your original intention, then let me practice this justice from now on. With his small body, he held the copybook in his arms and turned around to leave. Only one person from Warring States was left, sitting there in silence. Recalling these, Luolan couldn't help but sigh. After recovering his memory, it's not like he can't understand what the Warring States did. After all, he is not the protagonist, has no system, does not have the foresight of time traveler, and does not have the strength to dominate an era. It can be said that the Warring States period has done quite well within the scope of what it can do. And the reason why I haven't taken out this copybook since I came here for a year is also because I know very well that I didn't have this strength before. But now, everything is different. It's time for this copybook to be hung up again. Soon, the huge copybook on the originally empty wall was fully unfolded. There are 7 characters written on it. Justice that rules the world. Kokoja Village. Najageo, do you think this is true or false? Belmir, has she really served this organization? If it is true, what kind of organization is this? It had been a long time since she had spoken to Luo Lan, but she was still hesitant. I can only think of one organization that Belmar has served, and that is Marine. After pondering for a while, no Kigo spoke. When Nami heard this, she was stunned for a moment, but then quickly started to shake her head. Impossible. How could it be Marine? You know, this organization specializes in using pirates to rob nobles. Is this something Marine would do? However, what no Kigo said next made her. Nami, have you noticed that all the nobles who have been robbed this year are all very bad nobles? And after every incident, the pirate groups who took action disappeared without exception. It seems like a very bad incident, but over the course of a year, those who were hurt in these incidents, there were always only those nobles and pirates, and no civilians were involved. Even the workers and slaves who accompanied the ship, only a small number of them were taken away afterwards, instead of killing them on the spot. This night, Nami thought about it for a long time. For a long time, it wasn't until late at night that Nami took out the special phone bug that cost 1,000,000 belly. Brew brew. Baloo baloo baloo. I said, Nami, aren't you sleeping? What time is it? The phone rang for almost a minute before it was finally answered, and someone's words of complaint were immediately passed on. The phone bug even imitated Luo Lan's angry expression. Nami, who was originally very nervous, almost burst into laughter. I just want to confirm one thing. After joining the organization, You won't let me do bad things, right? Don't worry. What our organization pursues is justice. If you dare to do bad things, be careful, I'll spank you. Be serious. I'm serious. Do you have anything else to ask? If not, just hang up. Really, I just fell asleep for 10 minutes, okay? Etc. Upon hearing this, Nami quickly spoke. I was afraid that the guy on the other side would hang up the phone the next second. My sister-in-law, what else can I do? When can you take action? In a month. What took so long? I said, Nami, you think you and I are neighbors? Luo Lan said angrily. Where's Rhode Island? The very edge of the East Daxia Sea, and it's close to the wind belt. So what about Kokoja village? Good guy, it's right over the Zameda Islands, very close to the core of the East Daxia Sea's prosperous area. The distance between the two is 1,000 and hundreds of nautical miles. Next is transportation. What era is the pirate world in? The age of sailing ships. The speed of ordinary ships is only 7 or 8 knots. Even if they run at maximum speed for a day, it is less than 200 nautical miles. Going to Kokoja village from Rhodes Island? It won't last more than 10 days. Don't even think about it. Not to mention, Luo Lan still has to deal with Dolly and Ace's affairs before she can set off for Kokoja village. Therefore, 1 month should be considered a more reasonable estimate. But doesn't your organization have people here? There are people, but those people can just deal with ordinary pirates. The dragon pirates. I don't specially dispatch people to deal with it. Do you think it can be done? Okay, just 1 month. Nami gritted his teeth, nodded, and said, if she could, she wouldn't want to wait all day. But what Luo Lan said is right. If you want to kill the evil dragon, it is really not something that ordinary people can do. Because the evil dragons and the gang have been promoting the news that the natural strength of fishmen is 10 times that of humans, or that fishmen are a superior race, etc. Coupled with the lack of information about the East Daxia Sea itself, Kokoja village is even more so. Almost everyone, including Nami, was almost brainwashed and had the impression that fishmen were so powerful that even Marine couldn't defeat them. Therefore, he even interpreted Luo Lan's words as, the people left in the East Daxia Sea cannot do this job, so we have to deploy truly strong people from the Grand Route. Well, no matter how Nami understood it, it was pretty much the same. Because where Luo Lan is located, there is only a windless belt across from the Grand Route. If we cross it, it doesn't even take a day. The time required to travel to Kokoja village is indeed almost the same as traveling from the Grand Line. The next day, after Luo Lan took a call from Silas, she rushed to the Underground Scientific Research Institute with her adjutant Ian. When the elevator door opened, Silas had already been waiting here. Let's go directly to the test. Yes, Colonel, please come with me. Luo Lan waved her hand and spoke directly. Silas didn't waste any words and immediately led the way. Soon, a group of 3 people arrived at a test range located on the 3rd floor of the hive. The huge space and high ceiling make it difficult to imagine that this place is hundreds of meters deep underground. At this moment, there were already several people in white coats waiting in the shooting range, and beside them, there was a long and flat box and a suitcase. Colonel, which one do you want to try first? Rifle it. Okay. Silas nodded, then waved his hand. The 2 researchers immediately opened the long and flat box, which contained a rifle and 2 boxes of ammunition. Luo Lan stepped forward, but instead of getting the gun first, he took out the box full of bullets from a box. Open it and take out a yellow bullet. Luo Lan smiled. Yes, that's what it looks like. The bullet in his hand at this moment is not the original spherical lead bullet in the pirate world, but a proper modern bullet. Well, the kind of modern ammunition from my previous life. On the side, Ian looked at the bullet in Luo Lan's hand, his eyes full of curiosity. To him, the look of this thing, it just shatters my perspective. Shouldn't the bullet be the kind of spherical lead bullet? How did it become like this? Silas, please introduce me. Look, Ian is almost dying of curiosity. Yes, Colonel. Silas nodded. He first picked up the gun in the box. We named this gun the Rhodes 1518 rifle. Its total length is 1,107 millimeters. The barrel length is 600 millimeters, and it weighs 3.9 kilograms. Using the new 7.92 by 57 millimeters bullet, coupled with our innovative barrel rifling design, the effective range can reach 800 meters, and even the rate of fire can reach about 15 rounds per minute. Of course, the premise is to use it skillfully. Whether it's power, rate of fire, or accuracy, it far exceeds the mainstream firearms in the world today. According to our calculations, within 100 meters, it can even injure a strong person with a power value of less than 300 and who has activated the 6-type iron block. Hiss! Ian immediately became numb. 800 meters is still an effective range. Are you serious? Ian knew very well what level Marines' standard firearms were today. The effective range of a flintlock gun that uses spherical lead bullets is generally only 50 or 60 meters. Whether a bullet will fly beyond 100 meters depends on luck. Moreover, if you can fire 2 or 3 shots a minute, you're already a very skilled shooter. Then you told me, this thing can fire 15 rounds per minute? The most important thing is that the power value is below 300, and the iron block is activated, which can cause damage within 100 meters. Are you sure? If this is true, then once Marine changes completely, leaving aside those big pirates, I'm afraid that ordinary sailors can absolutely suppress them. Right? Ian, go try it. Oh, I can it. Of course, go for it. Hearing this, Ian excitedly grabbed the Rhodes 1518 from Silas's hand and ran towards the shooting position at the shooting range. This kid, no bullets were taken. Go to someone, send him the bullets, and then teach him how to use the new gun and what to pay attention to. Yes, Colonel. Among the few people in white coats, one person immediately walked out, picked up the 2 boxes of bullets, and chased Ian. Luolan shook her head and showed a wry smile. However, this is not incomprehensible. After all, the Rhodes 1518 style is indeed a bit out of line for people in the pirate world. Of course, the super category here only refers to ordinary firearms. Moreover, Ian himself is a gun lover, otherwise he would not have followed him so wholeheartedly. The reason is not because, although Lousy is in poor physical condition, he was also the best sharpshooter in Marine back then. Okay? Not only can you shoot accurately, but you can also play curve shooting. Thief 6. Silas, is that what I want in this suitcase? Yes, Colonel. After nodding, Silas also walked over and opened the suitcase. Suddenly, 2 super-standard pistols, revealed in front of everyone. Why is it said to be beyond specifications? First of all, compared to the one-handed flintlock guns in this world, its shape is completely different. Secondly, they are said to be pistols, but the length of these 2 guns is very exaggerated. Even the slightly shorter white one is definitely over 30 centimeters, while the other black one is probably close to 40 centimeters. And those bullets in the suitcase. There are also 2 specifications, one large and one small. Even the small one is much larger than the 7.92 caliber of the rifle, just now. As for the other larger bullet, it looks like it's almost twice the size of a rifle bullet, right? Colonel, these 2 guns are not easy. In order to fully meet your requirements, the laboratory took a full 5 days to finally build it. There is no possibility of mass production. The white one has a total length of 35 centimeters, uses 9mm caliber bullets, has a loading capacity of 20 rounds, and has an effective range of 200 meters. The advantage is that it has a fast rate of fire. And this black one, with a total length of 39 centimeters, uses 13mm caliber bullets, has only 6 rounds of ammunition, and has an effective range of 150 meters. Although it has less ammunition and a closer range, it is powerful. According to our estimation, within the effective range, even a strong man with a power value of more than 500 can't withstand a shot using an iron block. In addition, we have also made a batch of special bullets made of high-loose stone. Since there are not many materials and it is difficult to make, we asked the colonel to use them sparingly. With that said, Silas took out a pure black 13mm caliber bullet from the suitcase and handed it to Luolan. As he said, this thing is very troublesome to process. Of course, processing trouble is never a problem. The most important thing is the raw materials. You must know that Hailu stone is a strategic resource in the entire world. The annual output is basically taken away by the world government and occasionally flows into the black market. It was also immediately taken away at a high price. The ones used in a laboratory to make bullets today are still the sea stone weapons I got from my headquarters back then. Otherwise, Silas wouldn't even have the materials to make these bullets. Well, actually, it doesn't matter whether you save or not. After all, there are really not many opportunities that I can use at this stage. Take out 2 guns, 1 black and 1 white from the suitcase, push in 2 loaded magazines, turn on the safety, and then walk towards Ian. Click, boom, click, boom, click, boom. Cool. Pull the bolt once and shoot once. The target was a full 800 meters away, but it was shot 10 times. Ian was so excited. Compared to the Rhodes 1518, the guns I used to play with were simply rubbish. Sure enough, our sharpshooters are the best. When he was in the headquarters, Luo Lan was the #1 sharpshooter, and Ian, although he cannot be said to be second only to Luo Lan, within the entire headquarters, his shooting level can definitely be ranked within the top 10. How can you not be excited now that you have a magic gun that can maintain accuracy up to 800 meters? There is quite a feeling that even if he is the current 4 emperors, he dares to raise a gun and shoot. And just then, Ian, be quiet. Bang! Not far away, Luo Lan raised the black pistol with his left hand and pulled the trigger. The sound of Ian's rifle was completely different from before, and it was deeper. But 150 meters away, the entire target exploded instantly. Ian was immediately dumbfounded. He looked at the cool pistol in Luo Lan's hand, then looked down at the rifle in his hand. It doesn't smell good anymore. It doesn't smell good at all. There are 2 words written on the whole face. Want to. In the end, Ian's resentful eyes had not disappeared until he left the shooting range. Can we only produce 10 handfuls per day? Well, that's enough for the time being. After all, there are only 150 sailors in the frontline combat order of the 157th branch. They can fully change their uniforms in half a month. As for the future, after I upgrade to a sea-level city builder, I can build more advanced factories to enhance production efficiency. Looking at the reports submitted by the Research Institute, Luo Lan couldn't help but mutter to herself. Then, he signed his name silently. Although Ian had brought back 17 million Baileys before, which was enough for Luo Lan to build another factory and put it into production, Luo Lan gave up the idea after careful consideration. It's really not necessary. After all, I am currently saving points for upgrading the level of the city builder, so there is no need to sacrifice for the small. Furthermore, as Luo Lan just said, for now, this output is enough. Otherwise, no matter how many guns there won't be enough people to use them. City Lord, Luo Lan. Grade D. Points, 4980. Population, 477. Luo Lan's basic state is currently displayed in the field of vision of his right eye. 4980 points is actually 49.8 million Baileys. Well, this already includes the 17 million that Ian brought back. Upgrading from a D-level fortifier to a C-level requires a full 30,000 points. Next, Luo Lan can get 60 million from Nami. As for the property in the Dragon Pirates, it is probably worth at least 100 million Baileys. This adds up to almost 20,000 points. So, will the remaining 10,000 points come from? Regarding this point, Luo Lan already has an idea. The first is Rat. This guy collects money from several pirate groups every year. Even if a large part of it is squandered or taken care of others, he still has at least tens of millions of belly in his hand. Next is Dolly. After all, they're also the 3rd division of the Krieg Pirates, so there must be a lot of Bailey on board. After all, the Krieg Pirates are really rich, otherwise they wouldn't be able to gather 50 warships to march on the Grand Line in 2 years. As for Ace, well, I'm just a poor guy who's still playing with a raft, so there's no need to calculate. Based on this calculation, if you are lucky, you should have 30,000 points. If it's still not enough, aren't there dragons and other Murloc corpses with bounties on them? These can be taken to Smoker in exchange for Bailey. Of course, Luo Lan can't go by herself, but it's not impossible. Although it is a bit troublesome, and some Baileys will be lost in the process. The victory is that there is enough insurance. After processing all the documents, Luo Lan's eyes moved to the suitcase aside again. Suddenly, he remembered something and showed a wicked smile. Picked up the phone bug on the table. Blue brew brew. I'm Silas. It's me, Luo Lan. Colonel, what's the matter? You will have someone come over to my place later and take back those 2 guns. Colonel, what's the problem? Upon hearing this, Silas's voice became a little anxious, fearing that there was something wrong with the 2 guns. This is a serious dereliction of duty. Don't worry, I just want you to engrave words on a gun. Huh, Colonel, you almost scared me to death. No problem. What do you want to engrave? Well, I gave the 2 guns names respectively. The white one is called Casol, and the black one is called Jackal. Just help me engrave the names on it. Yes, Colonel. I'll have someone come over and get the gun right now. A small merchant ship is sailing in the area between the prosperous area and the desolate sea area of the East Asia Sea. The captain picked up the telescope and looked in all directions. Son, as if he saw something, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then he took out a phone bug. Blue brew brew. Explain. This is number 7. The target port gassy Ace was found 17 nautical miles east of Baladi, the sea restaurant. Is sailing towards the windless zone. Please ask for next instructions. Very good. Someone else will take over later. You have been exposed. Get out of there immediately and don't alert him. Yes, Minister. Put down the phone bug. The captain waved his hand. Adjust course and get out of here. Yes. After a while, the merchant ship disappeared from Ace's sight. Of course, Ace didn't care about the merchant ship he encountered by chance because, at this moment, he was sleeping soundly on the small raft, and he didn't even realize that he had sailed into the desolate waters of the East Asia Sea. On the other side, Ian also knocked on Luo Lan's office door. Colonel, we have discovered Ace's whereabouts. Where? Hearing this, Ian unfolded a map of the East Asia Sea and drew a circle on a certain location with a pen. This is near the sea restaurant Barati, right? Well, it's the restaurant that opens at the junction of the prosperous area and the desolate sea area. The food there's quite good, Em. Halfway through, Ian seemed to realize something and turned his head mechanically. As a result, Luo Lan was seen staring at him with murderous intent. I heard that a meal there costs at least 10 or 200,000 belly. Colonel, I swear, that's the money I saved myself before. Real. More real than pearls. I don't believe it, unless you invite me to have a few meals in the future. No problem. Colonel you? Seeing Luo Lan's sudden raised lips, Ian reacted. Is the colonel setting a trap on himself? And how many meals? With my salary of more than 100,000 Baileys, can I really afford it? As for that time, I had saved up a small amount of money for a long time. So I took the opportunity to go to the Prosperity Circle to do some work, so I just went there. Okay, let's get down to business. At this moment, Luo Lan interrupted Ian's resentment. According to his position en route, if no adjustments are made, he will eventually arrive near Rhode Island, right? Yes, based on the speed, it should take about 12 days. After all, his little raft is not very fast. Have you arranged a follow-up? It has been arranged. Our people will form a surveillance circle 10 nautical miles around it. Even if he changes his course, he will definitely encounter a ship outside the surveillance circle, and his whereabouts will still be under control. Only, just what? Dolly has been missing for several days. Can we really find him by following Ace? Ian was confused, because from the intelligence point of view, there is no intersection between the 2 people at all. Moreover, Dolly's matters are only communicated between the pirate groups and various intelligence forces. Ace, a polished commander. I'm afraid I don't even know about the burning fruit. Now the intelligence department has mobilized most of its forces to track Ace. Once Ace this line is useless, then it is very likely that the attempt will be in vain. Don't worry, I know what's going on. Just trust me like you did before. Yes, Colonel, I understand. On the raft, Ace woke up and turned around. Where is this? Forget it. No matter where he is, just keep moving forward. I hope I can find a navigator as a companion on island, and I can relax. Ha ha. With a heartless laugh, Ace took out a bottle of wine from the package beside him. He drank again. More than 200 nautical miles away, another sailing ship was also sailing in the direction of the windless zone. The hull had many damages, and even the sails had several large and small holes, making it look very miserable. "Boss, the traitor has been found. It's him." Two pirates dragged a bloody guy all the way to the bow deck. Dolly, wearing a shabby captain's uniform and a pirate hat, turned around. "It's actually you?" Dolly is angry. After being accurately found by Krieg twice in a row, he realized at that time that there must be Krieg's spy on his ship. But he never expected that this person turned out to be one of his confidants. And he is also the one he trusts most among his confidants because he once took a bullet for himself. "Why? Why betray me?" Dolly almost shouted these two sentences. "For no reason. I was sent by the Admiral to monitor you." As for what happened back then, it was just a show. "Dolly, I advise you to go back and admit your mistake to Admiral Krieg. Don't worry. There are devil fruits, and Admiral will not." Bang! Before the man could finish speaking, gunfire rang out. In Dolly's hand, a wisp of smoke was coming out of the barrel of the gun. "Now that we have found the traitor, we will go deep into the deserted sea and find a place to hide temporarily until I figure out how to obtain the power of the devil fruit. At that time, let alone Krieg, the entire East Asia Sea will be left to us to wreak havoc. Women wealth, you will all get it. Even more and better than those nobles have." Putting away the gun, Dolly shouted passionately. Not to mention, those little pirates just followed this trick and started howling in an instant. The next question is where to go. Is anyone familiar with the Desolate Sea? "Boss, I came out of the Desolate Sea before." Upon hearing Dolly's question, a little pirate immediately stood up excitedly. "This is an opportunity to show your face in front of the boss, so you must perform well." "Oh, it comes from the Desolate Sea, are you sure?" "Really, boss. Although there are very few people in the deserted sea area, there are still a few villages, and the village where I was born is located deep in this sea area." "Very good. Tell me, is there any good place to hide?" Seeing the little pirate confirm, Dolly laughed, patted his shoulder, and asked, "Well, the hiding place, it's really hard to say no. Yes, boss, if it's just for a short period of time, I have an excellent hiding place." "Say it quickly." "Actually, there's also a marine branch in this sea area." "There's also a marine branch here. You kid are talking nonsense." No, boss, believe me, I'm definitely not talking nonsense." The little pirate was startled and quickly spoke to assure himself. "Boss, there is indeed a marine branch near the windless zone, but there are less than 10 people stationed in that branch. And it will take Marine several months to send a batch of supplies. If we capture this place..." Dolly's eyes lit up instantly. "That's right, quietly go to the island and kill those sailors. Not only can you get a hiding place that no one would have thought of, but you will also not be noticed by Marine in a short period of time." "Okay, that's great. Go and tell the navigator the location." "Yes, boss." 10 days later, a dilapidated pirate ship has arrived less than 10 nautical miles away from Rhode Island. Even after climbing to the observation deck on the tall mast, you can already see the coast of Rhode Island. "Boss, this is Rhode Island." "Very good. Let the brothers get ready, and we can sneak over there at night." "Clear." In Luo Land's office. "So, this guy arrived 2 days earlier than Ace, and is waiting for a sneak attack at night?" "Yes, that's how we analyzed it." Ian nodded. "Rhode Island is Luo Land's base camp, so why is there no surveillance around it?" In fact, Dolly was discovered when he was more than 30 nautical miles away from Rhode Island. How was it discovered? Don't forget that Branch 157 has an 800-meter level underwater prison, located outside Rhode Island at a depth of more than 600 meters. Submarine. Naturally, it is also a supporting facility of this prison. Otherwise, how can we send the prisoners down? When there are no transportation tasks, the 2 submarines are used for patrolling the surrounding area. Even now, there is a submarine just a few hundred meters away from them, but Dolly knows nothing about it. Well, there should be no problem with your analysis. It seems that Dolly has also worked hard and knows the situation of our 157th branch, but the information he knows seems to be a little out of date. When they're put up at night, we will conduct a comprehensive combat test of the new rifle. Luolan stood up and waved her hand. Yes, Colonel. Soon, the entire branch became busy. After receiving the combat ammunition, groups of sailors, led by their respective captains, entered the woods one after another. At this moment, there is still time until dark. Less than 2 hours. More than 2 hours have passed in the blink of an eye. Taking advantage of the darkness, a pirate ship was sailing towards Rhodes Island. It was anchored only 100 meters away from the coast. Then, a small boat carrying several pirates quickly rowed to the shore. The one who took the lead was the little pirate who was born on a small island in the deserted sea and proposed that Dolly come here. That building in front is probably the so-called Marine 157 branch, right? As soon as they landed, the three of them saw the dilapidated 2-story building. After all, it's not far from the coast. Let's go, don't make any noise. Everyone follow me. The little pirate waved his hand, and the other two followed him on tiptoe for fear of making any noise and alerting the sailors. However, 2 minutes later, the three of them were dumbfounded. This house, how many years have you not practiced? After checking and finding no one or signs that someone had been living here recently, the three people quickly retreated. I am afraid that this house will collapse in the next second due to disrepair. It seems that this marine branch has been completely abolished now. Let's go back and inform the boss. You can come up safely. The little pirate waved his hand again, and the three of them ran quickly to the shore. As everyone knows, on a tree not far away, there were 2 people watching their every move. Colonel, they should have gone back to notify Dolly to come ashore. It seems they didn't notice anything. Let everyone get ready and take action as soon as the devil fruit is confirmed. Clear. Not a while. Several small boats have been going back and forth several times, bringing batches of pirates and a large amount of supplies ashore. On the shore of Rhode Island, 77 figures stood behind Dolly. In fact, Dolly's 2nd Division originally had more than 100 people, but they were hunted down by Krieg twice some time ago, and many people died in the shelling. Only a few people were left. But even so, compared to the ordinary pirate groups in the East Asia Sea, this is already a very large size. Soon, Dolly began to lead everyone and a large amount of supplies towards the island. But there was a small box that he always held in his hands. Looking at the size and Dolly's caution, if nothing else, it should be the Logia's burning fruit inside. Arriving outside the building of the old 157 branch, Dolly also asked people to start setting up a temporary camp. And he sat on the stone nearby and opened the small box. Really, there's a devil fruit inside, and its skin is like a ball of flames. What is it if it's not a burning fruit? Dolly only knew about devil fruit through some rumors, such as the secret treasure of the sea, or the devil living in the fruit, etc. Although no matter what kind of rumor it is said that devil fruits need to be eaten. But without a safe environment, he really didn't dare to try directly. Picking up the shashao fruit, Dolly fell into deep thought again. Are you eating it, or are you not eating it? If you eat it, if something goes wrong, will your subordinates really not go into trouble? But if you don't eat, won't you always lose strength? I thought about it left and right, but still couldn't make a decision. Ace, I guess you must have hesitated and not eaten for at least 2 days. Otherwise, how could it be my turn in the original novel? And just then, bang, a low gunshot rang through the night sky. What followed was a burst of screams. My hand. Only then did the pirates who were setting up camp realize. The bowl of the boss's right hand was directly broken. The palm fell to the ground, and the devil fruit. It also rolled to the ground. Before they could recover, a series of gunshots rang out again. One after another, the pirates fell down one after another like naked targets in the open space without cover. When the gunfire stopped, at a glance, at least 30 pirates fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned. But after all, they are all licking blood every day, and someone quickly reacted. They're in the woods. Hurry up. Rush up while they are reloading. Ouch. It takes at least half a minute to reload after a shot. That is still the speed of a skilled shooter. If you're not skilled, it will take a minute. Isn't this common sense? Although it only takes half a minute, it is not difficult for people in the pirate world to rush into the woods a few hundred meters away. After hearing his shout, the others rushed forward one by one. But who would have thought that it would only take about 3 seconds? Gunshots. It rang out again. Damn it. He didn't care about his right hand, which was bleeding crazily. Dolly stood up, took 2 steps forward, and then stretched out his left hand. He was going to pick up the devil fruit on the ground and eat it in one bite. There's no time for myself to hesitate, whether to live or die. It depends on this moment. However, before he could touch the burning fruit with his left hand, there was another gunshot. Bang! The next second, the left wrist was also interrupted. When he turned around, he happened to see Luo Lan holding a black pistol in his left hand, standing not far from him. Behind Luo Lan, there were a large number of pirates lying on the charge path. No one alive. Dolly resisted the movement of his hands and rushed directly towards the burning fruit. Without hands, I still have a mouth. He opened his mouth, ready to eat the devil fruit in one bite. It's just that he is too naive. Bang! As the low gunshot sounded again, the entire island all fell silent. If anyone thinks that the big pirates are the ones who do the most damage to civilians, they're totally wrong. There are only a few people in the world who could be called great pirates. Most of these pirates have their own territory and operate like a kingdom. On the contrary, those middle-level and lowest-level pirate groups are the most serious harm. It's not how strong they are, but their numbers. There are so many. Even if Marine has hundreds of thousands of people stationed all over the world, they can't control it all. This type of pirates are the ones who are most interested in plundering and killing civilians. And this is also the greatest value of Rhodes 1518 style, because it can allow the Navy to completely crush the pirates who are also at the bottom, thus suppressing the existence that is the greatest harm to civilians. Go to the place where Dolly fell and pick up the burning fruit on the ground. Is this Logia's burning fruit? It's quite beautiful. Luo Lan couldn't help but admire the fruit in her hand that looked like pieces of flaming scales. The only pity is, Luo Lan couldn't use it himself. Otherwise, he really wants to eat it. Although the performance of the xiaoxiao fruit in the original work was a bit tasteless, and was even completely suppressed by Akainu's lava fruit, Luo Lan always believed that it was Ace's wrong development route. How hot is lava? 700 to 1,200 degrees, which is the maximum temperature of 1,200 degrees, right? What about the flame? It is true that ordinary flames are only 300 to 500 degrees, which is not enough to see in front of the lava fruit. But that's just an ordinary flame. Okay. Obviously, Ace suffered from a lack of education and lack of knowledge. Otherwise, if you open your mind a little more, the xiaoxiao fruit can definitely be stronger. After all, flames actually have no upper temperature limit. The lava fruit is the superior level of the yaki fruit. Akainu, are you really so sure? Ian, here you go. With a slight raise of the corner of his mouth, Luo Lan threw the xiaoxiao fruit directly. This really shocked someone. After a while of scrambling, I finally took in my hand. Colonel said that the burnt fruit was given to me. At this moment, under the huge surprise, Ian couldn't even speak. Really, the impact of Luo Lan's words just now was too great. This is the fruit of Logia. There are only 4 Logia in the entire Marine, and 3 of them are Marine generals. That's the guy smoker who pulled Logia's P***sy down a little. But no matter what, there's a consensus on Logia in this sea. That is, as long as you obtain Logia's devil fruit, even if you don't become the most powerful person in the future, you will definitely become a top-notch strong person. Unless you seek your own death and be killed before you grow up. And now, his colonel directly gave the xiao fruit to himself? Nonsense, you don't know my physique. Who else can I give it to besides you? Hey, that's right. Does this count as a bargain for me? What do you think? Luo Lan glared at him angrily. After a while, Ian took out a knife, carefully peeled off the skin of a xiao fruit, and then cut the pulp into pieces. Finally, he took out a handkerchief from somewhere, opened it, and stuffed it into his collar. Looking at this scene, Luo Lan suspected. Luo Lan was speechless, thinking, if this guy happened to be carrying a knife and fork, he would definitely take it out. However, in the next second, Ian actually took out a fork and put a piece of fruit pulp into his mouth. Numb. Luo Lan is really numb. Although my adjutant usually pays more attention to food than I do, I have never been so exaggerated. Just eat a devil fruit. Is it necessary? Moreover, it's not like you don't know that you only need to take one bite of devil fruit. But why did you eat 3 pieces in a row? No, this guy is still eating. It's already the 4th piece. The most important thing is that this stuff doesn't taste like shit, but what does your intoxicated expression mean? Ian, this is Logia's devil fruit. How can it be done without a sense of ritual when eating it? As for the taste, it's definitely a bit like that. But when I think about the Logia I'm eating, it's sweet and delicious even if it's shit, okay? After 5 full minutes, Ian finally finished eating all the pulp, stood up, and wiped his mouth. The next moment, a flame shot up into the sky and directly enveloped Ian's entire body. Luo Lan got closer and felt the temperature. Lost in thought, the temperature is not high. It is still in the category of ordinary flames. It seems that if you want to make good use of devil fruits, you still have to learn mathematics, physics, and chemistry first. Colonel, what do you think? After the flames dissipated, Ian asked excitedly. Luo Lan glanced at him. That's too bad. From tomorrow on, you give me 3 hours of classes at the Research Institute every day, and I'll ask Silas to arrange for someone to teach you. After speaking, Luo Lan turned around and left without waiting for any reaction from Ian. Someone is messy in the wind. Attend class? What does this mean? The next day, Ian is reporting on last night's harvest. Colonel, we have completed all the inventory. A total of 57.8 million berry in cash and property worth approximately 25 million berry were seized from Dolly's ship. The only question now is what to do with Dolly's body. After all, he has a reward on his head. In the past, all the jobs that Ian did were for pirate groups that had no bounties and had a relatively low sense of presence, so there was no need to think about collecting bounties at all. But Dolly is different. Although this guy's strength is just that, he is the second captain of the Creed Pirates and has a bounty of 4.8 million Baileys. No matter how small a mosquito is still meat. Not to mention anything else, just going to the sea restaurant Barati is enough to make you feel cool dozens of times, right? Ian didn't want to waste it. Well, this is indeed a problem, but it is also quite troublesome to get the money. Colonel, how about we go through the Bounty Hunters Guild? Ian suggested. Luo Lan began to think deeply. Of course he knows about the Bounty Hunters Guild. In fact, many people who find it inconvenient to go and collect the bounty on their own after killing the bounty criminal will seek cooperation from the Bounty Guild. The method is also very straightforward. The Bounty Hunter Guild arranges for people to collect the bounty, and everyone ends up splitting it 50-50. Everyone is happy, right? However, Luo Lan was a little reluctant to have 50% taken away by others for no reason. Secondly, Dory is very special. After all, even some powerful organizations or pirate groups in the East Asia Sea now know that this guy has Logia's devil fruit. The Marine Intelligence System also knows. There is no guarantee that the Bounty Hunter Guild will not be cautious in this matter, especially Marine. Once someone sends Dolly's body, do you think they will follow this line and get to the bottom of it? You know, that's a Logia's devil fruit. And during the whole process, no matter how careful I am, there is no guarantee that something will not be discovered. We can cooperate with them on the evil dragon matter in the future, but not this Dolly. It's only 4.8 million. Let's follow the old rules and send him into the windless zone with his ship. The corpses of all the pirates were carried into Dolly's pirate ship. Then lock the rudder and raise the sail. Drive all the way towards the windless zone. 3 hours later, a Poseidon species with a body length of several hundred meters is emerging from under the sea. He quickly approached the pirate ship that had lost power and was stagnant because of the lack of wind. 58 million belly was charged into the system. Luo Lan's city builder points reached 10,760 points. As for the property worth 25 million Baileys, it will be a little more troublesome. After all, The system only accepts Baileys. Therefore, these properties must be exchanged for Bailey first. Of course, although it is a bit troublesome, it is not a big problem. You must know that the Intelligence Department has done a lot of similar things in the past year. After all the property is separated, bulk shipments are carried out multiple times and in small quantities through multiple underground black market channels. Although the loss during the entire process may be as high as more than 30%, the victory is that it is safe and secretive enough. Just leave this matter to Ian, and Luo Lan doesn't need to care too much. As for what's next, how should I treat this guy Ace? In the office, Luo Lan put her right hand on the table and tapped it rhythmically. After a while, he suddenly laughed wickedly. That's okay. It's time for you to recall the days when you were dominated by me 7 years ago. In the vast sea, a wooden sail held up a small sail. Although it was very bumpy, there was no sign of capsizing, and it moved forward quickly. But someone who was sleeping on the raft suddenly woke up, covered in sweat. Damn it! Why did I dream about that guy Luo Lan? Ace couldn't help but shudder when he thought of the guy who followed Garp to Windmill Village 7 years ago and tortured him for 3 months. No, I was too young at that time, so he crushed me with a broken gun. Now, I'm no longer afraid of him. Even if this guy's bullets can turn, his muskets and the like can't be used at all. Ace raised his head and roared, as if he wanted to use this method to dispel the fear in his heart. However, the musket can't be put on the table, can it? Hearing this voice, although it was a little different from the one back then, Ace could tell immediately who was speaking. Like a robot, he turned his head little by little. I saw a part of a huge metal creation exposed behind the raft. And Luo Lan. At this moment, he was sitting on the bulge above it, holding a slender black pistol in his left hand, and his coat of justice was floating behind him. Luo Lan, why are you here? That's fine. Let's settle those accounts from 7 years ago at once today. Ace immediately put on a posture of wanting to fight Luo Lan. Of course, if his legs didn't tremble slightly, it would be more convincing. But Luo Lan was still sitting there, lazily raising his left hand, and then flicked it. Bang! I felt it carefully and made sure that there was no pain anywhere in my body. Ace had a long breath. Your marksmanship has deteriorated compared to 7 years ago. Is it really a miss? The corners of Luo Lan's mouth raised slightly. At this time, Ace also noticed that something was wrong. There seemed to be some unpleasant sounds behind him, and he immediately turned around. I saw that on the raft, the pillar holding up the sail was directly blasted out with a big hole. There were dense cracks around it, and there were bursts of overwhelmed screams. The next moment, it finally couldn't hold up anymore, and the whole thing broke. The location where he was hit was clearly behind him. Damn, that's another round bullet. Fortunately, I thought it was a missed shot, but it turned out that his target was not me at all, but the style on my raft. Damn it. Obviously, he is not a devil fruit user, Luo Lan. How is it done? The most terrible thing is the speed of the bullet just now. I couldn't even react. When did the speed and power of musket bullets become so powerful? If you want to surrender, use this. With that said, Luo Lan casually threw a signal gun over. He quickly retracted the pistol, opened a thick metal cover, and returned to the huge metal object. After a while, the lid closed, and the entire metal creation quickly dived and then disappeared. Ace looked at the flare gun in his hand and was dumbfounded. He still didn't understand what Luo Lan was planning. Without the sail, the raft directly lost its ability to sail. A few days ago, the food he carried had already been eaten, and even drinking water had been cut off for 3 days and 2 days. Keep going like this. In just a few days, I will be finished. Damn it, Ace will never use this flare gun even if I die of thirst, hunger, or exhaustion. Ace shouted towards the sea. However, his right hand was very honest and inserted the signal gun into his waist. Colonel, is this okay? Don't worry, I'm very familiar with him. In 3 days at most, he will definitely use that flare gun. Huh, the Colonel is familiar with this pirate named Ace. Of course, he is one of Garp's grandsons after all. I see. No wonder Colonel Wait, Garp, the grandson of Lieutenant General Garp? Hmm. Ian, who finally reacted, instantly widened his eyes. Lieutenant General Garp, known as the hero of the Marine Corps, whose grandson is a pirate. This is impossible. However, this also explains why our colonel spent so much effort on this ace. Grandson of Lieutenant General Garp. That's not surprising. After all, anyone who has worked in the headquarters knows that the relationship between the colonel and the lieutenant general is as good as wearing a pair of trousers. Colonel, are you going to re-educate him this time? Ian asked tentatively. Among the current 157 branches, there is a building used by Luo Lan for ideological transformation. It's strange to say that it's obviously just an ordinary building, but as long as you bring people in and then arrange for someone to give them an ideological education class, the result, it really works. Not only is it effective, but the effect is also very significant. Of course, it was impossible for Luo Lan to tell Ian because that building also had special effects. Course acceptance speed, plus 100%. Luo Lan didn't run a school, so he took advantage of this special effect and created a special re-education system. As for what to teach, of course it's to teach them the correct outlook on life. Effect Thief 6. Otherwise, where do you think so many people in Branch 157 came from? Although some do come from the system, that is, the more than 30 people in the Scientific Research Institute, and the rest of the personnel from the Navy, logistics, and other departments, they're all brought back by Ian after each mission this year. People, after another 3 months of re-education courses, each of them transformed from civilians and slaves into righteous sailors. Especially, in addition to establishing the correct 3 views, the re-education course also includes a lot of content about loyalty to Luo Lan. Therefore, 3 months not only transformed our outlook on life, but also improved his loyalty to Luo Lan. However, Luo Lan shook her head. No, although ideological re-education is useful, it can also stifle a person's natural achievements and greatly reduce their original upper limit. So, I am not prepared to re-educate Ace unless necessary. Time, one after another passes. One day, soon another day. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. The submarine Luo Lan was almost only 300 meters away from Ace's raft. He even kept monitoring Ace's condition. Colonel, I'm afraid I've reached my limit. What if Ace? Ian was a little worried. After all, he is the grandson of Lieutenant General Garp. If he was forced to die here by his own colonel, once Lieutenant General Garp goes crazy, even a general can't stop him, right? Just thinking about it is quite scary. No hurry, just wait. On top of the raft, Ace was completely exhausted. Damn it, do I really have to stop here? That flare gun. No, absolutely not. I want to be a one-piece man, how can I? Ace, you are a selfish person. Suddenly, a voice echoed in my mind. You were 7 years ago, when your 10-year-old self stood in front of Luo Lan, screaming, I want to become a pirate, and I want to be one piece. Later, Luo Lan, who is obviously only 13 years old, put on a disappointed expression. Ace, you are a selfish person. Why do you say that to me? Why? Have you ever thought about what kind of situation Mr. Garp will face once you become a pirate? Ace fell silent for a moment. Let me give you a prediction. In the early days when you go to sea, the old man will provide you with various cover within Marine, so that even if you are wanted, at least you will not be surrounded and suppressed by the powerful Marines. But as your fame grows, the old man will find that continuing to let it go will not help you, but push you to death step by step. So he will most likely risk his face and ask for a life-saving charm for you. Well, for example, making you one of the king's Shichibukai, in his opinion, should be able to perfectly prevent Marine from taking action against you. Of course, with your character, you will definitely reject it directly. Then, when you enter the new world, you should immediately challenge the strongest man in that world, Whitebeard. After all, you want to become one piece. Only, you are destined to lose, and you will lose miserably. It just so happens that Whitebeard has a habit of recruiting sons. After losing to him, you will most likely become one of his adopted sons. And with Whitebeard's attitude towards his sons, it won't take long before you will be completely taken over by him. I was so impressed that I even took the initiative to tell him about my bloodline. Maybe under his protection, you will enjoy father's love and live a stable life, but your identity is always a big issue. There are no impenetrable walls in this world, and no secret can be hidden forever. At this time, as long as a strong man captures you and throws you to the world government, guess what will happen next? Whitebeard and Marine will have a super war, and you will become a tool for the world government to gain prestige and be publicly executed. The four Emperors pirates are indeed very strong, but a single four Emperors can start a decisive battle with Marine. Sorry, not only can he not save you, but he will also lose his life for it, including all your companions in the Whitebeard pirates. They will all lose their lives. In addition, Luffy will rush to save you regardless of life and death, and the old man will suffer psychological torture. No matter what decision he makes in the end, it will be extremely painful. Almost all the people who care about you died because of you. Only the careerist who handed you over to the world government reaped the benefits and became the new four emperors. So you're not stupid or selfish? Ace, who was only 10 years old at the time, even scoffed a little after hearing Luo Land's speculation. But now Ace is 17 years old, and his thinking is much more mature. Thinking about it again, it is really possible that all of this could become a reality. The Age of Pirates was obviously created by that man, the man I hate the most, but why do you want to become a pirate so much and become One Piece? Ace, whose consciousness was beginning to blur, launched a soul torture on himself. Is it really like what Luo Lan said, that he just wants to surpass Roger, and is it just a kind of rebellion? At this time, Ace once again remembered what Luo Lan said. Ace, if you want to surpass Roger, you don't have to follow the path of a pirate. Ending the pirate world created by Roger with your own hands is also a way to surpass him. After all, that's like defeating him with your own hands, isn't it? Yes, ending this era with one's own hands. Wouldn't it be equivalent to defeating that man with one's own hands? Since the purpose is the same, why do you have to embark on a path that will kill everyone? Maybe I can. He took out the signal gun with difficulty, pointed it upward, and slowly, the trigger was pulled. A flash of red shot straight into the sky. The next day, Ace wakes up in the Marine Hospital of Branch 157. Here it is, Marine Hospital of Marine Detachment 157. A voice sounded on the left side of Ace, and when he turned around, he discovered that Luo Lan was sitting on the edge with her legs crossed. Luo Lan, although your speculation back then was outrageous, I don't know why, but when I think about it again this time, I always feel that that is the future. So I'm going to stupidly kill everyone, huh? When he was dying, Ace didn't know why, but he had a very strong intuition that kept telling him that it was originally my future. This feeling is very mysterious and has an inexplicable taste. Oh, it seems that this time between life and death, you may have an unexpected harvest. Yes, that is your original future. As for why I know it, that is my secret. Even if you ask, I will not tell you. Okay, I'll just leave it alone. Getting the answer, Ace nodded. What are you going to do next? What? Didn't you tell me back then that ending this era of pirates with your own hands was also a way to surpass that man? So, you ready to join Marine? Yes. Didn't the old man say before that there is an elite training camp in the headquarters, and 90% of Marines generals came from there? So I plan to enter this training camp, and I think the old man should be able to help me open the back door. Bar. Having said this, Ace himself smiled. However, sorry, your wish will come true. What's the meaning? Luo Lan did not answer directly, but walked to the bedside in the ward and opened the chain. The scenery of Branch 157 was instantly displayed in front of Ace. Although this place is only on the second floor and does not have as good a view as Luo Lan's office, it is enough to make Ace stunned. Whether it's buildings or some supporting facilities, everything is filled with a sense of being out of place in this world. It was as if the entire 157th branch had been moved from another world. From the perspective of the pirate world, everything in Branch 157 is so science fiction. Ace, what do you think this is? Didn't you just say that Marine Branch 157? Yes, it is indeed the 157th branch. But a year ago, the 157th branch was just a shabby house with a few sailors. It could be abolished at any time. But now, although he didn't know the specific situation, Ace already understood it somewhat. That is, everything I saw was something that could not see the light. So who is Luolan? Why can we predict the future? And why can we build such a place? On him, how many secrets are there? Although he was full of doubts, Ace also knew one thing. Everyone has their own secrets, and unless the other person tells them themselves, they should not pry into them at will. Therefore, he will not ask further. Luolan was also very satisfied with Ace's reaction. One last thing to ask you. What? What if I still didn't fire the flare gun then? I will also rescue you, but I will lock you up for a few years until everything is over. That's it. Okay, I have no other questions, Ace said with a wry smile. Ian, Colonel, hear Luolan shout. Ian immediately called the gate of opening and walked in. Arrange it so that he starts as an ordinary Marine, and then you personally teach him the 6 Marine styles. Yes, Colonel. Well, just think of it as compensation for taking away his opportunity. Luolan patted Ian on the shoulder and said something meaningless. Take away the opportunity? What the hell? Ian wanted to ask, but when he came to his senses, he found that Luolan had already left the ward. What are you? The power of devil fruits? On the school grounds, Ace, who had already changed into a Marine uniform, stared wide-eyed. In front of him, Ian just showed off his ability to burn fruits. That's right, and it's Logia's burning fruit. Logia, can even transform himself into elements and be directly immune to all physical attacks. Isn't that cool? Ian said excitedly. He is quite handsome, but why do I always feel weird, as if this power should have been mine? You are jealous. Jealous? Okay, I'll just say it casually, don't worry. Ace scratched his head and was speechless. The second-in-command of Branch 157 turns out to have such a personality in private. By the way, what is the Marine 6th form that Luolan mentioned? Didn't Lieutenant General Garp tell you? No. Ace shook his head. He really hadn't heard of it. Okay, let me explain to you first. The so-called Marine 6 styles are. After talking for 10 minutes, Ian finally stopped. He not only talked about the functions of the 6 postures, but even the origin and development process of the 6 postures in great detail. If Luolan were here, she would definitely sigh. Sure enough, every outstanding lieutenant has an amazing knowledge reserve. This Marine 6 form is very interesting. When we start practicing it, he can teleport, he can fly, he can use his legs to slash, Ace was indeed interested. Don't worry, if you want to practice the 6th form of Marine, you have to have basic conditions. If your physical strength does not meet the requirements, you will definitely not be able to practice it. Let's go. Let's take you to test your daily value first to see if you have met the basic conditions for learning. Boom. After a dull, loud noise, Ian's eyes widened. 489 so high. In terms of physical fitness alone, this guy is definitely the strongest in the 157 branch. Ian's current power level is only 300, even Luolan. Although the physical problem has been solved, due to the short time, it has just passed the 200 mark. And the 17-year-old kid in front of me is almost 500. What is this concept? Is this 489? High or low? Does it meet the requirements? Ace doesn't have much idea about power value. He scratched his hair and couldn't help but ask. Ian was a little speechless. Learning conditions. Although the official team members of CP9 basically have a strength value of over 500, the Grandmaster's 6th form situation. Just talking about the minimum requirements for learning. In fact, it is enough to have more than 100. Of course, don't expect that the 6 moves with a strength value of more than 100 will be the same as those with a strength value of 500. Ahem, it's pretty passable. I've just reached the threshold of the minimum requirements. Well, I'll start teaching you formally next. Ian quickly took Ace away, fearing that this guy would ask him to test himself to confirm his level of strength. At the same time, Luolan was in her office, frowning at a document just sent by the intelligence department. Investigation target, Marine Branch 16. Investigation method, sneak undercover. Investigation. The document is more than 20 pages long and even includes detailed information on every ordinary sailor in the branch. At the same time, several things recorded in it also opened Luo Lan's eyes. For example, in the 3 years since the rise of the rats in Branch 16, a total of 27 sailors have died. According to records, these people all died in battle, but in fact, these were all righteous sailors who were unwilling to join forces with the rats. And in the end, they were all killed and silenced by the rats. For another example, last year alone, the warships of Branch 16 were sunk twice due to battles, and they applied for 2 new warships. However, the real situation is the warship was intact, but was resold by rats through the underground world. In addition to that, it is the things mentioned in the original work. In the waters under its jurisdiction, the rats sheltered 7 pirate groups. He didn't care whether they insulted or even killed civilians in the area under his jurisdiction, and even brutally silenced civilians who came to the branch for help, as long as those pirate groups pay 50% of their profits every month. Finally, the report also pointed out that the Ministry of Intelligence's network is currently limited to the East Asia Sea, so the interest network behind the rats cannot be fully uncovered. But one thing is for sure, there are people in the headquarters who have been covering for the rats, because the mouse only took a small part of the money he earned, and the rest went unknown. Obviously, this person not only has a high position, but also has real power. At least, he also has great real power over world affairs. After all, who is it? It doesn't matter. Catch the mouse and interrogate it slowly. Would you rather die than say anything? Haha, this is really not Luo Lan looking down on mice. He doesn't have the guts at all. Putting down the intelligence documents, Luo Lan took out a black phone bug. Blue brew brew. We will arrive at Kokoja village in 3 days. Please prepare. After the caller got through, Luo Lan spoke directly without waiting for the person on the other end to speak. Then he hung up. Although Branch 157 has a small warship, Luo Lan is not prepared to use it this time. One is that the warship is too broken and looks like it will fall apart at any time. Another is that its speed is too slow and it is not concealed enough. With a maximum speed of 7 knots, it would take more than 10 days to get from here to Kokoja Island. Moreover, in the prosperous area of the East Asia Sea, there are so many ships coming and going that it is impossible to hide a warship passing by. How can we get there without a ship? In fact, it's very simple. Just like when Luo Lan went to capture Ace, just use the submarine in underwater prison. Although the submarine is not big, it can hold up to 20 people. But it's fast. The underwater cruising speed can even reach 38 knots, and it takes less than 3 days to reach Kokoja village. The next day, 2 submarines surfaced off the coast of Rhode Island. Not far away, there were several small sampans filled with sailors. Is this what you were riding on that day? Seeing the familiar metal creation, Ace couldn't help but ask. Yes, this thing is called a submarine. Its essential job is to transport prisoners and supplies in the underwater prison. Of course, it can also be used for covert operations when necessary. After all, you won't be discovered if you walk underwater, right? Ace nodded and continued to look at one of the submarines curiously. To be honest, this was the first time he heard that ships could sail underwater, and he was extremely curious. But not long after, when Ace entered the submarine, especially after the dive began, he began to panic again. What if it breaks down while driving? Luo Lan said that this thing can sail hundreds of meters underwater. Although Ace doesn't understand the concept of water pressure, it doesn't stop him from knowing one thing. That is, if this place is hundreds of meters deep, if something breaks, there will be no surprise in the outcome for everyone. That is, death. Luo Lan, are you sure this thing is safe? In fact, it's not blame Ace's cranky thoughts. Anyone who enters a submarine for the first time will be panicked. After all, it's like putting you in a coffin and burying you underground. Although I will tell you in advance that I will dig you out before the oxygen is used up, can you really not panic at all? I'm afraid it won't take long before your emotions start to get out of control. Same thing. The first thing submariners have to overcome is this fear. Seeing Ace's situation, Ian also understood clearly. After all, the first time I took the ride, I was no better. He was taken out immediately. Well, I took him out for psychological counseling. Luo Lan, on the other hand, waved his right hand. Depart, target Kokoja village, and inform the second ship to follow. Yes, Colonel. East Ashasi, Kokoja village. Behind a cliff, there's a small beach. It is very hidden here, and not many people know about it. Nami hid behind a stone, slightly sticking his head out to look at the sea. Will it really come? Thinking of all the horrors of fishmen, Nami always had some doubts about whether Luo Lan and the others could defeat the evil dragon. And just then, a few hundred meters away from the coast, a flashing light suddenly appeared. That's the signal. The promised signal. Come, people are really here. But why didn't we see their ship? Nami was a little confused, but the movements of his hands did not stop. A wooden sail was pulled out from the grass and brought to the water. Then everyone jumped up and rowed to the signal. Because it was night, Nami didn't finally see clearly until he got closer. On the water is part of a huge metal creation, and a young man is standing on top of this metal creation. The marine justice coat rustled in the wind, making Nami feel a chill in her heart. It's really marine, recalling what Nuachi said at that time. If there's an organization that Belmar has served, it should be marine. But marine, can they really be trusted? Let alone Nami. No one in Kokoja village and dozens of surrounding villages trust marine. After all, what the 16th branch has done over the years. So you are marine? Didn't I tell you a long time ago? When, as I said, Belmar once served our organization? He did say that, but who can really relate to marine? Well, Nuachi Gao did think so. Okay, let's talk about the other things later, Ian. Yes, Colonel. A voice sounded from the open dome on the side. Then, one after another, the sailors climbed out. Well, let's send people ashore in batches first. Clear. The raft Nami brought was not big, and could only hold 7 or 8 people at most at one time. After 4 rounds, everyone arrived at the coast. After excluding Luo Lan, Ian, and Ace, there are still 24 fully armed sailors. Hello, my name is Luo Lan, not Hey. Okay, Luo Lan. Well, what's the matter? Can really deal with the evil dragon? Nami was very skeptical. There are only about 20 people, and apart from the difference in the appearance of the muskets, they're no different from the sailors I've seen before, right? This kind of ordinary sailor is not to mention a dragon. Just the few cadres under him can fight one against 100. Don't worry, the evil dragon is just petty. Have you seen him? He alone is enough. Pointing at Ace's side, Luo Lan didn't care. But Nami felt increasingly unreliable. Following Luo Lan's finger, he looked at Ace. This guy who looks to be 1 or 2 years older than me at most, without even a gun, can kill the entire dragon pirate alone? Nonsense. Luo Lan can naturally guess what Nami is thinking. However, he was not prepared to explain anymore. At this time, Nami's vision was still too low. Just lead the way and finish things at night. We have other things to do before dawn. Okay, but let's make a deal first. If you fail, I will never admit that I have anything to do with you. After gritting his teeth, Nami finally nodded. Dragon Park. At this moment, all the fish people were lying on the ground in a mess. Everyone was drunk. Of course, there are still some who have not fallen. Brother Evil Dragon, this tax collection went very smoothly, but when I think about tomorrow, I feel very unhappy. Why should we give half of the Baileys we earned based on our strength to that loser? Kruby was a little drunk and directly expressed the unhappiness in his heart. Shah, brother, that loser is just a clown standing in front of the stage. Do you really think that he alone can help us cover the East Asia Sea for so many years? Brother Evil Dragon, what do you mean? That's right, Bailey just passed through his hands, and most of them will eventually go to some powerful senior officials in Marine. That's it. No wonder. Kruby suddenly sobered up a lot. He had been wondering before that the dragon pirates had made such a big fuss and even directly controlled more than 20 villages for several years. How could one mouse alone push the whole thing forward without the other marine branches, or even the headquarters, noticing it all? It turns out that those who are really behind all this are the bugs in Marine headquarters. Still a moron with real power. Humans are indeed an inferior race, and they allowed their own people to be bullied and even killed by us just for a little bit of Bailey. After thinking about it, Kirby felt relieved. No longer will you be upset, because you have to give half of Bailey to the mouse. However, just when he picked up the wine glass and was about to continue, boom! After a loud noise. All kinds of wood chips, iron sheets, stones, and the like were flying all over the sky. There was even a flying stone that accurately pierced the wine glass in Krub's hand. The wine flowed out along the break and fell to the ground. Who is it? How dare you break into the Dragon Park? Looking for death? Under the influence of alcohol, Kruby stood up suddenly, yelled angrily. Unlike the roaring Kruby, the evil dragon just sat there and said nothing. However, judging from his slightly narrowed eyes and the slightly murderous aura, he was not at peace. And the Murlocs who were lying around were getting up one by one at this moment. But it's obvious that they still don't quite understand the situation. It wasn't until he noticed that the heavy door was destroyed and even a group of sailors filed and that something was wrong. Marine, didn't they say that the genius would come? Idiot, look at the door. These are not people from the 16th branch at all. I'm afraid they are here to cause trouble. What? These guys from lower races still dare to come here to cause trouble? Don't they want to live anymore? All the Murlocs immediately turned around and looked at the evil dragon and several officials beside them. As long as the evil dragon says a word, they will all rush forward and tear those sailors to pieces. However, the evil dragon is still sitting there. No order was given to take action. Where are you Marines from? Staring at the young man wearing the coat of justice, the evil dragon had seen the world and knew that this must be the head of those sailors. However, Luolan just looked at the evil dragon with interest, without any intention of replying. This made him very angry. But at this moment, one of the fishmen between the two couldn't bear it any longer. He took a few steps forward and pointed at Luolan. Boy, the evil dragon boss is asking you something dumb. Bang! There was no warning. Before anyone could react, gunfire rang out. The fishman was shot in the heart and fell backward to the ground. Opposite it was the white pistol in Luolan's right hand, with a trace of smoke coming out of the barrel. Core death. Kill them. All the fishmen were angry and rushed forward with howls in an instant. The evil dragon and several cadres did not stop him, but just watched. In their opinion, if more than 60 Murlocs fight against 12 Marines, I have the advantage. These sailors, there is no difference between him and the dead. Immediately afterwards, a series of gunshots rang out. They even laughed inwardly. As expected, they are an inferior race. They only know how to use guns, and they are trash. But just 1 second later, everyone was dumbfounded. The Murloc minions who were charging forward fell to the ground in pieces like harvesting wheat following the series of gunshots. The other Murlocs were shocked by this incident and stopped one after another and looked at their fallen compatriots. However, if they stop, the sailors will not stop. Pull the bolt again and raise the gun again. Another series of gunshots rang out, and a large number of fishmen fell down. The sailors were well trained and still did not stop moving. Click! A row of rifles was raised again. Stop! The evil dragon couldn't sit still any longer and suddenly stood up and roared. Pity! The sailors would not listen to a pirate like him. The third round of gunshots had already sounded. This was a massacre, a one-sided massacre. After 3 rounds of gunfire, there were only 10 surviving fishmen. At this time, their faces no longer had the so-called complacency of a proud race. Instead, they were frightened out of their wits and turned around and ran towards the evil dragon. However, this is destined to be an impossible wish for them. Just 3 seconds later, when the 4th round of gunfire rang out, there was no longer a fishman standing between Marine, the dragon, and the few officers. 24 sailors all raised their guns and aimed at the past, just waiting for the order from his own colonel. Outside Dragon Park, Nami hid in the tree and kept observing the battle inside. At this moment, her whole body was trembling, not because of fear, but excited. In just 10 seconds, 4 rounds of fire were fired. Dozens of extremely powerful fishmen on the opposite side were all killed just like that. Is that really a gun? It's not like Nami has never seen a musket before and has also used it before. She even saw a fishman who was injured by a gunshot. The lead bullet only broke through the fishman's skin, but that was it. It only penetrated a few millimeters before losing its kinetic energy. For fishmen, if they don't hit some vulnerable parts, gunshot wounds, it's just a superficial wound at best. The most important thing is that the Murloc's reaction and speed are very fast, making it difficult for the musket to hit accurately. But what happened in that scene just now? Nami couldn't understand. But this didn't stop her from continuing to peek there with excitement on her face. Maybe the demon that has haunted Kokoja village for several years. Today, it's really over. Just like before the accident, dozens of fishmen were lying on the ground. But the difference is, they were all lying there drunk before, but now they are all dead. Damn so damn. A large amount of blood flowed, eventually gathering together and entering the huge pool connected to the sea. Boy, you are looking for death. Kruby crossed his arms to protect his head. With a whoosh, he jumped out and sprinted towards Luolon. In terms of muscle strength alone, he is even above the dragon. He can't even break through the defense with guns or anything else. Of course, the action of crossing his hands showed that he paid enough attention to the muskets of these sailors. Otherwise, there would be no need for this. The next moment, without any surprise, a series of gunshots rang out as scheduled. Kruby, who is said to have 40 levels of fishman karate, suddenly stopped all over. From the evil dragon's perspective, they had no idea what was going on. But if you look at it from Luolan's side, Kruby's body was covered with blood holes. Head, arms, legs, chest, etc. No place was left untouched. Just kidding, Silas said that. Within 100 meters of the roads, 1518 type, even a person with a power value of 200 using an iron block will still be damaged. What's more, you're just a muscular fishman. Blood. As if there was no need for money, madness spurted out from those 24 blood holes. With a bang, Kruby's huge and burly body suddenly hit the ground. Seeing this scene, the evil dragon's eyes were filled with bloodshot eyes. Crowabai. Crowabai. The eyes are red, and if you don't look at the size, they look exactly like an angry Poseidon. However, the next moment, the evil dragon made a move that confused everyone. Thump, thump, thump. There were 5 sounds of water entering in a row. The first one belongs to the evil dragon, and the 4 following are the remaining 2 cadres. They are Xiaoba and Jiu respectively. Colonel, they seem to have escaped. Ian pointed to the pool and dragon park that connected to the sea. At the same time, I felt extremely depressed. Originally, he had already thought about it, and he must kill one of the remaining 3 fishmen. I've been eating devil fruit for several days, and I've also developed a few cool tricks, so let's show them off. But this fishman escaped into the sea. What should he do? Diving to fight? You are a landlubber, okay? Besides, even if you can get into the water, it's really hard to fight. After humans enter the water, their movements will slow down due to the water pressure, and it will be difficult to exert force. As for the fishmen, on the contrary, it is faster than on land. The most important thing is that once the fishman wants to escape in the water, there is really no way to stop him. This matter is really troublesome. It's okay. If my guess is correct, I'm probably looking for help. Helper. Yes, they have the Poseidon class that they only brought from the Grand Line to the East Dashiasi. See? Poseidon class. Ian's eyes widened. He often sees things like Poseidon. After all, Branch 157 is close to the windless zone, and Poseidon species can often be seen emerging from the water. Different from the first half of the Great Line, the Poseidons in the windless zone are generally larger, often hundreds or even thousands of meters in length. It is even said that there are royal Poseidons with a body length of 10,000 meters in the deep sea of the windless zone. Exist. It is also true that the Poseidon type in the windless zone is already Ian's understanding of all Poseidon types. Don't worry, it's just that the Poseidon type of the Grand Line is not the type in the windless zone. It is only about 100 meters long. What? It's only about 100 meters, so small. Ian's eyes widened. Indeed, compared with those in the windless zone, the 100-meter-long Poseidon. Isn't this just like a child? The previous sense of urgency was gone in an instant. At this moment, a huge figure suddenly emerged from the pool. Is this a cow? Ace asked suddenly. Well, it's a cow. Ian answered seriously. Is it tasty? It would be great if you roasted the whole beef. How about we give it a try? Okay, let's try it. I'll bake it myself later. Listen to the serious conversation between the two people below. He, who had looked fierce just now, suddenly became tearful. I saw the two of them approaching me step by step with evil smiles on their faces. It's so scary. I want to go back to the Grand Line. I want to go back to find my mother. The huge body sank little by little, and soon only the head was left above the water. It was feared that it would be completely submerged in the water within a few moments. Ace and Ian were both anxious. No, it's going to run away. Don't worry, leave it to me. Aw, no, I'm a landlubber, you better do it. I'll do it, I'll do it. Ace jumped into the water with a plop in order to roast the whole beef dinner. Then he rushed towards Mo. With his current strength, he could kill this guy with one punch. Well, if you don't consider that you're punching in the water. However, due to his limited vision in the water, he did not notice that there were 3 other pairs of red eyes not far away. The next moment, the evil dragon sprang out from the side of Ace like a torpedo at an extremely fast speed. Due to the close distance and the relationship in the water, there was no room to avoid it. As a last resort, Ace could only turn around and cross his arms in defense. As a result, he was pushed all the way out until he hit the rocks at the bottom of the water. After doing all this, the evil dragon turned back and glared at Moo. It was so frightened that it immediately stopped escaping and started to attack Ace, who was still under the water. Colonel, Ace doesn't seem to be doing well. At the edge of the pool, Ian spoke with some worry. Then you go and help him? I have this idea, but I am a landlubber. Ian looked embarrassed. Luo Lan, on the other hand, glared at him angrily. So what were you two doing just now? Seeing a Poseidon in the shape of a nipple, you forgot about all the enemies that you haven't killed yet? No way. Luo Lan took off his justice coat and handed it to Ian. With a plop, he also jumped down. Soon, he saw Mo, who had sunk to the bottom, and the evil dragon who was staring at him. As for Xiaoba and Jiu, I haven't seen them yet. After all, the underwater line of sight is blocked, and the visual distance is very short. Of course, this is not the most troublesome thing. The most troublesome thing is, although the 2 guns Silas built for him were specially designed to be waterproof, they were not afraid of water. But the problem is totally useless. But don't be fooled by the scenes in some film and television works where the protagonist jumps into the river, and then a group of villains rush over and shoot wildly at the river surface. The truth is, after the bullet is shot in the water, it will lose all kinetic energy before it even reaches 1 meter. The effective killing distance is only a little more than half a meter. And if you shoot from the shore on the water, the effective killing distance after entering the water is even closer. In a movie, those scenes of underwater bullets flying around. Total nonsense. So what should you do? Luo Lan also frowned slightly when she saw the evil dragon assuming the posture of same on darts. It's impossible to fight the body because there's no way to exert force normally. Fighting for speed is also unrealistic. Although the specially made gun can still be used, it can effectively kill more than half a meter at most. A little over half a meter. It's not impossible. The next moment, the evil dragon turned into a torpedo again and quickly attacked Luo Lan. Same on darts is the evil dragon's special skill. Especially when using this move underwater, it is faster and more powerful. The most important thing, when both parties are underwater, as long as the enemy is not a murloc, they will be easier to hit. Because human beings are greatly restricted when moving in the water. Luo Lan had no intention of dodging and faced the impact directly. The next moment, the 2 of them collided hard. However, something strange happened. The evil dragon did not knock Luo Lan away, but instead knocked him out of the sky. At this time, Luo Lan stretched out his right hand and strangled his neck before the evil dragon knocked him unconscious. Immediately, he pulled out the black pistol with his left hand and put it against his heart. He pulled the trigger hard. It's true that the effective damage of underwater shooting is less than 1 meter, but it doesn't matter. As long as we shoot at 0 range, isn't that enough? Simple and crude logic in exchange for... It was the blood hole as big as a bowl that penetrated the evil dragon's chest. Xiaoba and Jiao didn't understand what exactly happened. Why did the evil dragon brothers' special move clearly hit the opponent, but knocked him unconscious? Is that man's body made of steel? Well, if Ian were here, he would definitely recognize that what his colonel just used was the iron block from Marine 6. It's not just an iron block, but a variant of the iron block. At the same time, you will also be shocked by the fact that Luo Lan not only became proficient in using iron blocks in just 1 month, but also developed variant moves. But anyway, the dragon is dead. It was a clear death, with no possibility of coming back to life. Xiaoba and Jiao were going crazy. They all rushed out from their hiding places and swam crazily towards Luo Lan. There is only one thought in my mind, and that is, avenge Brother Dragon. 2 minutes later, a figure jumped out of the water. No, it's 2 figures, because the first figure was holding another figure in his hand. It was Luo Lan and Ace. Colonel, where are the dragons and the others? He's dead. Please arrange for someone to salvage them. After all, there are rewards for those 3, so don't waste them. Yes, Colonel. Ian nodded, but he looked like he wanted to say something, but couldn't quite say it. If you have anything to say, just say it. Don't be so coy. Colonel, I want to ask, where is that cow? Hearing this, Luo Lan raised her hand to cover her forehead. What this guy is most concerned about is the Poseidon. He's not dead, but he was knocked unconscious by me down there. You can handle the rest yourself. Yes, Colonel. Ian is so excited. Roasted whole beef is here. In fact, Luo Lan was also a little curious. You said this thing tastes like fish if you eat it. Or does it taste like beef? Or maybe it's not fish or beef, but a completely new flavor? Forget it. We'll find out later. There were other sailors dealing with the aftermath, and Luo Lan also walked towards the outside of the Dragon Park. It wasn't until he came to a big tree that he stopped. You've been watching for a long time, and you still haven't come down yet. The evil dragon is really dead? A figure jumped directly from the tree. Who else could it be if it wasn't Nami? Well, dead. It's really dead. It's dead. Ha ha, Belmir, have you seen it? That evil dragon is dead. He is dead. Oh, Nami laughed crazily first, and then cried again. Once I started crying, I couldn't stop crying anymore. Even Luo Lan didn't know what to do. He didn't know how to comfort people regardless of past or present life, especially comfort women. For a while, he was in a hurry. After a long time, I finally managed to choke out a sentence. I said, "How about I lend you a shoulder?" Wow. The next moment, Nami threw herself directly on Luo Lan's right shoulder, crying even louder. Luo Lan is really at her wit's end. Why is she crying more and more now? As a last resort, he had no choice but to stay still and let Nami cry on his shoulder. Until more than 10 minutes later, Nami finally stabilized a bit. Thanks. No. After all, you paid the price. Let me join Marine? No. You are joining my branch 157. Does it make a difference? Nami was puzzled. Of course there is a difference, because we will go to the 16th branch later. I heard the name 16th branch. Nami immediately showed a hint of disgust. How about we clean out the moths in this marine? Do you want to come along? Certainly. His eyes lit up, and Nami nodded repeatedly. She knew very well that even if the evil dragon was killed, as long as the mouse was still there, it wouldn't be long before the second, third, or even countless evil dragons would appear again. And Kokoja village, still going back into darkness. Okay, we'll leave in an hour. You can go back and pack your luggage. After all, after today, I won't be able to come back here for a long time. Luo Lan patted Nami on the shoulder, then turned around and walked towards the Dragon Park. Yes, this was the condition I agreed to. Kokoja village, the place where I grew up. I have to say goodbye for now. Well, go back and say goodbye to Nuo Chi Gao. Looking at the back in front of him again, Nami turned and walked towards Kokoja village. But that's it. Luo Lan's voice came again. Ah, by the way, don't forget to bring your little treasury with you later. After all, the 60 million Baileys. It's also part of the price. Marine Branch 16 is not far from Kokoja village. At the speed of a submarine underwater, it can be reached in more than an hour. At this moment, Luo Lan looked at Nami speechlessly and the Nuachi Gao next to her. I have to say that compared to Nami, who is still a little young at the moment, no Kigo is much more mature. After all, he is 2 years older than Nami and is now 18. However, according to the original work, shouldn't no Kigo stay and guard the Orange Grove, waiting for Nami to return one day in the future? If he leaves too, will the Orange Grove and Belmere be lost? This doesn't seem like their character. Tell me, what's going on? It's nothing. My sister is worried and wants to go with her. Is there a problem? What about the Orange Groves and Belmere? Who will take care of them now that you are both gone? Of course it's Aegean. He said he would take good care of the orange orchard, and when we go back one day in the future, he would say to us, "Welcome back." Confused, Luo Lan was completely stunned. Isn't this the idea of no Kigo in the original work? When Nami realizes her dream and returns here one day in the future, she will say something to her. Nami, welcome back. Good guy. Why did you become Aegean? But if you really want to talk about it, the Orange Grove and Belmere that Aegean came to guard is really suitable. After all, I haven't had time to continue thinking. Nami interrupted Luo Lan directly. I was very curious before. You seem to know everything. Whether it's the past, the present, or the future, no matter who the object is, it's just like my business, Belmere's business, and everything else. Ow, how did you do it? Nami looked suspicious. I said I can see through the past and the future. Do you believe it? Don't believe it. Look, I would like to tell you, but you don't believe me. Luo Lan spread her hands, her face full of helplessness. You? Nami was furious. Okay, don't tell me if you don't want to, but you should tell me what you wanted to do over there, right? Well, Chief Navigator, by the way, he can also serve as Chief Financial Officer. The military rank starts from Captain. How about that? After Luo Lan thought for a moment, he spoke. This surprised Nami. She had already expected to become a navigator. After all, this was the only talent she had. What I didn't expect was that Luo Lan actually gave away all the financial power. Do you just believe in yourself that much? Are you serious? Certainly. Luo Lan nodded. Nami felt a burst of joy in her heart. Originally, I was given 60 million Baileys, but I still felt heartbroken. But in the end, he became Luo Lan's financial manager. Doesn't that mean, will these 60 million be managed by you in the end? Simply, that's great, isn't it? If Luo Lan knew what she was thinking at this moment, she would definitely complain. You are thinking too much. At most, I can only leave a small part when recharging the system for the daily expenses of the branch. That's all. Najigeo, what are you good at? Or, what do you want to do after you go to branch 157? Luo Lan really didn't know much about Nua Chigao. The only thing I know is that she is good at planting orange trees, but we can't let her open an orange orchard after joining the 157th branch, right? After all, apart from this, there is not much other information mentioned in the original work. Therefore, Luo Lan had no choice but to ask, well, can I be a sailor, like Belmere used to be, a frontline sailor? Oh, Luo Lan was a little surprised by this answer. Although they go to branch 157, both she and Nami will become sailors. But what Nuachi demands most is the frontline sailors, i.e. pure combat sequences. The daily training of frontline sailors is very hard. Can you bear it? I can do it. Nuachi nodded seriously. Since you insist, then fine. Okay. Thank you very much, Luo Lan. Luo Lan waved her hand, then turned and left. Nami hurriedly came to No Kigo's side. No Kigo, Marine's frontline combat force, are you sure? Well, I'm sure. Isn't he a genius navigator who wants to protect our family after all? Nuachi Gao. It is about 40 nautical miles away from Kokoja village. Marine Branch 16. Nearly 100 sailors and 2 small warships are stationed here. This specification is rare for a third-class branch. And the reason for this is actually because of the location. After all, the 16th branch is located on an important waterway in the prosperous area. There are more than 200 villages within its jurisdiction, and it even includes some important ports in the Kingdom of Zameda. At this moment, the mouse was already lying on the bed, preparing to fall asleep. But, Blue Brew Brew, I'm a mouse. It's me. A low voice sounded, and the mouse suddenly became excited. Lieutenant General, what are your orders? Are you ready for tomorrow's tax collection operation? Yes, we are ready. It is estimated that the total tax amount this time will reach more than 300 million belly. Changing from his usual attitude, the mouse answered respectfully. He even bowed slightly. Well, I can rest assured that you will do the work, but when you go to collect taxes tomorrow, convey our words to them. Yes, Lieutenant General, please say it. Forget it this time. Let them add 10% more from next time. Understood? I will convey it properly. Snap. The sound of the phone hanging up came. The mouse had a slight headache. Add 10% more? That means those guys won't agree easily. After all, it was originally 55, but now it's 46. But if you can't handle it yourself, then the higher-ups will. Forget it. 2 warships will set off tomorrow together with all the sailors. If they don't agree, then kill one first to threaten the others. Although that lieutenant general is just an ordinary lieutenant general in the headquarters, but the forces behind him, even a Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku, would never dare to directly touch him. Therefore, this matter must be completed 100% without any discount. Soon, the mouse became cruel. It's just that mice never know one thing. Kill one? Who have you ******, even with nearly 100 sailors and 2 warships? Although this paragraph was not written in the original work, it is not clear how this incident ended. But it doesn't matter anymore, because 2 submarines have arrived at the 16th branch. 24 sailors had even followed Luo Lan and others and quietly landed ashore. The first team is going to get the dormitory building. Remember, don't shoot unless absolutely necessary. The second team is responsible for the port and the 2 docked warships. Team 3, follow me, target branch building. Do you all know your mission? Yes, Colonel. Everyone responded in lowered voices. Set off. Luo Lan originally thought there would be some trouble. After all, no matter how bad it was, this was still a Marine branch. But who would have thought that these 16 branches? It's so much worse than I imagined. There weren't even any soldiers standing guard, just a few people in the branch building. But these guys actually waved Bailey and got together to shake the dice. No one noticed until Luo Lan and others walked behind them. Good guy. Several people looked at each other and started to take action directly. The next second, several sailors from Branch 16 all fainted and fell to the ground. 10 minutes later, the 3 teams met on the school field. Report, the suppression of the Marine Corps dormitory has been completed, with a total of 49 people under control. Report, the port has also been suppressed, with a total of 17 people under control. The 2 team captains who had been dispersed before reported in turn. There were no surprises in the entire operation. In addition to the 7 people we just killed in the branch building, we have a total of 75 people under control. According to the intelligence, if the 16 branches do not include rats, there should be 82 people. Where are the other 5 people? The most important thing is, Ian, where's our undercover guy? Report, no findings and cannot be contacted. Huh, what's going on? Luo Lan frowned slightly. I have some guesses about this. Tell me about it. Yes, Colonel. 2 days ago, the undercover personnel in the 16th branch contacted me once, saying that the rats were preparing to attack several disobedient recruits and asked what to do. You asked him not to alert others? Upon hearing this, Luo Lan had some guesses. Yes, I asked him not to act rashly and wait until we arrive to deal with it together. I understand. In this case, I can go to the mouse side alone. You can lead the others to search the entire 16th branch to see if there are any secret rooms or the like. Yes, Colonel. Finished assigning tasks. All the sailors followed Ian and began to conduct a large search of the entire branch. Luo Lan, on the other hand, walked towards a very conspicuous villa behind the branch building. In the bedroom, the mouse, which had just fallen asleep, suddenly woke up in a cold sweat. After confirming that this was his room, he breathed a sigh of relief. Apparently, it was just a nightmare. Well, keep sleeping. However, just a few seconds before he could lie down, the mouse woke up again, because he felt the wind. Yes, cool wind, but I clearly remembered to close the window before going to bed. Suddenly, he turned around and saw a figure sitting on the windowsill. Holding a piece of cloth in his left hand, he was gently wiping a white pistol. Ooh! The mouse was startled and immediately took out a short blazing gun from under the pillow and pointed it at the figure. However, he hadn't finished aiming yet. A gunshot had already sounded. Immediately afterwards, the firecracker flew out and hit the wall hard. Finally, it fell to the ground and was broken into pieces. My right hand is shaking crazily. Bright red blood flowed from the broken tiger's mouth and fell to the ground. Tick-tock tick. At this time, the figure on the windowsill also jumped down and walked towards the mouse. Through the moonlight, I finally saw clearly the appearance of the visitor. Code of Justice? Although I can't recognize who it is. But this outfit, the one who was wrong, was a Marine, and at least he was a Marine colonel. For a moment, my not-so-smart mind began to work crazily, but even though it was spinning and smoking, it still couldn't come to a conclusion. Mouse, if I remember correctly, you're Flying Squirrel's cousin, right? Now that you know, you still dare to attack me? Oh, with Flying Squirrel's character, if I knew what you were doing in the East Asia Sea, I would probably kill you with my own hands, right? Luo Lan showed a hint of ridicule. He knew very well what kind of character the Flying Squirrel had. Moreover, when I was at Marine headquarters, my relationship with Flying Squirrel was very good. As a result, the mouse used him to threaten itself? Do you know my cousin? The mouse was momentarily confused. At the same time, he also imagined in his mind what would happen if the Flying Squirrel knew what he had done. Then he shuddered directly. Just like what this guy said, Flying Squirrel will definitely kill him with his own hands. This guy, who is it? What's the purpose? Could it be that the headquarters knew about the situation here and sent him to arrest me? No, it's impossible. I just had a phone call with that adult. If that were the case, that adult wouldn't have received any news at all. But if this possibility is ruled out, it's not that the headquarters knows, but this guy knows. Want to use this to blackmail me or get a piece of the pie? Good. As long as the headquarters doesn't know about it, everything else will be easy to handle. At worst, I'll give you some first, and then let the adult deal with it later. Tell me, how much do you have to give to shut up? The mouse recovered instantly and asked confidently. Luo Lan was stunned at first, although I was a little speechless. What the hell are you thinking about? Where does the confidence come from? He shaved directly and came to the side of the mouse. Then he swung his sword down. Finally, he lifted the person up and ran out of the open window. When Luo Lan returned to school, Ian and others were already waiting again, and the sailors on the side were also supporting a few people. Found it. Yes, they're locked in a warehouse. If we come 2 days later, it will probably be too late. Speaking of this, Ian was also a little scared. When they discovered the warehouse, just now, these 5 people were hanging there, covered in injuries, dying. And one of them is his subordinate. Well, he was the one who went undercover into Branch 16 to collect intelligence. Originally, Ian confirmed that he should not take any action until they arrived. But it seemed that because of the emergency situation at the time, he had to rescue people. What's the result? Although the man was rescued, he was also arrested. If the mouse hadn't wanted to get more information from him, he wouldn't have stayed until now. As long as we are rescued, deal with the aftermath according to the original plan, and then leave. Yes, Colonel. The merchant ship that had been waiting offshore of Branch 16 for a long time docked at the pier. Immediately, all the stunned sailors, including the rats, were transported up. Soon everyone was locked in, the steel cages in the cabin. After all, Luo Lan's 2 submarines cannot accommodate so many people. As for Bailey and his belongings that were found, they were still moved into the second ship. An hour later, when a merchant ship and the 2 submarines all left, within the 16 branches, completely deserted. Bang! In the conference room, warring states slapped the table hard. It shocked everyone. I thought to myself, what is Fleet Admiral doing today? Why is he so grumpy? You won't be scolded by the 5 elders for something again, right? Fleet Admiral, what happened? It was the Flying Squirrel who spoke. He is an elite lieutenant general in the headquarters, so he naturally has the right to participate in this meeting. However, warring states looked over with a very strange look. The Flying Squirrel was confused for a while. Flying Squirrel? This matter has something to do with you. What the hell? The Flying Squirrel was momentarily confused. I have been performing tasks in New World for the past few months. As soon as he came back, he saw Sengoku Fleet Admiral going crazy and thought something big had happened. Result: what Fleet Admiral said is related to him. What have you done? Fleet Admiral, let's see. Warring states interrupted directly and then slid a stack of documents across the large round table. The Flying Squirrel picked it up and looked at it carefully. Soon, his expression changed drastically. Except for he, Garp, and Kizuru, who were around Sengoku, the other lieutenant generals all looked at him in confusion. What on earth was it that made Flying Squirrel break into a cold sweat after seeing it? At this time, the originally silent he, open your mouth. 5 days ago, someone attacked our 16th branch in the East Asia Sea. From the head of the branch to Mouse, all 82 people in the branch disappeared. It was not until 2 days ago that a warship from Rogtown went to supply supplies. The whole branch is deserted. The words fell. There was an uproar in the conference room. The most important thing about attacking the Marine branch is that the headquarters didn't know about it until 3 days later. If a warship hadn't happened to pass by and wanted to resupply, everyone might still be kept in the dark. Fleet Admiral, which pirate group did it? I will personally arrest them. That's right, we must react this time, and react strongly. Otherwise, the reputation of the entire Marine will be seriously damaged. Yes, we must take action immediately. Find their whereabouts and launch a buster call. The majesty of the Marines must not be challenged. Wait, is there something else mixed in here? This matter is very serious and must be dealt with seriously. But buster call? Can this thing be activated at will? You know, the last time Buster Call was launched was almost 20 years ago. Because of a branch, that thing was launched. Even the hawkish generals felt that it was a bit too much. Everyone looked over in unison, and then they all understood. Who am I to make such an outrageous suggestion? It turns out to be this guy, recommended by world government. He entered Marine and is now a lieutenant general in charge of international affairs. Lieutenant General Val. Val's existence was disliked by most of the generals in the headquarters. After all, everyone knows that this guy is actually an informant inserted into Marine by the world government. The strength is poor, the ability is even more rubbish, and the most important thing is, he is both greedy and lustful. If they could, they would have kicked this guy out of the headquarters long ago. But there's no way. If there is not enough reason to convince the 5 elders, no one can really touch him. Go tell the 5 elders, is this guy greedy for money, or is he lustful? It's useless. These shortcomings are even advantages in the eyes of the 5 elders. After all, the more Val behaves like this, the easier it is to control him. An ability for a government that has taken control of the world. It has always been loyal. Yes, loyalty is what they value most. Soon, no one continued to argue, but they all ignored Val. It was as if he hadn't spoken just now. No one noticed that Val was suddenly stunned. Wait a minute. Why does it sound familiar? Isn't the 16 branches of rats that Warring States was talking about just now? So, it was the rat that was in trouble. Damn it. How could something go wrong there? He finally reacted and immediately slapped his thigh hard. After all, he told several people yesterday that Donghai's tax could be increased by 10% this time. What to do now? After the mice are gone, let alone rebuilding the network, it cannot be done in a short time. And if such a big thing happens, the headquarters' attention will definitely be attracted. For a long time, it was difficult for me to reassign people to do side jobs in Donghai. Val was anxious. But he didn't realize that the bigger problem was yet to come. Quiet, everyone! With a loud shout from the Warring States period. Everyone in the conference room immediately shut up and sat back one by one. You continue. Hearing this, he nodded. Yes, she hadn't finished speaking just now. Although everyone in the 16th branch disappeared, Smoker, who went to investigate later, found that someone left a large number of documents in the mouse's room, which contained a large amount of evidence, proving the rats provided cover for the pirate groups, allowing them to occupy and loot villages within their jurisdiction, resulting in hundreds of villages being controlled by several pirate groups for several years. He was even responsible for intercepting and silencing innocent civilians who escaped and wanted to go to Branch 16 for help. At this moment, everyone in the entire conference room was stunned. Even Val is no exception. Those lieutenant generals couldn't believe that these things were done by Marine Branch 16, and Val, I can't believe these things came to light like this. Lieutenant General, are these all true? Smoker has visited several surrounding villages and even captured one of them, a pirate group that controls more than 10 villages. Afterwards, through a series of interrogations and the narratives provided by the victim villagers, it can basically be determined that the information is correct. Correct. Damn it, it's true. Some of us Marine dare to do such a thing. The ghost spider was so angry that all its hair stood up and turned into spider legs. The rest of the people were similar, with angry faces all over their faces. Isn't this a slap in the face to these righteous Marines? In order to ensure that the majesty of Marine is not damaged, I propose to directly launch a buster call and raise all the villages involved in the incident to the ground. However, at this moment, Val stood up again and directly said something that made everyone stunned. Yes, it's buster call again. And it was also targeted at all villages involved in this incident within the jurisdiction of the entire 16th branch, although it is said to maintain the majesty of Marine. But in fact, only he knew that the reason why he proposed this was not for Marine's so-called majesty, but for destroy all evidence. Yes, Val wants to destroy all evidence. Although he is just greedy for money and lustful, 5 elders will not say anything, but they will think that he is useful because of these. But the premise is that what you do doesn't have much impact. But this time it was a little different because these things were not discovered internally, but were learned by a third party. Now, even the most important witness is the mouse, also in the hands of a third party. What if he gave the incriminating evidence in his hand to someone else? For example, Morgan's. Then the World Economic News published it. This is no longer a small problem, but something that has greatly damaged the reputation of World Government Marine and even World Government. Guess, under this situation, will the 5 elders let Val go? Obviously, it's impossible. Moreover, other big figures who are also in this chain of interest will inevitably push him out as soon as possible, and his end must be extremely miserable. Therefore, in order to avoid the worst outcome, Val has only one way to survive, and that is get ahead of that mysterious organization and kill everyone first. As long as this is achieved, even if the other party throws out so-called evidence, there will be no actual witness to support it. You said the rat was a witness? No, he is the first offender, just biting people randomly to get away with it. That's right. Not a word of what he said can be trusted. Of course, it will not be easy to silence them this time. After all, 7 pirates and hundreds of villages are involved. These pirates and these villagers, there are so many people, but they are all witnesses. How easy is it to silence everyone? But it's not impossible in this. This is why Val pushed Buster Call so hard. Because only in this way can we ensure that no one is left alive. I have to say that this guy is indeed a ruthless person and very decisive. Val, are you crazy? Buster Call is a power that can be used at will. No, I'm not crazy. I highly suspect that the Revolutionary Army did this, and the purpose is to completely damage the reputation of our Marine and even the world government. Val shouted with a serious look on his face. Others were also a little confused. Revolutionary Army? Yes, it's the Revolutionary Army. Would pirates do such a thing? No, they won't, But the Revolutionary Army is different. Once the reputation of the world government is seriously damaged, they can take advantage of this time to rise quickly. Isn't it? That's it. Like, is this really the case? In the conference room, several lieutenant generals sat down again and began to think deeply. Indeed, the pirates don't have time to help you Marine catch the moths. Could it be to make your internal situation more clear? Not to mention, the rats themselves were cooperating with the pirates. So, was it really done by the Revolutionary Army? If it was really the Revolutionary Army, then why did they deliberately leave all the evidence to us after arresting the people? Shouldn't they have directly disclosed the evidence to the world? Soon, someone asked this question. At this time, Val was also a little stunned. However, this guy's mind does move very fast. It didn't take long for an idea to come up. It's very simple. If they make it public directly, it will indeed cause us a lot of harm. But the harm is limited. As long as we characterize the rats as pirates and issue a wanted order, then the harm will be minimized. But what if he doesn't make it public and dumps all the evidence on us? I heard what you were discussing just now. Although they all shouted to deal with it seriously, they don't seem to be prepared to make this matter public. Am I right? And when you finished processing, the Revolutionary Army suddenly came out with the evidence and even provided us with a copy before publishing it, but we concealed it all. Guess what? The reputation of our Marine and the actual government will suffer a big impact by then. Val kept spitting there. The truth is one set after another. In short, it means the same thing. The only correct answer to this matter is Buster Call. Yes, destroy those pirate groups and all the villages involved. Compared to the reputation of world government, what does it mean to have so many people die? Of course, although many people present were convinced by Val and took his speculation seriously. But Buster Call, even hawkish lieutenant generals, did not agree. Are you kidding me? Marine was nothing but a scumbag and ended up using Buster Call to destroy hundreds of villages? They really can't do this kind of thing. However, Val didn't care about this. He knew that these Marines would not agree. It doesn't matter. Just go to the 5 elders directly. As long as the 5 elders agree, Sengoku can only execute it. Another hour later, the meeting finally came to an end. Naturally, no one supported Val's proposal. The Warring States period, on the other hand, set the tone of investigating first and making decisions later. After all, there are still a lot of questions about the whole thing. Just like, who attacked Branch 16 and kidnapped Mouse and other sailors? Why do they want to leave all the evidence? Although many people agreed with Val's reasoning, no one believed in the real core members such as Sengoku, he and Garp. There are too many logical loopholes. And it was at this time. It has been 2 days since Luo Lan and others returned to Branch 157. Although those people handed over to the Intelligence Ministry by the Navy were transported back through other ships, the rats, Luo Lan stuffed him into the submarine and brought him back together. It is several hundred meters away from the coast and more than 600 meters underwater. A building complex with dozens of modules connected to each other by pipes. It is the system's A-level building, now the underwater prison of Branch 157. After 2 consecutive days of interrogation and the blessing of the great memory recovery technique, not to mention the scene behind his back, which he should not remember he saw in his mother's womb. The mouse also confessed everything. Sure enough, is it this guy? After reading the confession handed over by the interrogator, Luo Lan nodded. After all, this guy Marine is the most suspect. He is in charge of affairs all over the world, and he is also an extremely greedy and lustful person. The only pity is that those big figures in the world government involved behind Val's death. Rats are not qualified enough to know. But it doesn't matter. Let me give it a try. Looking at the numbers on the other confession, the corners of Luo Lan's mouth raised slightly. Who among the 5 elders were able to find out these people and give everyone an explanation? Or how about spending hundreds of millions of dollars in your own pocket to protect these people? I'm very curious. Damn it, what is this? Let me go and confront me if you dare. A burly man wearing a captain's uniform and a pirate hat was currently wrapped in a cloud of white smoke. Can't move. Yelling and yelling. But obviously, No one paid attention to him. Colonel, he is Neba, who has a bounty of 13 million and is known as the Blood Scythe. Mud? What the hell is a rubbish name? No, it's Neba, Colonel. I heard it. Isn't it just Mud? The sailor who reported the report was speechless and didn't bother to correct it again. Yes, Mud is Mud. By the way, who decided on this 13 million? It's just such a piece of rubbish. Is it worth 13 million? Those guys who set the price are just rubbish. Looking at Neba, who was handcuffed, Smoker was very dissatisfied. In his opinion, although this guy is stronger than ordinary sailors, at most he is only at the level of 1 against 10. And that's it. Is it worth a bounty of 13 million Baileys? Of course, Smoker dared to say this, but the people around him didn't dare to answer. Although pirates from all over the world are reported by each branch, it is ultimately determined whether a reward will be offered and how much. That's a matter for the headquarters. Waste. My own colonel is scolding a big shot in his headquarters. How dare they, who are subordinates, accept this? By the way, this is the last pirate group in the information, right? Yes, Colonel. This is already the 5th pirate group we have defeated in 2 days, plus the Dragon Pirates group that was destroyed by an unknown party. That's all. Well, what about the interrogation? The Navy soldier was in a bit of trouble. Smoker frowned deeply. Explain. There is an order from above. Due to the seriousness of the matter, we are not allowed to interrogate privately. Someone will come and take over. Are you sure about the order above? Hearing this, the Navy soldier nodded wildly. He is just a little captain of the 4 seas. How dare he pretend to preach the imperial edict? Which department did it come from? Through Lieutenant General Val's office. Smoker immediately understood this. Everyone who has been in the headquarters knows who that guy Val is. Although he is in charge of world affairs and has no problem with the channels for issuing orders. This matter has become a big deal, and the orders given to Smoker in the past few days all come from the Fleet Admiral office. In other words, Val is no longer qualified to intervene at this moment. Then, it was very strange for the order not to be interrogated to be issued from Val's office. Ignore him, continue the interrogation, open their mouths as soon as possible, and see if there is any usable information. Colonel, just follow my orders, and I'll be responsible for anything that goes wrong. Yes, Colonel. An uninhabited island in the East Dacia Sea. A newsbird woke up and turned around. The next moment, his eyes suddenly widened, because it still remembers. When he was flying over this deserted island, someone suddenly attacked him, and a large net suddenly opened in the sky. Then he lost consciousness. Could it be robbery? He quickly looked at his package. Fine. The newspapers are still there, and there are no shortage of them. What a great blessing among misfortunes. Newsbird breathed a huge sigh of relief. But if it wasn't robbery, what was the purpose of attacking him? It was at this time that a document bag appeared in sight. He pulled out a piece of paper with his beak and looked at it for a while. Newsbird was also shocked. Quickly put this bag of documents into your backpack. I even threw away all the newspapers to make room, then immediately flew into the sky. And this document bag also came out 1 day later, appeared on Morgan's desktop. Everything was implemented step by step according to Luo Lan's plan. As for Luo Lan herself, at the moment he is doing another big thing. 31,240 points. Good guy, before all the stolen goods have been dealt with, we already have more than 30,000 points. System, come out to work. Ding, what does host need? Upgrade now. Ding, the host is currently a D-level fortress builder. Upgrading to C-level requires 30,000 points. Please confirm. Confirm. Ding, 30,000 points have been deducted, leaving 1,240. The upgrade has been completed. Ding, host has received a C-level fortifier gift pack *1. Do you want to open it? Ho, there's actually a gift bag? I thought that gift packages would be given to novices only when the system was activated. It seems now. Can I get it every time I level up? Open. Ding, the C-level fortifier gift pack has been opened. Host has obtained the following items. Fortifier points *10,000. C-level standard construction team *1. 3-month contract. Opportunity to draw senior talents, *1. Assault on the Yangtze submarine Tana, unarmed version. So many things. But what is the construction team inside? Also, that attack on the Yangtze submarine Tana sounds very familiar. By the way, I remembered, isn't that? Suddenly, Luolan suddenly remembered what the attack on the Yangtze submarine Tana was about. Isn't it the TDD one? Wait, what does unarmed version mean? Quickly open the personal space, and everything you just obtained is indeed in it. Then, Luolan's eyes focused on the sci-fi submarine, and the corresponding information was immediately displayed. After reading it, Luolan knew what the so-called unarmed version meant. That means there are no weapons. Not only the ammunition, but also the launching devices are all gone. For example, the vertical launch device of the Tomahawk missile simply disappeared. That area was also vacated and converted into several large storage spaces. As for the torpedo launch tubes in the front section, they have also been eliminated. In other words, the attack submarine Tana obtained by Luolan was only a submarine with high speed and large space. That's all. Although she was a little disappointed, Luolan had to admit one thing, that is, even though it is unarmed, this submarine is still super cool. And the other item is the sea-level construction team. The description above says, sea-level construction teams can be used to build sea-level or sea-level below buildings in all systems. Luolan can understand this, but what it means, Luolan expressed some confusion. In the past, when I built my own house, didn't I just buy it in the system, and then a ship would come to Rhode Island with a construction crew? I didn't need to have a construction team, right? System, should you explain it to me? Ding, because D-level city builders are in the novice stage. The construction team does not need the host to worry about it, but after upgrading, the host needs to be responsible for this part by itself. Newbie period? Will you be responsible for yourself in the future? I looked at the brackets next to the construction team. 3-month contract? Then, he opened the construction module and searched for the construction team. Sure enough, it appeared. Sea-level construction team. 1-month short-term contract, 3,000 points. 1-year long-term contract, 30,000 points. So expensive. After seeing the price, Luolan roared in her heart. 3,000 points for 1 month of employment. There's a slight discount for 1 year, but it costs 30,000 points? It's just going to kill you, okay? Ding, remind host. After passing the novice period, in addition to the construction team, the building material system will no longer be provided for free, and the host will be responsible for it. Phew. Before he could recover from the bad news just now, this was another critical blow. System, are you still a human being? If possible, Luolan would like to start the scolding mode directly. I quickly clicked on another building to check. Really? The system only sells architectural drawings, and if you want the final product, you can only rely on the construction team to build it. The materials required do not allow you to use display materials, and you must use something called standard building materials. Below each building is marked how many units of standard building materials the building requires. Search for this standard building material. Hey guys, 1 point is 1 unit. Think about the dormitory you just looked at. 500 units of standard building materials are required. In other words, another 5 million Baileys will be spent. Let no one live anymore. Looking at his 11,240 points, Luolan, who thought he could do something big, had to sigh deeply. Really? Still poor. When I get stronger, I have to go to Sky Island. After secretly swearing in her heart, Luolan started working honestly. System, use the extraction opportunity of high-level talents. Ding, extracting. Congratulations to host for winning a B-level manufacturing talent. Manufacturing? And only B grade? In the newbie gift pack, I directly drew an S-level scientific research talent, namely Silas. Now, this B-level talent. To be honest, Luolan was very disappointed. But disappointment is disappointment. Something is better than nothing, right? Luolan still read the character introduction seriously. Barton Baker. Race, System Biochemical Man. Loyalty, 100, permanently locked. Special effect, efficiency of all production lines under management plus 30%. Yield plus 3%. Seemingly, not too bad. Luo Lan pinched her chin and made a new judgment. Now there are two factories in 157. One produces firearms, and the other is used to produce daily needs. These two places have always lacked a manager and are somewhat in a mess. After all, Luo Lan doesn't understand this aspect, and neither does anyone else. Now, the arrival of a professional person who can also increase efficiency and yield can still be of great use. Luo Lan nodded and immediately used the summoning function in the system. According to past experience, the characters will arrive at the branch in 3 days. As for how they came, Luo Lan doesn't need to worry about it. The system can handle it anyway. Next, Luo Lan reopened the construction module. 11,240 points. What do you want to create for yourself? The first is the port. Tana is more than 200 meters long. If there is not a suitable port, there's no place to park. But there is also a problem here. That is, it is not difficult to build a large port. You can even build it yourself before the system is upgraded. But in this way, doesn't it expose Branch 157 to the outside world, and anyone who passes by will be able to find it immediately? How does this work? I don't know if there are any ports with hidden properties for sea-level fortification builders. Search port. Rows of buildable items appear. The first few are naturally the regular ports used by D-level fortifiers. Continue scrolling down. C-class ports began to appear. Larger, stronger, and more comprehensive ports appeared one after another. But Luo Lan still kept shaking his head, until he saw a building with a fully enclosed hidden port. It fully meets my requirements. Fully enclosed hidden military port. Building grade C. Site selection requirements. Cliffs or mountains need to be close to the coast. Construction requirements. 1 sea-level construction team. Working hours, 15 days. Material, 2,800 standard building materials. Drawing price, for 1,800 points. Special effect holes, 2. If you want to build such a military port, there are extremely strict requirements. First, there must be large-scale cliffs or mountains on the coast, because this port was built by hollowing out its interior. Normally, it looks like a cliff from the outside, but if necessary, the huge camouflage doors will open to both sides, allowing ships to enter. Even if it is a submarine, you can enter and exit directly underwater without opening the camouflage door. Concealment is very strong. Not to mention, he can also perform 2 special effects. You must know that the previous D-class buildings only had 1 hole, which meant that they could only be attached with 1 special effect. As for the S-level Research Institute and the A-level underwater prison, sorry, Luo Lan can't even add special effects or levels to those 2 things now. Too high. Of course, this port is not without its shortcomings. Compared with several other sea-level ports, one is that the blueprints are more expensive, and the other is that it requires more materials. In total, a full 7,600 points will be consumed. But for the sake of Tana's use, Luo Lan gritted his teeth and endured it. One operation was as fierce as a tiger's. The points balance becomes 3640. Luo Lan continued to browse, and soon locked on another building. Training Center. Building grade, C. Site selection requirements, leveled land. Construction requirements, 1 sea-level construction team. Working hours, 3 days. Material, 800 standard building materials. Drawing price, 1,800 points. Special effect holes, 2. Based on the experience of using the system over the past year. After the building is completed and points are used to extract additional effects, the effects are filtered according to the building itself. In other words, if you build a football field, it is impossible to achieve effects such as file processing efficiency. So if we build a training center, will there be a training effect, or an effect such as improved understanding? Luo Lan felt that it was necessary to try it. It's not expensive after all, right? 2,600 points, take it. Once again, the operation was as fierce as a tiger, and the construction priority of the training center was raised to the top. Luo Lan only has 1040 points left. Not even 1 chance to draw a sea-level special effect is enough. But Luo Lan is not worried, because there are still tens of millions of stolen goods that have not been dealt with, as well as the bounty of the evil dragon and other murlocs. In the next period of time, he will be able to acquire at least nearly 100 million Baileys. Lying on his boss's chair, Luo Lan was looking forward to the day when the training center would be completed in 3 days. But at this time, the office door was violently kicked open. Luo Lan, explain to me, where have my nearly 300 million Baileys gone? Why? There are only 3 million Baileys in the library that can be used. Nami was going crazy. Within a few days of arriving here, she took over the finance of the entire branch. The Bailey brought back this time, coupled with the property that was disposed of one after another, a large amount of wealth was deposited. Just a little bit closer. If Nokigo hadn't stopped her, Nami would have moved the bed directly to the warehouse. As a result, when she woke up, she was ready to take a look at the room full of Baileys before going to work. I was immediately dumbfounded. Where's my 200 million or tens of millions of Baileys? Why are there only 3 million left? No, he went directly to Luo Lan's office. Raging flames shot out directly from the eyes, as if telling Luo Lan, "You're screwed. If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, you're definitely screwed." Seeing this scene, Luo Lan couldn't help but smile bitterly. I really found an ant to come back. Nami, what do you think of branch 157? What's the meaning? Answer me first. Well, it's better than any other place I've ever seen. After thinking for a moment, Nami answered honestly. From the first day she came here, she was completely amazed. Although the style is completely different from that of the pirate world, no matter how you look at it, the buildings here are more beautiful. Compared with before, the architectural style of the pirate world has a feeling of being outdated everywhere. In particular, the small villa that Luo Lan assigned to herself and Nuo Chigao to live together was quite good in terms of design and interior decoration. So, how much do you think it would cost to build such a branch? Let me think about it. I don't know the exact number, but it should be quite a lot, right? After thinking about it carefully, there's still no answer. Nami didn't know how much such a house and various supporting facilities would cost. After all, there is no reference, right? But no matter what, it will definitely not be cheap. Seeing Nami being brought in little by her words, Luo Lan nodded with satisfaction. Soon. So, you know where those Baileys were used, right? You mean the construction branch? That's right. Next we have to hollow out the cliffs in the southern part of the island and build a hidden comprehensive port in it. At the same time, we will also build a modern training center within the branch. So that's it. One even required hollowing out the cliff, building a hidden port inside it, and adding a modern training center. It seems that there are really not many people who can use up to 200 million or tens of millions. Rather, it is relatively cheap. Only, why do I always feel like something is wrong? At this time, Luo Lan came over and patted Nami on the shoulder. Now that you understand, I'll leave first. There's still a lot of things to do. Immediately, someone walked out of the office. It wasn't until 2 minutes later that Nami finally reacted. No, the finances of the entire branch are under my control. Even if this guy wants to build a port or something, he should report to me for approval first. Luo Lan, stop right here. He rushed out of the office and shouted at the same time. It's a pity that Luo Lan has long since disappeared. Didn't alarm anyone. Luo Lan came to the shore, the port where branch 157 used to be. With its shabby appearance, if someone didn't know better, they would think it had been in use for decades. It seemed like it would collapse at any moment. And the small warship docked at the dock. Good guy, even if it's broken, why does the sail look like a torn piece of cloth? With a sail like this, even if it is raised, is it really sure that the warship can move? This, very questionable. Luo Lan is here, and one stop lasts for a full hour, until a medium-sized warship appeared and slowly docked. However, because the action of docking was a little intense, the result, just a light touch, the entire pier collapsed instantly and fell into the water. Luo Lan's mouth twitched. Good guy, I was still counting on broken pier to be able to maintain its facade for another year or two. But it turns out, I'm sorry for crashing your dock, Tina. But it's not Tina's fault. Beige shirt, rose red women's suit, and white justice coat. This is the 30-year-old Marine headquarters colonel who has just been promoted to colonel. To be honest, there are only a handful of female officers in the Marine headquarters, and there are even fewer women who can become colonels at the age of 30 and are still powerful colonels. However, there's a very interesting phenomenon in this department. That is, as long as there are female officers who can climb up, there is no one who is not beautiful. For example, Guion, or the giant female lieutenant general during the War on Top. Even if she is a crane, she was a beauty when she was young, right? Tina is also one of the famous beauties in Marine. It doesn't matter. If it breaks, it will break. Apart from regularly transporting supplies, there is no need for it at all. By the way, long time no see, Sister Tina. Luo Lan waved his hand. Then, just like when I was at the headquarters, I warmly called Sister Tina. The expression on the latter's face also softened a lot. You are really stupid. So what if you give Fleet Admiral a soft thumb? Is it really necessary to go to such an extent? It's a little soft, and I can't accept it. Luo Lan shook his head. Tina sighed. By the way, Sister Tina, why did you come here suddenly? A few hours ago, Luo Lan suddenly received a call from Tina, saying that she wanted to come over to see her. It also surprised me very much. After all, Tina is usually very busy with her tasks and doesn't even have much time to return to her headquarters. Why did you come here suddenly? Do you think Tina wants to? Originally, she was carrying out an important mission, but suddenly she received a message from Fleet Admiral, asking Tina to temporarily abandon the mission and go directly to the East Asia Sea to investigate the affairs of the 16th branch. Who told Tina to be at the very edge of the Grand Route? It took her most of a day to cross the windless zone, and then she got to you. No, let me stop by and see how you are doing. So that's it. Unexpectedly, the headquarters sent Sister Tina over. However, it is not incomprehensible. After all, Smoker is not good at adapting, and he will confront his boss if something happens. For Marine executives who want to suppress this matter, it is obvious that Smoker is not the most suitable person to lead the investigation. Then, it is natural to arrange for someone to take over. At the same time, if Sister Tina takes over, I believe Smoker will not have much trouble. All aspects have been considered. I'm afraid it's that man. Marine Fleet Admiral Sengoku? Why? It's a rare time for Tina to come here, and you don't want to show me around? No, Sister Tina, you know what Branch 157 looks like. Did you see it over there? It's the branch building. If there's anything interesting to see, why not go to your boat and have a chat? Pointing to the two-story building that could be called a dangerous building a few hundred meters away. Luo Lan curled her lips. My good sister, please stop making trouble. There's really nothing to see over there. Let's go to the boat and catch up on old times, and then you set off to investigate the affairs of the 16th branch. Isn't it bad? Okay, that's it. Let's go to Tina's boat for a cup of tea. Hearing Tina say this, Luo Lan also breathed a sigh of relief, immediately prepared to follow and get on the boat. As a result, at this moment, a figure emerged from the woods in the distance, and the loud voice he heard just an hour ago also appeared again. Luo Lan, please explain to me what happened just now. Good guy. When Luo Lan turned to look at Tina again, ready to explain something, I saw Tina's face. He showed a playful expression. Tina has never heard that there are female soldiers in Marine nursing home. Luo Lan was speechless. Isn't it more than 200 million Baileys? Nami, are you going to keep an eye on me? However, this is already the case. What else can I do? Sister Tina, no matter what, Branch 157 also has the official establishment of a third-class Marine branch, and according to regulations, a third-class branch can have a maximum personnel establishment of 100 Marines. And if there is no need for additional budget allocation from the headquarters, the branch head can recruit on his own, as long as the scale does not exceed the establishment. That child's mother was once a Marine. That's why I took her in. Luo Lan said seriously. Once then, killed by pirates. So that's the case, but the conditions here are always too bad. How about just letting her go with Tina? No, Tina just finished speaking. If you don't say a word, you will be shouted out. However, this is not what Luo Lan said, but Nami ran all the way to the dock. although I didn't hear what the two of them said before those last few words. She heard it anyway. Nami, this is Colonel Tina from our headquarters. This time she came to Donghai specifically to investigate the incident of Branch 16. Luo Lan opened his mouth to introduce. At the same time, it also hints at Nami. Don't say things you shouldn't say. She believed that with Nami's intelligence, she would definitely be able to understand. However, Nami returned Luo Lan's look. It was a look that measured Pele, and Luo Lan understood it instantly. He also gave another look in return. The two of them just looked at each other dozens of times in 1 second. Until the end, Nami showed a satisfied smile, and Luo Lan breathed a sigh of relief. Only the two of them knew what kind of agreement they had reached during the bargaining with their eyes just now. A full 10 million Baileys. Hush money. Immediately, Nami stood up straight and raised his hand to salute Tina. Colonel, why? Don't you want to go with Tina? My life was saved by Luo Lan, so I will always follow him. Nami's tone was serious, and for a while, Tina couldn't see any flaws. Only Luo Lan quietly gave a thumbs up. Unexpectedly, this ant's acting skills are really good. Okay, next Luo Lan is going to have a cup of tea on Tina's boat and talk about some things. What about you? I still have a job. Thank you, Colonel, for your kindness. Nami saluted again. Tina didn't force it. After Nami turned around and left, she took Luo Lan on the boat. Inside the cabin, Luo Lan, to be honest, Tina came here this time. In addition to stopping by to see you, she also wanted to ask your opinion on this incident. After all, both Lieutenant General He and Lieutenant General Zhuge once praised you, saying that your resourcefulness is definitely not weaker than theirs, maybe even more so. Tina didn't lie. It's true that she hasn't seen Luo Lan for a long time, so she stopped by to take a look. But at the same time, I also have the idea of asking for advice. Who said that Luo Lan's previous performance in the General Staff Department was too exaggerated? Even Tina herself had 2 tasks that were planned by Luo Lan. Those 2 tasks are also the most difficult tasks Tina has ever performed, but they are also the most successful tasks. Luo Lan picked up the teacup and blew on it, then took a sip. Sister Tina, it's useless for you to ask me about this matter. Why? Because the most correct method. Today's Marine will never use it. Luo Lan shook his head. Tell Tina first. Well, actually the solution is very simple. That is, make the whole thing public in a comprehensive and transparent manner. Then get to the bottom of it, pull out all the people involved, and publicly execute them, and finally double the compensation to all the victims. Well, Tina finally understood why Luo Lan just said that the most correct method would never be used by Marine now. He also heard some of the contents of the previous high-level meeting. It is said that most of the top executives agreed to investigate and crack down on internal bugs. But at the same time, they also all supported suppressing the incident and preventing it from spreading, because they are afraid that this incident will damage the prestige of Marine and the world government. Is there no other way? No. And if we don't do this again, it will be too late, even if we want to do it in the future. Luo Lan sighed. In fact, in his heart, he hopes that he will fail. That is to say, the Warring States period could withstand the pressure and take the actions he just mentioned. But it's a pity that he knows the Warring States period too well. Sister Tina, do you want to hear my advice? Tina, listen. You can find any reason to delay for a few days. For example, when crossing the windless zone, even if there are sea rocks, you will still be attacked by Poseidon. Luo Lan made a proposal. The reason why installing sea tower stones on the bottom of a ship can prevent attacks by Poseidons is that the sea tower stones can emit a strong smell of the sea, making it impossible for Poseidons to sense that there is a ship above. But this is not absolute. For example, if a Poseidon just comes out of the water, it can see ships through its eyes. Therefore, even with the Hailu stone, it is not guaranteed to be 100% immune to attacks. It can only be said to be 99.9% safe. Accidents always exist. Tina doesn't understand. Tina was stunned for a moment, not understanding what this meant at all. Sister Tina, why don't you understand? Either we won't investigate this matter, or we won't find any results. Otherwise, whoever investigates will be in trouble. So, Don't push yourself in. Just let Smoker get in. He has experience in this matter. The worst he can do is to be exiled again. Maybe he can come over and be my companion. Hear Luo Lan's words. Tina looked at him deeply. He just replied with 5 words, without clearly saying whether he agreed or disagreed. Tina knows. That night, Tina's warship left Rhode Island, sailing towards the prosperous circle of the East Dacia Sea. At the same time, Smoker also received a call from Tina, who was told that he was attacked by Poseidons while crossing the windless zone. Although the Poseidons were repelled, the ship was seriously damaged. It is currently docked in Rhode Island for repairs, which is expected to take about 10 days. Smoker was confused when he heard this. It's just a Poseidon. With Tina here, can it still cause serious damage to the ship? How big is this Poseidon class? Or is it that the damage to the ship was fake and the real purpose was to go to Rhodes Island to meet that guy? Well, that's definitely the case. I've known for a long time that Tina has been coveting that kid Luo Lan for several years. No matter, 10 days is 10 days. By the way, I will take advantage of these 10 days while I'm still in charge to kill those moths. Dig them all out. The next day, Barton Baker and a C-class construction team composed of 18 people arrived in Rhode Island one after another. Among them, Barton Baker was appointed as Deputy Minister of Manufacturing. As for the position of Chief Minister, Luo Lan still holds it concurrently for the time being. However, Barton Baker was responsible for all matters, and Luo Lan did not interfere. The reason why he is not made the top leader directly is because B-level talents. It's always a little low. Even if he was not an S-level talent, even if he was an A-level talent, Luo Lan directly handed over the top position to him. As for the C-level construction team, they started the construction of the C-level training center as soon as they arrived. After that, there was a port waiting to be built. Luo Lan would not let them rest with the 3-month contract that came with the gift package. Not even a day. We must speed up the process of making money later, fill them up with work, and squeeze out all the value. Blue brew brew. I am Luo Lan. The phone on the table suddenly rang. Colonel, this is submarine number 2, and it is performing a tracking mission. How's it going? The target continues to sail towards the prosperous area of the East Dacia Sea at a speed of 7 knots. On the phone, a report from the Navy came out. Luo Lan did not reply, but tapped her fingers rhythmically on the table. Until half a minute later. Come back. There's no need to keep following me. Yes, Colonel. Rhode Island, more than 100 nautical miles away. Tina stood on the bow deck of the ship, her coat of justice being blown away. The beautiful eyes that had been closed for a long time finally slowly opened. You brat, even Tina is following you. What secrets are you hiding on Rhode Island? Helmsman, change course, target Rhodes Island. Turn around and wave your right hand. Tina gave the order bravely. In fact, Tina had already discovered something was wrong since she was at the dock that day. A corner of the Grand Line. On the table in front of Morgan's, there are more than 20 manuscripts. Because he was so excited, he wrote and wrote all the time throughout the day, looking at this masterpiece after another. He smiled with satisfaction, but he showed a sad expression again. Everything was written down, but there was still a letter in the document bag that was brought back. In that letter, a timetable was clearly listed. Yes, the key information exposure timetable is, it cannot be exposed directly at once. At the same time, it was also stated that this was just an attempt at cooperation. If Morgans complied, he would be provided with various information in the future. But once Morgans doesn't follow this schedule, then there will be no more cooperation in the future. Is it short-term gain or long-term gain? After struggling for a long time, Morgans finally gave in. Damn schedule, damn threats. Okay, I don't know who you are, but I'll do as you say. After a few vicious curses, Morgans pulled out a manuscript. A branch that wears the appearance of Marine, but is actually a branch of pirates. Okay, this issue of the World Economic News. We'll use this as the front page. Immediately, Morgans recruited several reporters, handed them the report, and asked them to review the incident from various angles. A front page alone is not enough. In this issue of the newspaper, the corresponding content. take up at least 3 pages. Ian, Luolan's little follower. Actually, Tina is very shocked. Marine Branch 157. When Tina was wandering around, she happened to see Ian in training. His eyes immediately widened. Devil fruit, or logias. And, judging from its ability, it should be the burning fruit that was passed on some time ago. This news has actually been received by our headquarters. However, the headquarters is a bit far away from the East Asia Sea, and it takes at least 10 days of sailing. Therefore, when the Sengoku Fleet Admiral arranged for people to come to the East Asia Sea, they received information that Dolly had completely disappeared before they even arrived. He did not give up after that, and sent many people to search for him. But obviously, there was no result. In the end, Luo Lan got it and gave it back to Ian. That's Logia's devil fruit. There are only 4 people in the entire marine, and now there's only one little follower. Tina was quite shocked. It even feels like it was wasted. More than 10 minutes later, Tina wandered into the marine training ground again. An internal team of recruits is doing target practice. What's the result? Naturally, Tina was shocked. What's going on? Why is the target hundreds of meters away? And is this rate of fire too fast? 5 bullets were fired in just about 20 seconds. And the speed of the bullet. Even if you use the color of knowledge, it is difficult to capture it. Although I have just awakened to see and hear color for a few months, I'm still very weak. But isn't this too exaggerated? In almost half a day, Tina visited the entire 157 branch. She couldn't remember how many times she was shocked. Finally, she came to a construction site. It was a training center that was being built. And Luo Lan is also here at the moment. What's being built here? A training center? Hearing this, Tina lost interest. I thought it was just like other places, it was a rare thing. The result? Is this a training center? In Tina's opinion, it is nothing more than a place with equipment related to physical training, just like the headquarters training camp. I can't say it's useless, but it's really nothing special. Seeing Tina's expression, Luo Lan raised the corners of his mouth slightly. My sister Tina, maybe this thing is just a simple training center, but in Branch 157, any building as long as it is equipped with special effects. By the way, sea-level buildings can also have 2 special effects. One is to improve training efficiency, and the other is to improve comprehension. I'll see if you can still stay here. Tina doesn't know yet. At this moment, Luo Lan is already thinking of ways to keep her in Branch 157 forever. However, just as Luo Lan and Tina were talking about this, the latest issue of World Economic News. On sale now. Countless newsbirds, carrying packages loaded with newspapers, fly to every corner of the world. Headline: a branch that wears the appearance of marine, but is actually a branch of pirates. Editorial 1. Who is responsible for such a major accident? Editorial 2. Lieutenant General Val, who is responsible for international affairs. Who is this person? Editorial 3. Even the warring state's fleet admiral didn't dare to deal with it. It turns out that Lieutenant General Val is from. Editorial 4. Almost half of the newspapers reported on this incident. There are 4 pages, and 3 pages are occupied. In addition to the headlines, there are dozens of articles written by reporters. The whole world exploded in an instant. However, Morgans did comply with that condition. That is, act in accordance with the prescribed time notes. Therefore, the content of this newspaper is basically focused on the events of the 16th branch. Even if Val's name appears many times, it is only because he is responsible for the affairs of the world in the branch. Other deeper contents were not mentioned at all. I have to say that this made many people breathe a sigh of relief. I think that the group of people who kidnapped the mouse only knew something on the surface, and the other party didn't seem to know very well. If this is the case, then the subsequent matters will be much easier to deal with. Even Val doesn't seem to have to be abandoned. After all, it will take a lot of time and Bailey to retrain as second Val. It will be best if you don't do this. And at the same time, Val was also called Holy Land Marie Joya. Between powers, the blonde 5 elders crumpled the newspaper into a ball and threw it in Val's face. You idiot! Did you go to Marine to do this kind of thing? Val knelt on the ground, his forehead covered with cold sweat. Master Five Elders, it's really not. Shut up, do you think we are fools? No, no, don't dare. Val was shaking all over and put his head on the ground, unable to speak clearly. Don't you dare? Launch the Buster Call, and launch it hundreds of times in a row, destroying more than 100 villages respectively. I think you are quite brave. Yes, yes, for the reputation of the world government, those untouchables will die without mercy. This is the safest way. Be careful. Do you know what Buster Call is? The blonde Five Elders roared again. He didn't care whether the hundreds of people in the village were dead or alive, but was Buster Call something he could use at will? And used it hundreds of times in a row? I bet you can figure it out. If this is really done, is Buster Call still Buster Call? Is it still a deterrent? This is like a nuclear bomb. Hidden in the silo is the greatest deterrent. If this is launched all day long, although it will make people feel scared, its deterrence will be greatly reduced. If I had to describe it in one sentence, it would be, when death becomes a daily routine, then death itself is no longer scary. He spread his hands again. Tina was completely speechless. It always feels like every punch I hits cotton. Okay, Tina, you did everything right, but why did you hide it from the headquarters afterwards? Do you know that just because of your incident, the entire Marine headquarters is in chaos? If one mistake is made, even Marine's reputation will be greatly damaged. What are you planning? Tina put her left hand on her hips and rested her right hand on the table. He asked sharply. In fact, that's what happened. For Luo Lan, he would create a super standard branch on his own, or he would take action to rectify the moths in Marine. Tina doesn't need to care about these. There is not even much need to peep into Luo Lan's secrets. But after that, she found it a bit unacceptable, because no matter how you look at it, Luo Lan's goal in doing these things is to attack Marine's reputation. In other words, this is simply treating Marine as his enemy. Sister Tina, do you know who is behind the mouse? Tina knows that if she guessed correctly, it should be Lieutenant General Val, who is responsible for the affairs of the world. Yes, it's Lieutenant General Val. So is Lieutenant General Val really the mastermind behind all this? Hearing this, Tina was stunned. But soon she remembered how Val entered Marine and how he became a lieutenant general. So what Luo Lan means is, yes, the mouse is just an agent pushed to the front line by Val and Val. It's also just a tool introduced by some people to take charge of the front line and help them make money. So, what do you expect our Lord Fleet Admiral to do? And what can he do? This time, Tina understood. To put it bluntly, there are too many people involved in this matter, and many of them are big figures in world government. No matter what the Sengoku Fleet Admiral's determination was, in the end he could only reach the position of Lieutenant General Val. It was impossible to continue digging deeper, let alone to clear out all the people involved. After that, those guys may be quiet for a few months or even a year or two. But after this incident is completely over, the second or even third Val will be launched again. Likewise, more rats will reappear, and those civilians who finally escaped from the darkness will fall into darkness again. Involuntarily, Tina was a little shaken. But soon, that's not why you plotted against Marine. Luo Lan, listen to Tina. It's still too late. Just tell Fleet Admiral about this matter, and he will find a way to solve it. Tina shook her head, shaking off her previous wavering. Start persuading. But Luo Lan, he raised his hand and pointed to the wall on one side. Sister Tina, do you recognize this? Tina turned around and looked in the direction Luo Lan pointed. Just like those in the offices of Marine executives, there was a copybook representing her own justice hanging. However, Tina is too familiar with the copybook hanging in Luo Lan's office at the moment. In other words, there are not many sailors who have joined Marine for more than 10 years who don't know this. Justice that rules the world. Don't worry, Sister Tina. After all, I'm also a Marine. Unless it is hopeless, I will not destroy Marine. And the ultimate goal this time. First, find out all those involved and give them the punishment they deserve. Second, force the world government to take out Bailey and double compensation to all victims. Third, cut off the dirty hands of the world government from within Marine. Tina opened her mouth with a look of shock. You are crazy. These things are impossible. Slapping the world government in the face doesn't count. They have to pay compensation to civilians. Even, do you want to use this to weaken the world government's control over Marine? How is that possible? I'm afraid the five elders would rather launch a buster call than make such a compromise. Sister Tina, after we have known each other for so many years, have you ever seen me do something you're not sure about or come up with an impossible plan? Tina thought about it for a moment, and it seemed that there really wasn't. No matter how unreliable the actions planned by Luo Lan may seem, they can always be executed perfectly in the end. Well, Sister Tina, you can stay with me for a while. After 1 month, if you find out that I didn't do it, then if you want to report me or something, that's up to you. But if I did it, how about you keep a secret from me? Luo Lan suggested. But Tina frowned. Are you going to put Tina under house arrest? What do you mean temporary stay? This is clearly house arrest. It's just that this guy is getting really brave now. How dare he put me under house arrest? Looks like it's time to clean up. The next moment, Tina's eyes burst into flames. If you want to keep me here temporarily, you can, but the premise is, if you win over Tina, Tina will agree to everything you said otherwise. It's better to go back with Tina to meet Fleet Admiral. The genius is bright. There were already many people surrounding the school grounds. In the center, there are two figures wearing white justice coats, standing opposite each other. Tina didn't expect that there would be so many people in Branch 157. Look around. Tina was really surprised. Good guy, there are hundreds of people. 2/3 of them were wearing Marine uniforms. The remaining 1/3, although they do not have Marine uniforms, do have uniforms. Some are in white coats, and the other are in gray overalls. There are still too few people to reach my goal. Luo Lan shook his head. It's not that he was in Versailles, but that's really what I think. Both the number of strong men and the number of grassroots Marines are too few, especially the strong ones. In other words, Ace is close to the superhuman realm, which is 500 power points. Apart from this, the strongest ones are Luo Lan and Ian. In terms of strength alone, they are much worse than Ace at this moment. At most, it is at the level of a trainee CP9. Of course, the power value does not mean everything. It can only be regarded as digitizing a person's basic physique. Just compare Luo Lan and Ace, although their power levels are quite different. But if we really want to have an unlimited duel, Ace really can't beat Luo Lan. Marine's reputation as the gunslinger is not for nothing. With Casol and Jackal in hand, Ace can't even get close. If he can remain undefeated for 1 minute, that's already great. At this moment, Casol and Jackal were also held in Luo Lan's hands. Although it was obvious, Tina didn't care. Isn't it just that the style is very novel, and even looks very sci-fi to her? So what? A musket is still a musket. No matter how you make it look like, you can't get rid of the fact that it is a musket. This battle only takes a few seconds. It will be finished. Then, take Luo Lan to admit your mistake to Fleet Admiral. Tina thought silently in her heart. Lift your hand, then bite the end of the glove to tighten it. In the end, 5 elders still did not kill Val. To say why, it's really simple because, without him, I am loyal and easygoing. Some minor mistakes are still tolerable. After Val returned to Marine headquarters, he changed his behavior when he was among the powers before and went to the Sengoku office with an order. From now on, Val will be fully responsible for the investigation of the 16th branch, and both the headquarters and the Donghai branches must give their full assistance. In just a few minutes, Val, with a proud expression on his face, he walked out of the Warring States office. And the Warring States period. He slapped the table hard. His face was full of anger, but he was helpless. I'm a Marine Fleet Admiral, but I am just a Marine Fleet Admiral. On the same day, Val boarded a large warship and set off from his headquarters to the East Asia Sea. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed. The new training center of Branch 157 is finally completed. System, start extracting special effects. Ding, extraction is in progress. Please wait. Extraction completed. Building characteristic 1. Body shaping plus 80%. Building feature 2. Physical consumption dash 30%. Does the host need to be imprinted? No, don't. Luo Lan refused directly. What the hell, body shaping? What the hell is this? As for the physical exertion, it is actually a bit useless, because it is only consumed during training. Although the first draw was free, I was really unlucky. I looked at what I had left before and what I had recharged in the past 2 days. TSK. That's just over 3,000 points. Each refresh of sea-level building characteristics requires 1,000 points. In other words, I only have 3 refresh opportunities in total. System, refresh building characteristics 1 first. Ding, refresh completed. Building feature 1. Building gravity is 10 times adjustable. For the first time, Luo Lan didn't even react. Adjustable gravity? Emotions look like specific illustrations of this property. As a result, it turned out to be exactly what I thought. The gravity inside the building could be adjusted according to my needs. Even different rooms inside can also be set to different gravity. As for the adjustment range, it is 1 to 10 times gravity. Simply, so cool. No need to think about it at all. System building characteristic 1 starts to be imprinted. Ding, engraving is completed. Very good. Then the building characteristics 2 will be refreshed. Ding, refresh completed. Building feature 2. Building solidity plus 50%. Building solidity? It's useful. People who don't have the ability to break in will be fine if they don't have the solidity. As for those who have come in, even if you have 50% more strength, you will still be leveled to the ground with 1 move. It makes no sense at all. System, keep refreshing. Last chance. If you can't get a good one, you can only do this temporarily. Who left himself without Pele? Ding, refresh completed. Building feature 2. All feature effects are doubled. Good guy. Here comes another characteristic that Luo Lan has never seen before. All properties are twice as effective. Luo Lan focused on the detailed explanation. Note, this effect can only be applied to other characteristics of the same building, doubling its original effect. Hiss. Doesn't that mean? System, imprint building characteristics 2. Ding, engraving is completed. The voice of the system rang in his mind, and Luo Lan quickly looked at the huge training center in front of him. Comprehensive Training Center. Grade C. Building feature 1. Building gravity is 20 times adjustable. The effect bonus of feature 2 has been calculated. Building feature 2. All feature effects are doubled. Boy, these are really awesome. Immediately, with a thought from Luo Lan, the gravity of the entire building was increased to the maximum. A full 20 times. Later, Luo Lan controlled several independent training rooms internally at different times. Well, it's quite convenient. Luo Lan couldn't help but admire. And just when Luo Lan was having a great time, this is the training center. I have to say, this is quite beautiful. Tina should go and visit it. Tina is not unfamiliar with various facilities for physical training. It's nothing more than barbells, dumbbells, and the like. I've seen it a lot in the past at our elite training camp, but this building looks really beautiful from the outside. Everything you see is made of glass, and you can't see the walls at all. Tina's interest was immediately aroused, and she wanted to go in and visit. Of course, Luo Lan doesn't care about this request. However, just when Tina stepped in, he suddenly remembered something. Oops, the gravity setting is not off yet. 20 times the gravity made Tina's body extremely heavy. In addition, without any psychological preparation, he was instantly forced to kneel on one knee and supported his body with his right hand. What situation? The next moment, the unusual gravity dissipated without any warning, just like it had appeared before. Feeling light all over, Tina also stood up again and then moved her hands and feet one by one. Found nothing wrong. Sister Tina, are you okay? Tina is okay, wait. Was it you who did it just now? Just a small mistake. Well, keep talking. Tina is listening. Tina crossed her arms across her chest and stared at Luo Lan. This reminded Luo Lan of a certain scene from his previous life. While an uncle was sitting on the bed next to him, holding a small notebook in his left hand and a pen in his right hand, writing something on it. After a while, he spoke calmly without raising his head. Well, keep talking, I'm listening. The image is really strong. Luolan was also stunned. He immediately shook his head and shook off this speechless scene. Sister Tina, there's a kind of fruit called heavy fruit. You should have heard of it, right? Tina has seen the Devil Fruit illustrated book. Is it the one from Paramecia? Yes. Actually, this building is very similar to the power of that fruit. It can adjust gravity within a certain range. What is this guy talking about? How is it possible to do this kind of thing? You can't say that this building has suffered a lot, right? Although I have heard that the Science Corps is indeed developing technology to make dead animals eat devil fruits, but it seems like we are still far away from success, right? You have created something that even Vegapunk has not come up with, and it's a whole building? Tina was confused, completely confused. Luolan didn't know how to explain the system, and she didn't know how to explain it. Then, there must be a reasonable explanation for the various miracles of Branch 157 in the future. Well, the idea of letting dead creatures eat devil fruits seems very good to Luolan, and there will be no problem no matter how you play it. Tina is shocked. After thinking about it for a while, Tina was stunned. He finally understood. No wonder Branch 157 was full of weirdness. It turned out, that's what happened. What do you think, Sister Tina? Do you want to get a permanent private room here? At this moment, Luolan also took 2 steps forward, said with a smile next to Tina, "Make arrangements for Tina immediately." It's indeed that guy. Bang! The huge force caused the tabletop to crack with a slap. Smoker was furious. After several days of investigation, although no clues were found here in the 16th branch, some information was obtained from the mouths of other captured pirates. It is said that one time when the mouse went to collect taxes, he got drunk and said something. According to the pirate's confession, the mouse's original words at that time were, "What are you afraid of? Behind me is Lieutenant General Val, and behind Lieutenant General Val is the world government. So understand, as long as you pay your taxes on time, you'll be fine." With 2 cigars in his mouth, the room became increasingly filled with smoke. Smoker is thinking. Yes, he is thinking. It's not that I'm wondering if that's the end of it, but thinking about whether Marine's justice still exists. I think back then he was also one of the top players in that elite training camp. But what happens next? It was because he couldn't stand the behavior of his superiors and even insulted his superiors that he was exiled to the East Asia Sea. Although he is a colonel like Tina, a colonel from the Sea High branch, and a colonel from the headquarters, can it be the same thing? No matter the weight or the future, they're all very different. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, Smoker picked up the phone. He decided to trust Marine for once. Instead of calling his immediate superior, Val, he overstepped his authority and called Warring States directly. Blue Brew Brew. This is the Warring States period. Sengoku Fleet Admiral. I am Smoker. Smoker? What's wrong? Warring States was a little surprised. After all, according to the rules, C. Morgan cannot call him directly. Even if he wants to talk to himself, he should first call his immediate superior and then transfer him. As for his direct boss, well, it's Val. In addition, Tina's ship is stuck near the windless zone, and Smoker is still responsible for the investigation of the East Asia Sea for the time being. Warring States immediately understood why Smoker called him directly. I am afraid it was Smoker who found out something, and what he found out, is it related to Val? Fleet Admiral, I have found some clues about Donghai. Say it directly. Indeed it is. Warring States couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's not that I don't want him to find out, but no matter what Smoker found out, it was of no use. Because the Order of the 5 Elders clearly stated that they wanted to protect Val. Even Fleet Admiral himself is powerless to change all this. Next, Smoker spent 10 minutes carefully reporting everything he had discovered in the past few days. The more he heard this, the angrier Warring States became. Originally, I thought it was Val who was causing trouble, but now after listening to what Smoker said, Val is just an agent. The real masterminds behind the scenes are the senior officials of the world government. Therefore, the 5 Elders also knew this, so they kept Val alive. After all, there are too many people involved. Warring States nodded. Smoker. Yes, Warring States Fleet Admiral. The commissioner responsible for this incident is already on the way. You should stop all actions immediately until the other party arrives and takes over. Tina. No, it's not Tina, it's Lieutenant General Val. His eyes instantly widened to their maximum size. Smoker couldn't believe it. I just told Warring States about the things I found out. But in the end, Warring States turned around and told himself to stop the investigation immediately and hand over all subsequent investigations to VAR. Let him investigate himself? What a joke. Fleet Admiral, I can't accept it. This is an order from the Five Elders. You must accept it. The Warring States period shouted loudly. In fact, he has always been quite optimistic about Smoker. After all, he is a Logia user with a strong sense of justice. However, this guy is too straight. Just like that kid Luo Lan. If this continues, even a rare Logia will sooner or later be cleared by the world government. Therefore, he exiled him. 7 or 8 years later, when he has figured out and is more mature, he will be transferred back to the headquarters for appointment. Now, several years have passed. Ken Smoker, still nothing has changed. Sengoku, Fleet Admiral, I will accept any punishment, but I will never compromise. Whole Smoker, do you want to disobey me? I'm just doing what a Marine should do. I won't stop investigating until your official order is issued. What is a formal order? That is, written orders that are issued layer by layer through Marine's command system and finally sent to Smoker's hands. Even if it was spoken directly by Warring States on the phone, it would not be considered a formal order. Of course, even though he said that, except for Smoker, no one in Marine would take Sengoku's words as an order. Even before Warring States had time to say anything, Smoker unilaterally hung up the phone. Someone is coming. Fleet Admiral. Hearing the shouts of the Warring States period, the messenger outside the door immediately called the gate of opening to enter. Immediately issue an order in an expedited manner. Smoker, the head of the Rogtown branch, will be stripped of all his positions. His military rank will be reduced to seaman recruit, and he will be transferred to the 157th branch to serve. Yes, Colonel. After a salute, the ordering soldier turned and left. It wasn't until he left the office that he showed a hint of shock. What did Colonel Smoker do? He was about to be dismissed from all positions, and even his military rank was reduced to seaman recruit. The most important thing is that he has to be exiled to Branch 157, that Marine nursing home. Marine's signaling system was operating at full speed. In just half an hour, a written order that complied with all procedures was delivered to Smoker. Moreover, it was sent by Smoker's major adjutant. It's so efficient that it doesn't even look like a Marine. Colonel, this... it's not like those people above want to stop our investigation. But this is too much. When this order was faxed, the major had already read it. The various stamps on it are so ridiculous that even the cleaning department has stamped them. The content is even more outrageous. Removal, demotion, and exile. What on earth did my own colonel do? Colonel, there is definitely something wrong with this order. It is probably forged by someone. Otherwise, how could it be even stamped by the cleaning department? Stop talking. This is indeed an order issued by Fleet Admiral himself. Smoker shook his head. He really didn't expect that Warring States Fleet Admiral would move so fast. In order not to give myself any excuses, all departments in Marine were stamped, even the cleaning department. Sighed deeply. Before the new branch chief arrives, Rogtown will be handed over to you. By the way, arrange a ship to take me to Rhodes Island. After saying that, Smoker waved his hand and walked out of the office. The major behind him stood straight and saluted with his right hand. I haven't put it down for a long time. The self-training center was built. This has become the favorite place of all the sailors in the 157th branch. But it is a pity that the size is limited and cannot accommodate all sailors at one time. Then, Luo Lan set the rules. Of course, there are no such restrictions on the 8 single rooms inside. Currently, there are only 4 people in the entire 157 branch who are eligible for single rooms. Luo Lan, Ian, Ace, and Tina. The remaining 4 single rooms are currently unoccupied. Originally, Luo Lan had thought about making arrangements for Nokigo and Nami respectively. However, both of them refused. No Kigo said that he was an ordinary sailor and did not want to be special. And Nami, if you have time to practice, you might as well keep an eye on the warehouse to prevent Bailey from being misappropriated by Luo Lan again. Okay, don't use it if you don't need it. Just leave it empty for now. Sooner or later someone will need it. 2,177. 2,178. Under 8 times gravity. Luo Lan worked hard to do push-ups. It's not that Luo Lan can't bear the higher gravity, but the current 8 times is the most suitable for him, and any higher will reduce the effect. 10 minutes later, warm-up of 3,000 push-ups completed. Luo Lan stood up and started shaving training again. Shave. A series of loud stamping sounds sounded like explosions. However, Luo Lan's body did not move out. One reason is that under 8 times gravity, his pedaling speed is greatly slowed down. The same time of 0.36 seconds cannot even be achieved by pedaling 10 times. The other is that the force of each pedaling step is too great, which is also affected by gravity. But this is all to be expected. Luo Lan continued to practice again and again. He believes that as long as he can use the shaver perfectly in a high-gravity environment. So, under normal circumstances, your shaving will be qualitatively improved in terms of speed and control. Unknowingly, the time has come to night. Luo Lan walked out of the training center and returned to her home to take a shower. Afterwards, he went to the branch building. In a conference room located next to the branch director's office, Luo Lan, Ian, Nami, Silas, and Barton arrived and sat down one after another. However, just when Luo Lan was about to speak, the conference room door was suddenly pushed open. The person who walked in was none other than Tina. Sister Tina, we are in a meeting. Tina knows that, so she came here to listen. Isn't it okay? Well, for a moment, Luo Lan was speechless. Ask me if I can. What do you say? Sister Tina, it's okay to sit in, but are you sure? What? You want to say that once Tina hears this, she will never be able to leave your 157th branch. That's right. The next moment, the atmosphere in the conference room was a little uncomfortable. That's murderous intent. Moreover, this was the first time since Luo Lan met Tina that she had unleashed murderous intent on him. For 3 full minutes, until Nami was shaking a little, Tina finally regained her momentum. If you want to keep Tina, you have to rely on your strength. It has nothing to do with whether Tina is attending today. It was indeed Tina who was careless before, but next time, do you still have a chance? He directly pulled the seat next to Luo Lan and sat down. Tina said calmly. In fact, Luo Lan also admitted this. In the last duel, Tina took advantage of Tina's wrong understanding of herself. That is to say, my strength value is only 5 points, and except for being good at playing with guns, I can't do anything else. Because of this, Tina did not use Devil Fruit during the battle, and only used about 30 to 40% of her physical strength. Coupled with the last accident, she was stunned for a moment before Luo Lan seized the opportunity to capture her. Otherwise, unless it was a real life and death battle, Luo Lan would have absolutely no chance of winning against Tina. After all, you can't use Shinji bullets or even Seastone bullets, right? Sighed slightly, but soon Luo Lan felt relieved. Anyway, sooner or later, I will be a member of the 157 branch, so I should know my future position in advance. Moreover, I can't beat it now, but it will be hard to say in a month. Okay, old rules, starting with Nami. Oh, start with me? Nami was surprised. Speaking of which, this was the first time she had attended such a meeting since she came here. I have no experience, so I don't know where to start. Yes, let's start with you and tell us about the current financial situation of the branch. So that's it. Nami nodded. If he wanted to say this, he would be unable to finish it for 3 days and 3 nights. The current financial situation of the branch is very bad. There are only 8 million belly in the warehouse. After the salary is paid this month, it will bottom out immediately. I request that in the future, if certain people want to take money from the warehouse, they must report first, and they can only withdraw it after my approval. Nami almost said this last sentence through gritted teeth. However, turn down. Next, Silas says it. Without any hesitation, Luo Lan refused directly. Before Silas could start speaking, Nami was furious. Reject, Luo Lan. Why do you reject it? I made it clear that some of the people I just mentioned are you. Pointing at someone in front of him, Nami directly shouted at him. But obviously, this is of no use. Nami, have you visited Silas's research institute? I've been there before. I really don't know how you built such an underground complex. Nami nodded. Apart from anything else, this hive-like underground scientific research institute is really amazing. Until now, Nami has doubted whether she had an illusion. In fact, the Scientific Research Institute does not exist, because it is impossible to imagine how it was created. Okay, we are currently starting work in the south of the island to build another super project. I will return more than 200 million to the warehouse, and I will no longer withdraw Bailey from the warehouse in the future, but you will be responsible for completing these projects. Well, if Bailey isn't enough, then you'll have to pay for it out of your own pocket. Listen to this. Nami was immediately stunned. A super project is currently under construction in the south of the island? Or is it at the level of a scientific research institute? How much will it cost? Nami's eyes instantly turned into Bailey's symbol and kept turning. In the end, it is impossible to estimate until it is almost smoking. But she is sure of one thing, that is, let alone 200 million, even 20 billion would not be able to build that hive-like underground scientific research institute. And super projects of the same level, give me more than 200 million Baileys, and then spend hundreds or hundreds of billions of my own money to build it. Okay, I admit it, but when you withdraw money from Bailey in the future, at least tell me, this is the bank, right? Nami was scared. Luo Lan raised the corner of her mouth slightly. Silas, you start. Yes, Colonel. Yes, Colonel. Silas stood up in a white coat. However, he was interrupted for the second time. Etc. Everyone looked along the sound. The person who spoke was none other than Tina, who said she was here to listen. Tina is very confused. Where's the underground Hive Research Institute you just mentioned? Although she didn't understand many parts of the conversation between Nami and Luo Lan just now, there were also some parts that she understood clearly. To put it simply, the little girl in charge of finance was complaining to Luo Lan, pointing out that he had misappropriated most of the branch's funds without even saying hello, and the amount even reached more than 200 million. Luo Lan said that I can return it all to the warehouse and will not embezzle it again in the future. But, currently under construction, you will be responsible for a super project of the same level as that Cellular Underground Research Institute. If Bailey is not enough, then pay out of your own pocket. Tina understood these words. But what he didn't understand was that the cost of the project seemed to frighten Nami. Even though Luo Lan said that he would return more than 200 million Bailey to the warehouse, the little girl was still scared. So, where exactly is that Hive Underground Research Institute? And how much does a super project of the same level cost? This is what Tina wants to know. However, the conference room suddenly became quiet. No one answered Tina, but they all looked at Luo Lan. After all, that place is the top secret of Branch 157. It is up to Luo Lan to decide whether to tell Tina. They don't dare to speak casually. Sister Tina, didn't you ask me last time how to solve my physical problems? You also asked me who invented the musket of Branch 157. The answer to all this actually lies in this Hive Underground Research Institute, and Silas is the director of the science department of my Branch 157 and the top leader of this research institute. Science department? Why do these clothes look so familiar? Now Tina remembers that a group of people from the science force came to the headquarters to test equipment and wore clothes like this. So you're a scientist? Tina looked at Silas in surprise. Yes, he is the chief scientist of our branch. It was he who solved my physical problems, and those rifles were also developed by the science department. As for the Hive Underground Research Institute, to put it simply, it is a larger dungeon than the current surface section of Branch 157. Luo Lan nodded, then explained. Tina's outlook was immediately shattered. She also visited the entire 157th branch these days, but you told me that you have a larger underground city? It's no wonder that the little girl was scared just now. If this is the case, tens of billions of Baileys may not be useful, let alone a mere 200 million Baileys. But a new problem appeared again. So how did Luolan do it with only more than 200 million Baileys? Of course, Luolan wouldn't tell Tina this part. In fact, let alone more than 200 million Bailey, it is 2 billion. Luolan couldn't possibly build that thing. You know, that is an S-level building. If you really want to build it yourself, you will probably need at least millions of points. Who is so lucky that the novice gift pack is directly issued? Okay, Silas, go ahead. Yes, Colonel. Silas first looked around and saw that no one wanted to interrupt, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, I was interrupted twice, and I have a psychological shadow. Colonel, since mass production of the Rhodes 1518 rifle began, the scientific part has been divided into 3 groups. This group is led by me personally and is responsible for genetic research. The main goal is to open the second genetic lock for you, Colonel. The second group is responsible for the extended design of the Rhodes 1518 type, and the third group is conducting pre-research work on a new cannon. If we talk about the problems encountered, Colonel, our department is too short of people. In the end, Silas actually resorted to crying. However, Luolan couldn't do anything about it. I am too poor now and cannot afford to buy a scientific research biochemical human. After all, even a junior scientific research biochemical person in the system is worth 100 points per person. The few points I have left are enough to buy a few people, and they won't have much effect on the current situation at all. And the most important thing is that you still have to save points now. Otherwise, after the port is built, you won't even have enough points to brush the characteristics. So what will happen? I know your science department is having difficulties. Just hold on, and I'll try my best to help you solve it next month. All right, hear this answer. Silas also sighed. He is also very tired now. Although among the 3 groups, only the first group is directly led by him. But for the other 2 groups, doesn't he need to keep an eye on them? There's no way. Now, in the entire science department, except for him, all the other scientific researchers are junior scientific research biochemical people. It's not that Luolan has never thought of recruiting from the local area. But in the world of pirates, people who can do scientific research, there are only a handful of them. Each and every one of them has been gathered by various forces for a long time, and there are no wild ones at all. Go to those big forces to rob people. Luolan will definitely do this in the future, but now, don't have this strength. To the left of Luolan, Tina was confused again. Genetics? What the hell? Never heard of it. Also, shouldn't artillery be called a smoothbore cannon? What is a cannon? I don't understand. I don't understand at all. I wanted to ask, but I was too embarrassed to ask. After all, I had just interrupted a meeting. Tina, it's also a shame. Well, control your expression and continue. Listen in. Next, Luolan and Silas discussed several issues before finally ending. Next, it's Patton's turn. A B-level manufacturing bionic from the system. Since he took over the 2 factories in the branch, the production of Rhodes 1518 rifles has been increasing every day, and even after 3 days at most, the entire branch can be completely redressed. To be honest, Luolan is still very satisfied. I even felt that this B-level talent was somewhat underestimated, and I had some thoughts of correcting him. Of course, there is no rush, just wait and see for a while. Patton didn't say much, but mainly made 2 requests. The first request is similar to Silas's, and that's manpower. Manufacturing. How can no one do it? It's not the fully automated production line, like Luolan's previous life. The production lines used today, it can't even be called a semi-automatic. The efficiency that has been improved in the past few days has reached Barton's limit. Want to improve? There is no other way but to increase manpower. Fortunately, the people on Barton's side are easy to deal with because they are not high-level talents like scientific researchers, just workers. Even the current manpower in a manufacturing department is composed of civilians and slaves that Ian has brought back every time in the past year. Therefore, Luolan promised to help him solve the problem as soon as possible. But the second request is a bit troublesome. That is, various raw materials required for production. After all, production can be magic. It can create something out of nothing. Without raw materials, nothing can be made. In the past, in order to ensure that the information of Branch 157 was not leaked, Luo Lan would even spend more Baileys to purchase various raw materials from the black market instead of going through normal channels. So, this is also Bailey's problem. Alas, I will always be so poor. Sighed deeply. Luo Lan has no choice for the time being. It was at this time that Tina's voice came from the left again. You? Short of money? Are you short of money? Tina's question made Luo Lan feel a little weird. Yes, I am very short of money. Will you support me? Of course, he couldn't really say that. There is no way. If you support hundreds of people, your monthly salary alone will be several $1,000,000, and other daily expenses will also be considerable. Well, it seems so. Tina nodded, because there was nothing wrong with what Luo Lan said. After thinking for a moment, he took out a parchment roll. This is a treasure map that Tina obtained some time ago. The location is in the East Daxia Sea, but there is no way to guarantee its authenticity. If you are interested, you can try it. Push the sheepskin treasure map in front of Luo Lan. Tina resumed her original sitting position again and continued to listen. Luo Lan, on the other hand, picked up the treasure map, opened it, and took a look. Sister Tina, thank you. At the end of the meeting, Ian gave a report. He is currently responsible for a lot of work, whether it is combat order, logistics order, or recruiting. He is in charge of everything. In addition, Ian is also in charge of the current largest department of Branch 157, the Intelligence Department. She shared too much pressure with Luo Lan. As a result, when Ian was only halfway through his work report, Tina glared at Luo Lan fiercely. This meaning needs no translation at all. That is, even a tool man would not use it like this. After all, I have been your follower for several years. As long as Ian doesn't die, then he can use it to his death, right? But at the same time, Tina was also shocked. If you include all the sailors in Branch 157, including recruits, the number will be almost 300. The most exaggerated thing is the Intelligence Department, which has more than 100 agents and tens of thousands of non-staff personnel. The entire network covers almost the entire East Daxia Sea. There are even people from the Intelligence Department in all the major pirate groups. Is this what a branch can have? I was forced to sit in on a meeting, but Tina was immediately stunned. However, the following was what really stunned him. Colonel, just a few minutes before the meeting started, the Intelligence Department just received the latest information about Colonel Smoker. Tell me, how many ranks did he get this time? Luo Lan was stunned for a moment, then asked directly. He was stunned because this happened earlier than he expected. After all, he had told Tina before that if Smoker continued to be responsible for the investigation, he would be punished sooner or later. Maybe he will also be assigned to Branch 16 to accompany him. I just didn't expect it to be so fast. Colonel. Yeah. Already know. I guessed it. You continue to report. Yes. According to the information we have received, Marine Headquarters has ordered that the investigation of the East Daxia Sea will be handed over to Lieutenant General Val. Colonel Smoker must immediately stop all investigations until Lieutenant General Val arrives. As a result, this guy disobeyed. Yes, so the Warring States Fleet Admiral issued an order to strip Colonel Smoker of all his positions, and his military rank was reduced to seaman recruit, and, at the same time, he was transferred to the 157th branch. Speaking of this, Ian's expression was also a little strange. It's really, Warring States Fleet Admiral, isn't it just giving us talents? As a result, Branch 157 now has 2 natural physics members. Yes, of the 5 Logia in Marine, almost half are here. Smoker was fired. Moreover, Sengoku Fleet Admiral actually gave Lieutenant General Val full responsibility for the investigation. Examine yourself. When you find out, Tina is confused. Who had the biggest reaction after the news was revealed? That's definitely Tina. Of course, she had expected what happened to Smoker. After all, Luo Lan had said before that although she was a little surprised, that was it. Let Val take charge of the investigation. Tina was really disgusted. Sister Tina, now you should understand why I did those things, right? This order was obviously issued by the 5 elders. The purpose is just to protect Val. As for Warren State's Fleet Admiral, he doesn't dare to disobey the 5 elders. Absolute justice. No, that is actually absolute obedience. Obey me and you will be righteous. If you oppose me, you will be a pirate and evil. Marines' justice? That was always a joke. Marines' justice is a joke. Fleet Admiral's latest order, and what Luo Lan said. It caused a great impact on Tina. So much so that on the way back, everyone was in a trance. Luo Lan, on the other hand, was in his office, looking at the treasure map obtained from Tina. Karo Island. Is it within the East Dasha Sea Prosperity Circle? Ian, do you know the situation on this island? Putting down the treasure map, Luo Lan looked at his adjutant. Colonel, this is a small island located on the north side of the Zameda Islands. Even Marines do not dare to approach it at will. How to say? Luo Lan was surprised. Marine doesn't dare to approach it at will. Is there anything special about this island? Because this island is Krieg's home base, and there are hundreds of artillery installed on it, so, well, I was overthinking it. After listening to Ian's explanation, Luo Lan finally understood. After all, those branches in the East Asha Sea, except for Rogtown, basically only have 1 to 2 small warships. And there are not a few really capable, strong people out there. Facing an island with hundreds of artillery deployed, like a hedgehog, 1 or 2 warships are really useless. Could it be? Is it because Krieg discovered this treasure that he was able to build 50 large battleships in just 2 years? If this is the case, then this treasure is really not simple. At least it's several billion Baileys. Ian, select 100 sailors, fully armed, board the ship and set off tomorrow morning, targeting Carlo Island. Yes, Colonel, but our 2 submarines cannot. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Luo Lan. What we're going to board this time is a new type of submarine. If we don't have to leave some to guard the home and free up some positions so that some personnel can come back, I would even want all the sailors to practice their skills. A new type of submarine, and a large one at that. Hiss. When did the Colonel get it, and how did he get it? Well, these are not things you should care about. Yes, Colonel, I'll do it right away. Early next morning, Luo Lan and Ian appeared at the old port with 100 sailors. Although the dock has been damaged by Tina's warship, it doesn't matter, because I was not prepared to let Tana come over. Sister Tina, why are you following me? You want Tina not to follow? Well, give a treasure map back to Tina. Don't follow. You can follow as you like. Want to get the treasure map back? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. By the way, where is your boat? Even if the small warship is still usable, it can't fit these more than 100 people. Tina pointed to the extremely dilapidated small warship on the shore and couldn't help but ask. But Luo Lan. But pointing in the other direction, the ship is coming. Look, the ship is coming. Luo Lan raised her hand and pointed to the sea. However, the rest of the people are all question marks, because they only saw the endless sea. But where was the boat? But at this moment, like a giant whale rushing out of the sea, a pure black submarine more than 200 meters long appeared in front of everyone. Immediately, the hull of the ship began to fall, hitting the sea surface heavily. Let me introduce, this is the current flagship of our branch 157, Tana, numbered TDD-1, with a total weight of over 30,000 tons. Completely dumbfounded. What kind of monster is this? You know, even Marines' large warships are far less than 200 meters. The tonnage is even more, only a few thousand tons. As a result, you gave me a warship that is more than 200 meters long, over 30,000 tons, and can sail underwater? Tina didn't even know what to say. Nami next to her was full of excitement. Luo Lan, can I pilot this ship? No. Luo Lan refused directly. This made Nami very angry. You clearly said that I am the chief navigator of Branch 157. Why not? Because you can't drive? Humph, there is no ship in this world that I can't pilot. Nami crossed her arms and snorted arrogantly. Luo Lan smiled bitterly and shook his head. You won't be able to drive this thing for a while. Just last night, Luo Lan suddenly remembered something. That is, can these people under my command really play tricks on Tana? Not to mention the complicated ones. If you just want to activate him, you probably can't do it, right? After all, this is not a single-function submarine like an underwater prison, but a very complex big thing. Just talking about the above operating system, I'm afraid it will confuse everyone. Therefore, Luo Lan asked the system if there was a corresponding teaching program that could be used by the sailors under his command. But unfortunately, there is no such thing. However, the system informed Luo Lan that he could rent a group of crew members like a construction team. One is to be able to temporarily control Tana for Luo Lan. Another is that during the lease period, qualified crew members can be trained for Luo Lan. The total number of people is 97. The duration is 1 month, and the price is 1,500 points. Although it was good news, 1,500 points made Luo Lan very worried, who told him that he only had less than 1,000 points in his pocket. I had no choice but to be a thief again, sneak into the warehouse, and give Nami the 9 million that he planned to use for salary and daily expenses for this month. Later, in order to avoid being discovered by this little ant, Luo Lan stood guard at the door of Nami's villa early in the morning, dragging her directly to the shore without giving her any chance to go to the warehouse. Well, let's go on a mission together, waiting to find the treasure, and then dare to put the 9 million back before Nami finds it. Everything will be fine. Simply perfect. Nami, it's not that I don't let you drive. It's that you really don't know how to drive now. Forget it. You'll understand in a moment. Seeing Nami's face full of dissatisfaction, Luo Lan also sighed and stopped explaining. After entering the bridge, just admire Nami's confused face. Not much time. Hundreds of people all passed through the boat and boarded Tana one by one. Luo Lan and others came directly to the bridge under the leadership of the first mate. As for the others, they were all left to the arrangements of the biochemical crew members. What are these things? Then I was immediately confused. In fact, it was not just her. Everyone was confused. The entire space is filled with screens of all sizes, plus the members of the bridge team. In front of each person are densely packed buttons and various complex devices that they have never seen before. Shouldn't steering a ship mean raising the sail and then turning the rudder to control it? So, do you believe it now? You really don't know how to drive this ship for the time being. It doesn't matter. I can learn. After being deceived, Nami was inspired to fight. Isn't it just a ship? How could I not learn? No, this ship must surrender at the feet of this girl from now on. Okay, go ahead and teach him. Yes, boss. The first mate on the side saluted and then led Nami to explain the workstations one by one. And Luo Lan. Then he walked directly towards the captain's seat. However, there was a figure who was faster, directly past Luo Lan and sat down. Well, the location is good. Tina likes it very much. The person who spoke was none other than Tina. Even while talking, he turned to Luo Lan and blinked. Like, what do you like? Give up. There is absolutely no way this ship will be given to you. Tina just said that Tina likes the ship very much. Seeing Luo Lan unmoved, Tina repeated it directly, even biting each word harder than the last. This is no longer a hint, but a threat. Sister Tina, this is the flagship of Branch 157, and now you. Not a member of Branch 157 yet. Well, it sank for a while. Tina also stood up. After a month, don't regret it. Otherwise, Tina will be very angry. What does it mean? Not sister. I just said that you're not a member of Branch 157, but I didn't say that after you join Branch 157, this ship will be yours, right? Well, if Tina belongs to Branch 157 from now on, it would be no problem for her to be the captain. As for Nami, let her be the first mate. The only trouble is that if Nami becomes Tana's first officer, she will rarely return to the headquarters. Who will manage the finance department? Oh, what a headache. He shook his head and threw those messy things out of his head. Luo Lan sat in the captain's seat. Close the hatch and prepare to dive. Report, the hatch has been closed. The entire ship is in perfect condition and can dive at any time. Dive down to 300 meters. Yes, start diving. Nami and others had built submarines before, but after all, they were small submarines used to transport prisoners. Only after taking Tana, now, did I realize how huge the gap between the two is. There are only two words to describe it. Smooth. In one of Tana's cabins. You can even take a bath. It's so comfortable. Tina thinks so too. Nami, you can do whatever you want. Why do you have to drag me over? I'm training. Then tell me, do you feel comfortable? This is quite comfortable. As long as it's comfortable, the rest doesn't matter. Nami, no Kigo, and Tina's faces were full of enjoyment. If anyone hits the gate of opening at this moment, they will definitely bleed to death because of the scenery here. Well, blood spurted from the nostrils. Carlo Island. Although it is already late at night, the place is still very lively. It doesn't look like a small desert island at all. Hundreds of pirates are scattered across the island, either in groups of 3 or 5 or in piles of dozens. One by one, they were holding wine bottles, as if they were filled with water instead of wine. He raised his head and poured it into his mouth, and at a camp in the center of the island. Krieg couldn't help but fill the bottle in one gulp, then picked up a whole piece of roasted leg meat of a huge creature on the side and started to bite into it. Mouth full of oil. Leader Creek, there's been no news about that guy Dolly for almost a month. I'm afraid he is hiding on a small island, trying to wait until he gets the power of the devil fruit to come out again. The person who spoke was none other than Ajin, who had just earned his reputation as a ghost man in the East Asia Sea. Now the captain of the Krieg Pirates' first team, he will also be the battle captain of the Krieg fleet 2 years later. That loser Dolly. He doesn't understand what real power is. Is it powerful if you have a devil fruit? No. The strongest equipment, coupled with the strongest strength, is the strongest force. Even if that guy Dolly gets the devil fruit, he still can't fight against me. He is covered in golden armor and is full of mysterious confidence. Although Ajin opened his mouth and wanted to say something, nothing was said. Yes, this is Krieg's strongest formula. After all, he is from Donghai and has never seen a truly strong person. It is understandable to have such a perception. Only, Krieg's so-called strongest power is just that he is stronger, with a power value of about 50. As for the most powerful equipment, in the eyes of a truly strong person, those gadgets are just like toys and meaningless. Especially the golden battle armor that he is proud of, let alone a strong one. Even the Rhodes 1518 type currently installed by the 157 branch cannot withstand it. The most important thing is that the Krieg of today is not the Krieg of 2 years ago. The armor he wears now is far inferior to the one he will wear in the future. Arms. It's just a firecracker. The reason? Still no money. And that's why Krieg now sets up his base here. Because by chance he discovered a buried treasure here. With continuous excavation, more and more treasures of money, even gold. It was also dug out bit by bit. Ajin, how many treasures have we dug out so far? All the treasures add up to about 3 billion belly. However, these things are not hidden in the same location. So whether there are others on the island, it's hard to say. Very good. With this wealth, I can recruit a large number of subordinates and build a super fleet of dozens of warships. At the same time, I can also fully upgrade my status. Krieg looked excited. In less than 2 years, he will be able to possess several Senju and a super fleet. By then, you can take a good look at what the Grand Line is like. Chief, everything else is fine. It's just that we need to keep a low profile recently. After all, there is news that the Marine headquarters has sent a Lieutenant General Donghai to investigate the affairs of the 16th branch. I'm just a Lieutenant General. What are you afraid of? Well, we better be careful. After all, I heard that the monsters on the Grand Line can even wipe out the island with one blow. Ajin, rumors are just rumors, not facts. How is it possible to destroy the island with one blow? Similar rumors have actually always existed in the East Asia Sea, but Krieg kept scoffing and didn't believe it at all. In his opinion, it is absolutely impossible for humans to achieve this level. This must be a rumor. Immediately, he picked up another bottle of wine nonchalantly and started drinking it. Only Ajin beside him was a little silent. I don't know what I'm thinking. However, no one noticed just 300 meters above them. A small man-made object. It's hovering there. It's still possible to do this. Tina is shocked. In Tana's bridge, the huge main screen showed Krieg drinking heavily. The picture was so clear that even the hair on his body could be seen clearly. You know, Tana is hundreds of meters away from Karo Island at the moment and far from the center of the island. It is nearly 3 kilometers away. How is this done? In fact, Luo Lan was a little surprised by this incident. After all, the Tana given by the system is a version with all weapons removed. And this drone? Later, after asking the system, Luo Lan finally got the answer. Yes, all armed drones have been removed, but those small, unarmed reconnaissance drones are still retained. There are as many as 20 racks. It's just that this thing is missing one less. Because there is no way to replenish it, and Branch 157 cannot be created now. If he didn't know that Krieg would be found, he wouldn't be able to defeat him. Otherwise, Luo Lan would really be reluctant to let him run over the opponent's head to scout. Tina is very satisfied. When she returns, she will ask my adjutant to bring people for training. Seeing Tina turn around and say this, what else could Luo Lan say? Forget it. Just pretend you didn't hear it. Ignoring Tina's threatening look, Luo Lan directly picked up the intercom on the captain's chair. Ian, are you ready? Ready and ready to attack at any time. Okay, within 5 minutes, capture the coast and the opponent's 3 pirate ships. Clear. Luo Lan put down the intercom. Then he lightly touched the control panel on the armrest a few times. The main screen in front of him changed instantly, and Tana's figure appeared. Obviously, this is a scene switching to another drone. I saw that the shell on Tana's back was opened, and a large number of Marines jumped out. There are almost every group of more than a dozen people, and each group is carrying a large rubber boat. A full 8. Soon, the Marine, consisting of hundreds of people, rushed to the coast with 8 rubber boats. It's already 3 o'clock in the evening. Most of the pirates fell asleep because they were drunk. There wasn't even anyone standing guard. This is basically the same situation among the 3 ships docked at the Simple Dock. At this time, on the side of one of the battleships, a pirate staggered over and started vomiting as soon as he lay on the side. After a while, I finally vomited it out and raised my head. I have to say that after vomiting, my head became clearer. He looked into the distance while blowing the sea breeze, then suddenly narrowed his eyes, then rubbed his eyes, and looked again. I saw 8 rubber boats rushing towards Carlo Island. On every ship, they were all loaded with heavily armed sailors. I just want to shout that Marine is coming to warn others. But before he had time to shout, a gunshot sounded. Boom! Gunfire rang out. The pirate fell to the ground, but there was no further reaction. There were even many pirates lying on the ground yelling curses. What time is it? Which be asterisk, 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 asterisk D is still playing with a gun. Then he fell asleep again. After all, every time there is a banquet, many people will shoot, and everyone is used to it. This scene surprised Ian. Originally, he was ready for a strong attack, but in the end, well, he is a pirate after all. Action! Yes, Major! 8 rubber boats docked, and hundreds of sailors were divided into 8 teams under Ian's order, triggered according to their respective scheduled tasks. In just a few minutes, the team led by Ian himself had cleared the entire dock. A silent killing. Dozens of pirates all died in their sleep. The drone above also transmitted all this scene to the Tana Bridge. These Marines of yours seem to be slightly stronger than our elite Marines. Tina is surprised. Looking at the neat actions of the sailors in the picture, Tina's eyes showed a hint of shock. Generally speaking, the power value of a formally trained naval soldier is about 10. Elite sailors refer to veterans who have served for more than 2 years, participated in many battles, seen blood, and have rich combat experience. The moral power value of this kind of veteran is generally above 15. At this moment, the sailors Tina saw on the screen were even stronger than the elite veterans she knew. How can this not be surprising? Our training methods are different from our headquarters. Luo Lan replied, but didn't explain anymore. Continue to look at the screen. Soon, half an hour passed. Except for the camp in the center of the island, more than 300 pirates were eliminated in more than 10 locations on the periphery. Not a single person was left alive. At this time, Ian's return was also received. Colonel, the entire perimeter has been cleared. Well done. Let's go straight to it next. Yes, Colonel. In the main camp, besides Krieg and a group of cadres, there were still many pirates who were awake. Therefore, the previous fighting method was meaningless. If that's the case, just go ahead and get started. Facing a Krieg pirate group, Luo Lan didn't even want to end it personally. It's not a challenge, just a training exercise. Well, the wine is gone. Some people go to the boat and bring some wine. After finishing another bottle of wine, Krieg discovered that there was no more wine. I haven't had enough of it yet. He quickly turned around and shouted at a group of minions not far away. Yes, Chief, let's go right away. The young cadre on the side immediately waved his hand, got up, and ran out with more than a dozen pirates. However, just as they ran out of the camping area, they had not even taken a few steps. A series of gunshots suddenly rang out. Ba ba ba. What's going on? Krieg stood up abruptly. He was not drunk, and he was someone who knew a lot about thermal weapons. He immediately recognized that this was no ordinary firecracker sound. Furthermore, how could such neat gunshots be made by his own men? At this time, a pirate in the distance ran towards Krieg and shouted. It was the little cadre who took people to move the wine just now. First leader, enemy attack. Bang! Shot directly in the back of the head. With a bang, the junior cadre fell face down. Blood flowed everywhere. Assholes, copy them all. Follow me and kill them out. Yes, Admiral. Those who can be in this camp are all cadres and elite combatants of the Krieg pirates. When encountering this situation, there is no need to be afraid. Instead, they all showed bloodthirsty and sick smiles. He screamed and rushed outside. Krieg just stood there, watching it all. There was no idea of rushing in together. Chief, I'm afraid the person coming is not simple, and the pirates outside U.S. may have all been wiped out. You said all of us outside are dead? I'm afraid so. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been killed here, and no one would have noticed. Adjutant nodded. Then he picked up his weapon and held it tightly in his hand. Chief, let me go out and take a look. Okay, remember to save the leader's life. I want to see who is so brave and dares to attack my Krieg pirates. Yes, leader. As soon as he finished speaking, Ajin also rushed out, extremely fast, and it was at this time that it seemed that the pirates who had gone out earlier had made contact with each other. Thousands of gunshots continued to ring out, at least the effect of dozens of muskets being fired. Is it Marine? Krieg frowned deeply, although he couldn't tell what kind of gun the other party used, but he could definitely tell that the other party was definitely using the same kind of firearm, that is, a standard firearm. In this world, those who can be armed with standard firearms on a large scale are either the guards of a certain kingdom or Marine. But it doesn't matter. Krieg, who has played against Marine many times, has already had an inherent impression that 50 meters away, Marine is awesome. But within 50 meters, pirates are more ruthless. Yes, the battle between grassroots has always been like this. Marine's advantage lies in its all-standard weapons. From 50 meters away, Marine's firepower is indeed fierce. But when it comes to fighting with caution, to be honest, Marine soldiers are really not as good as pirates. After all, pirates are a group of guys who lick blood with their swords, so it is normal for them to be more ferocious. From a sound of gunfire, there should be only about 100 people on the other side, and myself. But there's still nearly 300 people and 4 major cadres. So, Krieg isn't worried. But soon, things started to go wrong. In just 2 or 3 seconds, another series of gunshots rang out. Then, in another 2 or 3 seconds, gunfire rang out again. Just keep shooting continuously. Finally, after about 2 minutes, the gunfire stopped, and an embarrassed figure also appeared in Krieg's field of vision. It was Ajin, who had just been killed and was known as the Ghost. However, his image at the moment has nothing to do with the name Ghost Man. There were 3 gunshots in his body, and the bright red blood kept flowing like it was asking for money. In addition, half of the clothes are missing and the exposed body. There are even signs of burns. Ajin, what's going on? Leader, run quickly. I'll cut off the queen. Run, no, I'm invincible. Krieg refused outright. Run? Just kidding. I am invincible when it comes to things. Why run? Leader, all our people are dead, and there is still one of them who can transform into flames and is immune to all attacks. Run. That's a monster. Neither fists nor bullets can hurt him. We can't win. Ajin yelled. Krieg was completely confused. Do you want to listen to what you are saying? The flame man who is immune to all attacks. Are you afraid you haven't sobered up yet? But the next moment, Krieg's eyes widened immediately, because a person appeared in his field of vision, a man wearing a Marine uniform, and his right fist was wrapped in a ball of flame. This is... Chief, leave quickly. Ajin also saw this person, and regardless of his seriously injured body, he stood in front of Krieg. Shout back. Controlling fire? What kind of ability is this? For Krieg, who was born in the East Asia Sea and lacks information, the so-called weapons are strength plus weapons. The strongest strength, coupled with the strongest weapons, is the strongest force. As for devil fruits, advanced physical skills, swordsman slashes, and things like hockey, he has never seen them before. I just heard some rumors, but they were all regarded as made-up legends. I didn't care, I even scoffed at it all the time. But at this moment, he really saw one of those unreasonable powers. Could it be that this is the so-called devil fruit power? Chief, let's go. At this time, Ajin also turned around and yelled. There was a trace of panic on his face, but also a trace of determination. It's impossible to say you're not afraid, but Krieg was kind to him, so even if he died, he would buy some time for him to escape. However, this is doomed to be in vain. The next moment, groups of sailors rushed in from all directions in the camping area. They were immediately surrounded. Hundreds of Rhodes 15-18 rifles were aimed at the two men. I'll fight with you. Seeing this, Ajin also shouted loudly and rushed forward. However, bang! It was Ian who fired the shot. And Ajin, he was shot between the eyebrows and fell backwards. No life left at all. Surrender. I surrender. Speaking of which, although Krieg thinks he is better than Ajin, but he also admitted that this power is limited. But now, without causing any casualties to the opponent, nearly 300 elites and several cadres of our own, even Ajin, died like this. At this moment, he doesn't have so much messy equipment 2 years later. Although he has a set of armor that looks intimidating, it is not the same set of armor 2 years later. To be honest, facing hundreds of muskets locked at close range, even if they were just ordinary muskets, he couldn't hold them. I was immediately discouraged, although he'll be put in jail. But at least he's alive, right? Moreover, you can also find a way to jailbreak yourself in the future. Surrender? Yes, surrender, catch me. Krieg nodded sternly, and even stretched out his hands. It's like saying, put handcuffs on me quickly and take me away. If this happened to other Marines, it might really end like this. After all, living is more useful than dying. But unfortunately, Krieg encountered Branch 157. Ian shook his head. The colonel said that if there is no reward order on his back, it is fine to arrest him and lock him up. But if there is a reward order, no one left alive. Ian's words made Krieg stunned. Why? Just after shouting 2 words, Ian's hand was already waved down. Then a series of gunshots rang out. Inside Tana's bridge, on the big screen, it was Krieg who was beaten into a hornet's nest. Tina is confused. What does Ian mean by what he just said? Huh? Are you saying that those without a reward can be captured and imprisoned, but those with a reward will not be left alive? That's right. Tina nodded. What a mess. Why can those without a reward be captured and imprisoned, but those with a reward must be killed? Phew. Just when Luo Lan was about to explain, Nami, who was learning how to operate from the helmsman, suddenly laughed out loud. Then he turned around and spoke first. Sister Tina, that guy Luo Lan said that we are Marine after all. Even if we catch a pirate with a bounty on his head, the headquarters will not give Bailey $1. But if we kill him, we can cooperate with some other forces and ask them to send it to the Marine branch to redeem the reward, and then we will distribute it according to the agreed-upon arrangement. Although those who are alive can be exchanged for bounties. But after all, that will reveal the information of our 157th branch, right? So we can only kill him. After taking a bath together in the ship for the past 2 days, the three women quickly became familiar with each other. As a result, Nami and Nokigo both changed their title to Tina, no longer Colonel Tina, but Sister Tina. After listening to Nami's explanation, Tina finally understood. What did Ian mean by what he said before? But is this guy Luo Lan so sure of money? Not even letting go of the pirate bounty? Moreover, they would rather give up a large part of their money to other forces, but also rely on these bounties to make money. If Luo Lan knew what Tina was thinking at this moment, she would definitely say something. Yes, I'm short of money. I'm so short of money. The battle is over. Luo Lan also cut off the drone screen. Next, just find the treasure. Luo Lan, are you going to find the treasure? I'm going to. Nami, who was still learning from the helmsman, suddenly jumped up. Rushing to Luo Lan's side, Bailey's symbols were all in his eyes, spinning like a slot machine. You just study hard here, and you don't have to worry about finding treasures. I'm the financial manager of Branch 157. I must go. Nami is very persistent, but Luo Lan remained unmoved. He turned around and walked out of the bridge, and after walking out the door, he gave instructions to the 2 sailors standing guard outside. Nami is not allowed to leave the bridge without my order. Yes, Colonel. Just kidding. Can this treasure be visible to Nami? When the time comes, I will leave 10% for the branch's daily expenses, and the rest will be recharged on the spot. Then tell Nami to find these. In this way, he will not pester himself to death. I'm so smart. Luo Lan nodded with satisfaction and walked out. Nami stayed in the bridge, baring her teeth and claws at Luo Lan's back. However, when she suddenly thought of something, she suddenly laughed. This, that, trotting up to someone, but not knowing their name. After all, Luo Lan never called his name. Richard Madukas, you can call me Richard, said the first mate. Richard, Luo Lan asked you to teach me how to control this ship, right? Yes, that's exactly what the colonel ordered. Well, teach me how to use the drone just now. Okay, please follow me. Richard nodded. He is a biochemical man, and he will execute Luo Lan's orders 100% without discount. And Luo Lan did give an order for him and the bridge crew to teach Nami and other selected sailors how to control the submarine. Therefore, he agreed directly without any hesitation. As for Nami, the corners of his mouth were raised slightly, revealing a wicked smile that showed success. Saw the scene. Tina still didn't know what Nami wanted to do. After a forced smile, she decided to pretend she didn't see it, turned around and left the bridge. After all, it was the treasure map provided by herself, and she also wanted to see what happened. There is no such thing as treasure. Out of the 10 points, 7 have been dug out. Luo Lan raised her eyebrows. Sure enough, 2 years later, the reason why Krieg was able to form a fleet of 50 battleships and recruit thousands of subordinates was because of this treasure. In other words, that is, suddenly thinking of something, Luo Lan looked at Tina speechlessly. Sister Tina, did you originally not plan to come here to find this treasure? Tina is usually so busy that she doesn't even have time to rest. How could she possibly be looking for the treasure? Sure enough, Krieg, you are in bad luck. If Sister Tina hadn't just given me this treasure map, you might have been able to live a few more months. Colonel, we have already counted the treasures, Baileys, and other items that have been excavated so far. It is estimated that there are about 3 billion Baileys. So many? Have the other 3 positions been arranged? It's all arranged. It can be done in up to 2 hours. Very good. This time it is really developed. The final purchase may even exceed 4 billion. Well, then leave 200 million belly for Nami and recharge all the rest. What? My previous plan was to keep 10%. I just thought about it in my mind and didn't say it out loud. So it doesn't count. Just keep 200 million, no more. However, Luo Lan did not notice at this moment that just like Krieg just now, several hundred meters above his head, a small drone was hovering there. Transmit everything here to the Tana Bridge. Nami's eyes were dazzled by the treasures in each item. Yeah, there's even a whole box of gold jewelry. These dozens of boxes of stuff must cost 3 billion Baileys, right? Why go back this time? I have to go to jail. I can't let that guy Luo Lan steal it again. Humph, I don't want the big villa anymore. The warehouse will be my home from now on. Beside, First Officer Richard suddenly felt a little dazzled. As a last resort, I had to issue the order. Turn off all the lights on the bridge. There's no way. Nami's eyes are like searchlights at this moment. It's really so bright. 2 hours later, the treasures buried in the other 3 locations were all dug out. After some simple estimation, the value is approximately 1.18 billion Baileys. Adding the previous 3 billion, that is 4.18 billion Baileys, of which 1.8 billion Baileys are cash. Don't touch the cash, and then move the rest of the things to Tana. Yes, Colonel. A group of sailors immediately moved it, until everyone left, and only a few boxes of Bailey were left. System, recharge all of these. Ding. The recharge is completed. Host has received a total of 180,000 points. Ding. The current remaining points of Host are 180,300. So many points. You can be considered a wealthy person now, right? But then I thought about it. It seems that he is not a wealthy person. After all, I'm only a C-level city builder. If I were A-level or S-level, I might not be able to do anything with 180,000 points. Well, let's think about that later, at least for now. The person Silas wants is found. Other buildings that did not have enough points before can also be used. For a construction team with a 3-month contract, don't even think about having a day off, haha. When they arrived at the shore, the others had already returned to the ship. Only Ian and 2 sailors were waiting in a rubber boat. Let's go back to the ship. Colonel, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Yes, Colonel. On the side, 2 sailors heard this inexplicably. Only Luo Lan and Ian understood the conversation just now. Ian, Colonel, just think about Bailey and you leave him on the island and don't want him anymore. Luo Lan, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. The more you know, the sooner you will die. Ian, yes, I know. Those Pele never existed from beginning to end. Well, that's roughly what it means. Luo Lan, where's my Bailey? As soon as he got on the ship, he saw Nami putting his hands on his hips and questioning him. This made Luo Lan momentarily confused. How did this little ant know about Bailey? Could it be? Is there a traitor in your team? What Barry? Why didn't I know? Editor, keep making up. I saw it with my own eyes. There are several boxes filled with Baileys. Saw it with your own eyes? Impossible. She must have never been to the island. But soon, Luo Lan discovered a loophole. That's right. There was a serious loophole in his previous order. That is, so, used a drone as spy? Luo Lan's face instantly became serious. This is no small matter. It's not that Bailey was seen by Nami. It was just a small thing. The key is, did Nami see the scene of him recharging Bailey? That's the key. Yes, I have learned how to operate it now. Smart, right? Besides those boxes of Baileys, what else did you see? Speaking of this, I really want to ask you a question. Luo Lan was shocked when she heard this. Was it really seen? I asked the drone to keep an eye on those boxes before sending them all the way to Tana, but why when I looked back at you, all the boxes originally filled with Bailey turned into empty boxes? Call. Luo Lan breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that Nami only saw the results, not the process. This is good. It seems that when you operate by yourself in the future, you not only have to make sure that there is no one around, but it is also safest to enter a completely enclosed space. Don't think twice about those boxes. I have other uses. Even if they're nearly 2 billion belly, you just misappropriate it? Well, I reluctantly agreed this time, and I won't do it again. Alas, this little ant has changed her gender. That was 1.8 billion belly. Luo Lan thought Nami was going to make a fuss for a while. The result is this. As everyone knows, Nami is thinking like this at this moment. Although 1.8 billion is a lot, it is less than half of the total. If you can hold on to the remaining 2.3 billion, then let's give it 1.8 billion. After all, only by giving these things happily can we keep the others, right? Good guy, that's what happened. It's just a pity that Luo Lan doesn't even plan to keep 230 million, let alone the remaining 2.3 billion. However, he is not ready to say this now. Otherwise, he would not be able to live in peace on the way back to Branch 157. Nami, have you ever gone to see no Kigo? No. Didn't you mean that no one was injured? Nami tilted her head. Luo Lan showed a wry smile. As long as this little girl knows that no Kigo is not injured, her heart will probably shift to the treasure, right? She was not injured, but I heard from Ian that she killed 5 pirates in this operation. This is the first time he has killed someone, right? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Upon hearing this, Nami recovered instantly. After cursing fiercely, he turned around and ran away. Didn't you say this earlier? Luo Lan felt a little unfair. Attack the Yangtze submarine, Tana. Captain's room. Luo Lan is really convinced by Nami, my aunt. She didn't want the room originally arranged for her, so she just ran to warehouse number 3 to sleep with her quilt in her arms. What? Where's warehouse number 3, you ask? No need to ask. It is naturally the location of more than 20 boxes of treasure. He smiled bitterly and shook his head, not bothering to care. Return your attention to the system. Luo Lan, age 20, Fort Builder level, C. Points, 180300. 180,000 points. If necessary, I can also recharge more than 2 billion Baileys to come in. I have never been so rich. System, list all the scientific research talents that can be purchased. Ding, the scientific research talents that host can currently purchase are as follows. Scientific Research Apprentice, Level D, priced at 20 points / person. Junior Scientist, Level C, priced at 100 points / person. Intermediate Scientist, Level B, priced at 1,000 points / person. Senior Scientist, Level A, priced at 10,000 points / person. Strategic Level Scientist, S Level, priced at 1 million points / person. Prices range from 200,000 Baileys to 10 billion Baileys, divided into 5 levels. Silas, the current Minister of Science, is a strategic level scientist and S-level scientist. Apart from this, the others are all scientific research apprentices and junior scientists. There was no way. Luo Lan was too poor back then. Just buying more than 30 scientific research apprentices, plus 5 junior scientists, almost squeezed Luo Lan dry from a year ago. No wonder Silas cried all day long and had no one. Of course, according to the system's explanation, these 5 levels are only the factory levels of biochemical humans. And they're no different from real people. They have the ability to learn. It might be Class D when it leaves the factory, but after a few years, it might be Class C or even Class B. Take the group of people under Silas now as an example. Most of them are now junior scientists. However, the further you go, the slower it becomes to improve, and Luo Lan doesn't have the time to cultivate it on his own. Therefore, now that he has money, Luo Lan can't be so picky and buy all the scientific research trainees. System, give me 500 scientific research apprentices, 100 junior scientists, 20 intermediate scientists, and 3 senior scientists. Lousy rich. Ding. A total of 70,000 host points will be deducted, and all personnel will arrive within 3 days. Well, 70,000 points, right? It's a joke. I believe Silas is always happy this time, right? As for strategic scientists, 1 million points is a full 10 billion. Luo Lan said that even if he sold him, he wouldn't be able to afford it. After taking care of the scientific researchers, Luo Lan looked at the building modules again. The Port Plus Training Center only took up 18 days of the C-level construction team, and their 90-day contract still leaves 72 days free. It must not be wasted or squeezed. It must be squeezed to death. Let me see what good stuff there is. Oil drilling platform. Building grade, C. Site selection requirements. Proven oil fields. Construction requirements. 1 C-level construction team. Working hours, 10 days. Material, 5,950 standard building materials. Drawing price, 5,500 points. Special effect holes, 2. This thing. Good things are good things, but There is no oil at all on this poor island. Moreover, I can't use oil now. After all, even Tana uses a palladium reactor. When I get Alabasta in the future, I might consider building one, as there is probably a lot of oil there. Now, just forget it. Continue scrolling down. City defense wall. Building grade, C. Site selection requirements. Outskirts of the city. Construction requirements. 3 sea-level construction teams. Working hours, 30 days. Material, 17,850 standard building materials. Drawing price, 9,500 points. Special effect holes, 2. Good guy, Luo Lan understood immediately after looking at the description and the renderings displayed by the system. What on earth is this defensive wall? In fact, it is somewhat similar to Marine's G8. The only difference is that the G8 branch uses the natural island terrain to create an outer wall surrounding the G8 branch and deploys a large number of shore defense artillery guns within it. But this city defense wall is directly built as a metal city wall, and it is taller, stronger, and more complex than the one in the G8 branch. Of course, the weapons take care of themselves. This building does not contain any weapons. Look at the consumption of building materials, which is several times more than the port I am building. However, it is understandable. After all, it has to cover the entire city. However, given the current size of the city, Luo Lan really doesn't plan to engage in this kind of thing. After all, it's too conspicuous. Wouldn't it be nice to hide in the woods, secretly? Continue past. Library. Pass. It's of little use at the moment. Small shipyard. Pass. It's too conspicuous. Fully enclosed small shipyard. This looks good. After passing a bunch of buildings in succession, Luo Lan suddenly looked at the information of a certain building with bright eyes. Fully enclosed small shipbuilding. Building grade, C. Site selection requirements. Cliffs or mountains. Need to be close to the coast. Construction requirements. 1 sea-level construction team. Working hours, 12 days. Material, 1,950 standard building materials. Drawing price for 1,200 points. Special effect holes, 2. It is almost identical to the description of the military port under construction. It is also a type that can hollow out mountains and build within them. It just so happens that more than 90% of the southern part of the island is covered with continuous mountains, almost 20 kilometers in length. The span of the military port under construction is only 2 kilometers. In other words, there is still plenty of space available. There is no problem in building another shipyard next to the military port. Moreover, the reason why Luo Lan likes this is that it is a system building and can have special effects. For example, the speed of the built ships is increased, the range of the built ship's artillery is increased, or the built ships are strengthened, and so on. It makes me happy to think about it. Want it? System, build me a fully enclosed, small shipbuilding. Ding! Host has purchased the drawings of a fully enclosed, small shipbuilding, and 4,200 points have been deducted. Ding! Host uses 1950 units of system standard building materials. 1950 points will be deducted. Ding! Host remaining points are 104,150. Well, things are made first. We'll talk about the workers and foreman matters later. Anyway, there's still more than half a month until it's finished, so there's no rush. Continue to turn the pages of building modules. Soon, Luo Lan was attracted by another building. Sword Foundry. Speaking of which, Luo Lan didn't like the kind of fist-to-flesh fighting. After all, it looked rough and silly. The reason for using swords is similar. Therefore, even though Luo Lan solved his physical problems and his physical fitness improved rapidly every day, he still used guns as his main method. If you want to ask why, as a modern person, if you use cold weapons, isn't that a step backwards? What? You said hot weapons are not as powerful as cold weapons in the pirate world. Don't be stupid. That's just because the thermal weapons in the pirate world have just touched the threshold of thermal weapons. Who told you that this is the real power of thermal weapons? Please, I haven't even scratched the surface. Of course, the main reason is that Luo Lan thinks he looks more handsome when he plays with guns. This sword forging workshop has no meaning to him. But Just because it doesn't make sense to him doesn't mean it doesn't make sense to anyone else. Ian has mentioned before that Marines should be equipped with melee weapons, otherwise once someone gets close. At the same time, among the sailors of Branch 157, Ian also discovered several good prospects in Kendo. Not everyone is suitable for playing with guns. Sword Foundry. Building grade C. Site selection requirements. Level ground. Construction requirements. 1 C-level construction team. Working hours, 2 days. Material, 1,100 standard building materials. Drawing price, 2,800 points. Special effect holes, 2. While it's not expensive, the system can give me 1. Ding! Host has purchased the drawings of the sword forging workshop, and 2,800 points have been deducted. Ding! Host uses 1950 units of system standard building materials. 1,100 points will be deducted. Ding! Host remaining points are 100,250 and 1 billion Baileys. It's better not to rush to build things now. After all, the ones currently lined up can be built for a while. It's rare that I have money. That thing I wanted to do before, but couldn't do. I can finally do it. Added features to the Hive Underground Research Institute. Speaking of this thing, because it is a building given by the System Novice Gift Pack, it does not have a free feature extraction opportunity like self-built one. In other words, the 5 characteristic slots currently owned by scientific research institutes all are empty. For such an important building, Luo Lan had never thought of adding features before. However, the characteristics of the S-Class are too expensive and can only be refreshed once for 1 billion Baileys. Where did Luo Lan get so much money at that time? System, I want to refresh the first building feature of the Honeycomb Underground Research Institute. Ding! Refresh completed. Building feature 1. Flash of light probability plus 300%. Ding! Host remaining points are 250. The probability of a flash of inspiration? Luo Lan remembered that she had this attribute when she read Silas information. I immediately found the personnel management module and opened Silas' personal attributes again. Sure enough, one of them clearly stated that the probability of a flash of inspiration, 0.9%. But don't underestimate this number. It's already extremely high. After all, a flash of inspiration is like an opportunity for enlightenment when you are cultivating immortality. It can be called a super opportunity, which can only be encountered but cannot be sought. Now with this feature added, Silas' flash rate will change from 0.9% to 2.7%. Not only Silas, hundreds of people in the entire Scientific Research Institute will benefit. For 100,000 points, simply well spent. The only problem is my remaining points are 250? I always feel like I'm scolding myself. System, what is the price of an apprentice-level worker in the manufacturing category? 1 point per person. Wow. Is there only 1/10 of the number of scientific researchers? Get a badge for patent? This guy can cry better than Silas. It is true, but just relying on Ian to go out, screen, and bring back some people every time is still too slow. Also, after these people are brought back, not all of them are suitable to work, and even if they are suitable, it will take a long time for someone to teach you. System, all the remaining points will be used to buy apprentice-level workers for me. Ding! A total of 250 host points will be deducted, and all personnel will arrive within 3 days. Ding! Host current remaining points are 0. 1.8 billion Baileys. It seems like a lot, but if you really want to use it, that's it. But it doesn't matter. I still have more than 2 billion to burn behind me. And after a while, when your strength increases. After going to Sky Island once, Bailey was no longer a problem at all. Didn't you see in the original work that the protagonist team got 300 million Baileys for taking such a small thing? That little thing is not even 1% less than the pillars of the golden clock, let alone the gold used by Enel to build the ship. Are those the big ones? Regardless of the estimate, the value of gold on Kong Island is at least measured in hundreds of billions. Of course, Luo Lan still needs to make some preparations before going. After all, in the previous life, there were various speculations about ways to extract devil fruit. Although you can't use it yourself after extracting it, you can give it to your subordinates. No matter what, it is the devil fruit with the strongest attack power in Logia. It is not an exaggeration to call it a general seed. It can't be wasted. Just when Luo Lan shut down the system and was about to close her eyes and take a nap, the intercom on the wall suddenly came to mind. After Luo Lan stood up and answered the call with a touch, First Officer Richard appeared on the screen. "Captain, we found a Marine warship. According to its sailing direction, the target is Rhodes Island." Marine warship. Luo Lan was stunned for a moment, but immediately remembered. If calculated based on time and location, it is most likely Smoker. TSK. This guy will be a seaman from now on. Seaman recruit. As for distribution, leave it to Sister Tina to bring. Seems like it would be fun. On a warship on the sea, no one noticed that hundreds of meters below them, there was a huge ship driving. In a certain cabin, Smoker was already asleep, but he woke up suddenly. He was covered in sweat, and his breathing was rapid. It's like you've just finished hours of intense training. Damn it, I can't remember what I just dreamed about, but what's going on with this frightening feeling? I always feel like something terrible is going to happen. Fortunately, Luo Lan couldn't see Smoker's appearance at this moment. Otherwise, he would have raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "They say women have a strong sixth sense, but I see you, Smoker. That's not bad at all. Don't worry. Given the years of friendship between you and Sister Tina, I believe she will definitely take good care of you." With Tana's speed of up to 50 knots, in less than 3 days, he had returned to Rhode Island. It's just that the port hasn't been built yet, so Tana can't dock. However, it didn't matter. Luo Lan directly ordered those sailors who were studying on the bridge to continue studying on the ship. By the way, you could do some practical operations in the surrounding area. A period of half a month. When it is over, the port will be completed. Perfect. And the best part is, Nami was also ordered by Luo Lan to stay on the ship. After half a month, TSK. All belongings have been disposed of. No matter how much trouble Nami makes, it's already too late. After processing some files, Luo Lan also came to the training center. I saw Ace training crazily in one of the single rooms. I took another look at the usage records of this room. Good guy. I've only been away for less than 6 days, but this guy spent all his time here except eating and sleeping. Really diligent. After shaking his head, Roland stopped watching Ace's training and walked into his private room. Although I left the branch these days, I was unable to use the training center. But this doesn't mean that Luo Lan has given up training. It just doesn't have the blessing of gravity. Although he hasn't measured it specifically since he came back, Luo Lan estimates that the power value should be close to 500. Originally, the power value was only 5, but in a little over a month, it reached 500. Who wouldn't be confused if this were to be said? The main reason why Luo Lan can improve so quickly is that after unlocking the first genetic lock, Luo Lan not only has no upper limit in terms of physical fitness, but also improves at a ridiculously fast speed. If you want to give an example, with the same time and intensity of training, Luo Lan's improvement speed is about 2 to 3 times that of Ace. It can even be said that even if Luo Lan does not use the gravity training room, the effect will not be much worse than Ace's use of the gravity training room for the same amount of time. This could be considered another form of cheating. More than half a month has passed since the 16th branch incident. Coupled with Morgan's strength, things are getting worse and worse. Everyone is watching to see how Marine headquarters is going to handle this matter. Even the Revolutionary Army is always keeping an eye on the progress of the incident, ready to spot opportunities at any time, so as to fish in troubled waters. However, this time it is neither Marine nor world government. Their responses are very fast. A lieutenant general was parachuted directly from the headquarters to the East Asia Sea and was fully responsible for thoroughly investigating this incident. Moreover, Marine has also vigorously offered a reward, and no matter who is involved in this matter, they will not let it go. Justice, not to be tarnished. To be honest, in the pirate world, except for the disaster-stricken villages like Kokoja, most places and civilians trust Marine very much. Because of this, Marine continued to speak out. The impact of this incident is also gradually weakening, until Llewellyn's third day back at Branch 157. It was also the day when Lieutenant General Val of our headquarters crossed the windless zone and entered the East Asia Sea world, because Morgan's World Economic News exploded again. Marine's mysterious operation allows the mastermind behind the scenes to investigate himself. Rumors say the world government is trying to protect Lieutenant General Val, but the warring states' fleet admiral's opposition is ineffective. Why is this happening? The unspeakable secret between the five elders and Val. After serving as Lieutenant General of the headquarters for 5 years, Val's personal assets surged by 300 million Baileys. According to reliable information, within 5 years, the rats handed over to Bailey more than 1.8 billion. Where did the missing 1.5 billion Baileys go? It's the same pattern as before. One headline, and most of the newspaper was directly made into a special feature, with more than 20 articles attached. Although each article seems to be independent, in fact, after reading it, you will find they connect directly to a complete story. Even in the last few articles, the World Economic News directly gave photos of Mouse's private account books. You know, there is no picture in the pirate world. Photo, that's like a real hammer. As a result, many people who read the newspaper were asking the same question. That is, if Val is not the biggest mastermind behind the scenes, then who is? And whose pocket went into the missing 1.5 billion? The most important thing is, there's also an impromptu article in the newspaper. The content is also quite explosive. First, he said that Smoker had found out that Val was controlling the mouse behind the scenes. But after he reported the result, he was immediately dismissed from all positions at Marine headquarters. This has to remind people that Marine sucks. Is it really just 16 branches? Or is it that everything is rotten from top to bottom? This is not just a matter of public opinion in the world, but also within Marine, especially grassroots Marine. Hundreds of thousands of grassroots Marines are the backbone of stabilizing this ocean. After all, I have said before that it is not the big pirates that cause the greatest harm to civilians, but there are countless low-level pirate groups in this sea. These hundreds of thousands of grassroots naval soldiers are targeting. It is these low-level pirates. But now almost the entire grassroots level of Marine is in trouble. They were clamoring for explanations from the top management and the execution of all participants. There is a strong possibility that if they don't give a satisfactory answer, they will all leave Marine. If it's just a few people or a certain branch, the five elders might have ordered their execution long ago. But what is causing trouble now is nearly the entire Marine's grassroots soldiers, hundreds of thousands of them. Even if they were five elders, it would be impossible for them to order the killing of all these hundreds of thousands of people. There was even a hint of regret in my heart. Why that idiot Pavard? If we had killed him directly, there wouldn't be such a big fuss now. My hands and feet are so unclean. A guy who fails to accomplish anything, but fails more than once. Within the power room, the curly-haired five elders said gloomily, "Now, things are really in trouble. If one thing goes wrong, not only will there be big problems on Marine's side, but also on the world government side. Their reputation will suffer a devastating blow. Therefore, we must cut through the mess quickly and solve this problem quickly. And the most direct and most effective way, that is, push Val and everyone else involved out and give everyone an explanation. At the same time, all the assets of these people will be confiscated, and a portion of Marine's military expenditure will be used to compensate the victimized villages. In this way, the matter will inevitably be alleviated quickly, and it may also, in turn, add some prestige to the world government. Of course, five elders has suffered such a big loss this time, and they won't just let it go. Just a few minutes ago, the blonde five elders have given orders to CP. Use all your strength. Give the mysterious power that is doing things behind the scenes to find out. Morgan's had a headache. Just now, five elders personally warned him that he was not allowed to continue to work on this matter, and that he would have to cooperate with the world government to guide public opinion. and ordered him to hand over the source of the information. If he doesn't agree, the world government will put him on the kill list. Morgans knows exactly what will happen if he is placed on that list. On the surface, Marine is wanted and hunted. The secret CP organization permanently assassinates. If you are not a pirate of the level of the 4 emperors, no one can handle it. One of the so-called giants of the underground world. If he can't afford to conflict with the world government, then it's better for you and me and everyone. But once. Therefore, Morgans understands the truth very well. That is, you can write negative news about world government, but if you touch a red line and receive a special warning from 5 elders, you must stop immediately. Although he possesses a large amount of secret information, he can even go toe-to-toe with the world government if necessary. But it's really not necessary. Anyway, everything that should be reported has been reported. At this time, he had to admire the guy who provided the information. Because even I didn't know who he was, I could naturally tell the 5 elders how to get the information without any worries. Anyway, the intelligence source will not really be exposed, right? You see, I've already taken care of the mysterious organization's affairs. Afterwards, the consequences of the world government's rage were resolved. In the future, I believe that the mysterious organization will continue to cooperate with me. Even in the end, in order to cooperate with the world government in controlling public opinion, the 5 elders gave themselves some compensation. So I'm Morgans. He is the biggest beneficiary of this incident. Rhode Island, Marine Branch 157. Conference room. Still the same few people. However, this time Tina did not barge in and forcibly attend, but was directly notified by Luo Lan to attend the meeting. Sister Tina, take a look at this information. Everyone sat down, and Luo Lan directly pushed a document in front of Tina. This was just sent over by the intelligence agency an hour ago. Tina picked up the file and read it not long after. His eyes immediately widened. Tina is shocked. World government will actually compromise. In her original impression, the world government would never compromise. But this time, I originally prepared several backup moves, and it was expected that such a result would take a month, but someone gave me a hard push from behind, which directly accelerated the result. Luo Lan smiled and handed over another document. Tina picked it up, and, after a moment, Revolutionary Army? Yes, the Revolutionary Army. They probably saw this opportunity and wanted to strengthen themselves while ruining the prestige of the world government. But it hit the 5 elders in the face. Tina understands that every day this matter is delayed, the Revolutionary Army will become stronger, and this is the most intolerable thing for the world government. Tina nodded. The document in her hand records the recent frequent actions of the Revolutionary Army in the East Asia Sea, while hyping up the story of Marine colluding with pirates and the world government covering up the masterminds behind the scenes, while using the influence of this incident to incite rebellions in several kingdoms. They also took the opportunity to recruit a large number of people into the Revolutionary Army. This is only the situation in the East Asia Sea. After all, Luo Lan's intelligence network only covers the East Asia Sea. As for the situation in the other 3 seas, and even the Great Line, it may be better than that in the East Asia Sea, but the Revolutionary Army has definitely made a lot of moves. And this is why 5 elders compromised so quickly. Next, the 5 elders should use the cooperation of Morgans to pin the hat on the Revolutionary Army, such as, it is claimed to the outside world that these people who committed the crime are undercover agents of the Revolutionary Army. They framed the world government and raised funds for the Revolutionary Army at the same time. Luo Lan put his hands on the table and crossed his fingers. He expressed his prediction of the next development of events. Not many people would believe it, right? Tina was stunned. This statement is really insulting to one's intelligence. A group of high-level officials in your world government are all undercover agents of the Revolutionary Army? It doesn't matter how many people believe it. What matters is, as long as this statement exists, it is not considered true. Moreover, Sister Tina, you overestimate the common people's ability to distinguish. 9 out of 10 people who have been brainwashed will think that they're the sober people who see everything clearly. As for the remaining one, well, their intellectual disability. Luo Lan shook his head. I have seen too much about rhythm in my previous life, and the ability to discern the truth. It always exists only among a very small number of people. Then what are you going to do next? Tina could not refute Luo Lan's theory. Indeed, the ability to discern the truth only exists in the hands of a small number of people. And this group of people, almost not many are civilians. They're all people who have reached some heights and have their own information channels. Therefore, from a certain perspective, it can be said that it is not that these people have the ability to distinguish, but that they have information channels that civilians cannot have. No, I'm no longer prepared to interfere in this matter. I will just let the Revolutionary Army and the world government fight each other from now on. Huh? Tina is surprised. Accident? It's really surprising. But it does not refer to whether Luo Lan will continue to end, but his attitude towards the Revolutionary Army. Originally, Tina thought that Luo Lan would have a favorable impression of the Revolutionary Army based on her view of justice. But now that I heard Luo Lan use dog by dog to describe it, it seems that this is not the case. Oh, Revolutionary Army, a group of guys who make fun of civilian lives all day long for their own benefit. Last year ago, they started a rebellion in the South Blue Sissoko Kingdom and finally succeeded in overthrowing the royal family. But what was the result? They recruited a large number of people from the rebels, and all fled the kingdom before the Marine and World Government Suppression Fleet arrived. In the end, hundreds of thousands of civilians who were left behind were brutally suppressed. Then, here comes the problem. Do the Revolutionary Army really want to overthrow this kingdom to save hundreds of thousands of civilians who are being exploited by the nobles? No, they're not. They just want to use this action to improve their reputation and recruit another group of people. But just because of their actions, how many people died in the end? Sister Tina, I remember that operation. Did you also participate? Tina's face was very ugly. Yes, just as Luo Lan said, she also participated in that operation. Although it was only a warning in the outer sea, there was no landing to suppress it. But she still knew the situation in that kingdom. In brutal suppression, more than 100,000 people were killed, and the remaining people became slaves. The number of participating countries decreased by 1, and the entire kingdom of Sissoko disappeared. This was the end of that rebellion. And all of this originated from the instigation of the Revolutionary Army. Didn't they know that Marine and world government would come to suppress the rebellion before they instigated it? No, they know. Don't they know that once Marine and world government arrive, they won't be able to resist? No, they knew it too. So they ran away in advance. Take all the benefits they gained from this rebellion and run away. In the final analysis, the Revolutionary Army is just a force for. It's just self-interest. For a moment, there was some silence in the conference room. Until a minute later, Luo Lan suddenly looked at Tina. The corner of his mouth raised slightly. Sister Tina, let's not talk about this for now. Our previous agreement. Have you not forgotten it? The Grand Line, Malenvander. Marine Headquarters. Inside the Fleet Admiral office. Warring States frowned deeply. Just now, he received a call from Tina, which reminded him that Smoker had also directly contacted him directly. Now that Tina is like this, always gives him a bad feeling. Result, it's really not a good thing. Tina actually said that she was very disappointed with the way the headquarters handled Smoker and asked to be transferred to the 157th branch. If the department does not agree, then retire. Good guy. Is this still the mature, smooth, and obedient Tina? For a Smoker, Tina would make such a fuss? Stop talking. In branch 157, could it be that Tina was angry not because of Smoker, but because of that kid's exile? Warring States seemed to understand something and sighed slightly. He immediately agreed. The order was issued quickly, but you are only allowed to stay in branch 157 for 1 year, and you must return to the headquarters after that. Tina understands. For the Warring States period, these were all trivial matters. Although Tina is excellent, she is not Marine's core strength. The most critical thing now is the East Asia Sea. Although world government has reached an agreement with Morgans, the damage has been done after all, and it is not an easy task for Marine to restore its original reputation. And the most troublesome thing is that, according to the current intelligence, the Revolutionary Army has been deeply involved in this incident and has been making small moves in the East Asia Sea, seeming to be brewing something. Must be on guard. Blue brew brew. Just when Warring States was thinking about this, the phone suddenly rang on the desk. Blue brew brew. I am Sengoku, Fleet Admiral. I'm Doberman. A rough voice came from the phone bug. It is Lieutenant General Doberman of Marine Headquarters, and he is also one of the 5 elite lieutenant generals who participated in the Buster Call on Justice Island in the original book. Doberman, aren't you in the G1 branch? What happened? Warring States was a little confused. After all, Doberman is now working in the G1 branch of New World. That is the Marine branch closest to the 4 Emperors' territory, and it can be called the front line in the New World. The most important thing is that the G1 branch is different from other G-Series branches. It is the only branch in Marine that is stationed by generals on a rotating basis. In other words, if something goes wrong, it should be reported to the general currently stationed there, not to yourself. Unless something happened to a Kainu, but probably not. Fleet Admiral, Kaido of all beasts has lost his mind and suddenly invaded Whitebeard's territory. What? You want to find trouble with Whitebeard again? The Warring States period was a big one. Kaido, this guy, goes crazy every once in a while. Either he was looking for trouble with Marine, or he was looking for trouble with the other 4 emperors. Among them, the person he loves to find trouble with most is Whitebeard. Although, every time you'll be beaten up by Whitebeard. Originally, the fight between the 2 4 emperors should be a good thing for Marine. But why did the Warring States period react so strongly? The reason is very simple. That is balance. After becoming Fleet Admiral, the levels Sengoku came into contact with were no longer the same. Compared to the simple extermination of pirates in the past, what he now values more is balance. Yes, in a big way, it is the balance between power and power. The balance of the 3 major forces of Marine, 7 warlords of the sea, and pirates is the cornerstone of world government's rule of the world. On a smaller scale, there's also a need for balance within each force. For example, within Marine, the balance between doves and hawks. Another example is the balance between the 4 emperors in the pirate force. If any balance is broken, it will cause violent turbulence and change the originally stable situation. These are all things that need to be considered for the Warring States period. The New World is only so big, and there are only so many strong people. As Marine, you want this force to be divided into 4, or blend into 1. This is a real problem. Therefore, whenever there is a conflict between 2 4 emperors, Marine is extremely concerned and has various plans ready to take action at any time. Only, why was Doberman reporting on such an important matter and not a Kainu? Where are the Sakarskis? Fleet Admiral. Admiral Sakaski has set off with the fleet. What? It's okay not to report the news, but just lead the fleet to kill them. This guy Sakaski. What do you want to do? I asked Kizaru to rush to New World immediately. And, at the same time, I sent an order to Sakaski to only monitor outside the war zone and not to allow private intervention. I understand, but I'm afraid General Sakaski won't listen. Tell him that if he disobeys his orders, he will be like Kizaru, always stationed at the headquarters and on standby. Yes, Fleet Admiral. The Warring States period also became ruthless. One by one, none of them made me worry. Someone is coming. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Hearing the shout, the soldiers outside the door came in immediately. Command Kizaru. Set off immediately for New World to meet Sakaski. This, after hearing the order, the ordering soldier looked embarrassed. What's wrong? Fleet Admiral, it's night already. So what at night? Halfway through his words, Warring States suddenly froze. If it were others, night would really be nothing. They would have to get up immediately, even in the middle of the night. But that guy Kizaru, it doesn't matter if you get off work on time every day. It's hard to find anyone even after get off work. Forget it, I'll call him myself. He waved his hand, and signaled the messenger to go out. Later, Warring States picked up the phone again and dialed. Blue brew brew. Blue brew brew. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Nothing happened. At the same time, somewhere in Malinfando. When Kizaru heard the phone ringing, he took it out from his coat. Hey, this is Porcelino. Blue brew brew. Hey, this is Porcelino. Blue brew brew. What's going on? Why is the phone still ringing even though I've already answered it? Kizaru was confused. Then he hung up the phone and picked it up again. Hey, this is Porcelino. Blue brew brew. The scene just now happened again. Kizaru raised his hand and scratched his head, thinking for 100 times but still couldn't figure it out. Until a figure came from the side. Old man, you got the wrong phone number. Oh, really, this black one is a bug phone. On the side, Jean Taowan was speechless. Can't you get it right once, even just once? And, old man, what are you doing, phone? Good guy. After Kizaru discovered that he had picked up the wrong phone bug, he was not in a hurry to get another phone bug. Instead, he studied the black bug on the spot. And the other phone bug in his coat was still thinking about it. After being speechless for a while, Jean Taowan had no choice but to remind him. It's just a pity. Just then the voice of the phone bug disappeared. But at this time, Kizaru spoke with an indifferent expression. I don't know who hit me. Forget it. Just wait for the other side to hit me again. Jean Tamaru was even more speechless. There are really not many people who can call you, old man, and out of 100, there are 99 from the Warring States Fleet Admiral. Actually, I got the wrong phone number, and then I was stupid for a long time or something. Are you pretending all this? From the beginning, you don't want to answer this call, right? Jean Taowan was complaining crazily in his heart. Luo Lan didn't know what was happening at Marine headquarters. At this moment, he was looking at the system prompts, feeling a little confused. Building features. Energy level increased by 2 levels. Although it is not that fast to process all the more than 2 billion treasures in a Bailey. After all, it will take many days just to transport these things out, not to mention the processing speed of the black market. But for those things that were dealt with before, Bailey sent the last payment. Not much, just over 20 million. However, even with more than 20 million, something can be done. For example, when it comes to D-level city builders, there are many D-level buildings that don't have good free features, and they don't have enough points to redraw them. No, with more than 2,000 points in hand, this regret can be made up for, right? D-level features, 100 points are drawn once, which is very cheap. The first thing Luo Lan focused on was the canteen. Result: for the first time, cooking satiety increases by 50%, and you can pass it directly. Why do you need this thing? Does lousy seem like someone who can't even afford food? The second time, the food deliciousness increased by 30%. Pass again. The third time. This time it was hard to remember. After 10 times in a row, Luo Lan still didn't see the characteristics that made his eyes shine. Until the 15th time, building features. Energy level increased by 2 levels. Energy level? Luo Lan was a little confused, and the subsequent improvement was not a percentage. 2 levels? What kind of concept does this have? Luo Lan was a little unsure when this characteristic appeared for the first time. I immediately checked the detailed instructions. It didn't take long before his face showed a look of ecstasy. In fact, this feature is awesome. The so-called energy actually refers to the energy contained in food ingredients. For example, you are given a piece of pork and an equally sized piece of Poseidon meat. Can the energy they contain be the same? No, it's obviously different, not even on the same level. In the world of pirates, the more powerful the creature, the more powerful the energy contained in its body. The higher the level of energy contained in food, the greater the improvement in physical fitness after eating. Now, with this feature, even if you eat ordinary meat, it is possible to achieve an effect close to Poseidon-like meat. What if you eat Poseidon meat directly? Luo Lan couldn't even imagine it. System, that's it. Let's start engraving. Ding, the engraving has been completed. The current building characteristics of the marine canteen are: the energy level of the food ingredients is increased by 2 levels. Imprinting completed. Luo Lan nodded with satisfaction. Immediately, he turned his attention to other buildings. About 5 minutes later, Luo Lan spent the remaining 800 points and successfully completed the ceiling of 2 D-class buildings again. They are Marine Dormitory. The architectural feature is to improve sleep quality by 80%. Naval Hospital. The building feature is to increase the recovery speed of injuries by 70%. Both properties are good, especially the Navy Hospital. Don't underestimate this 70%. It can definitely save lives at critical moments. Done everything. Luo Lan shut down the system and then picked up the phone on the desk. Blue brew brew. This is Tina. Sister Tina, it's me, Luo Lan. It's so late. What do you want to see Tina for? Tina's voice was a little confused. It seemed that he had just fallen asleep and was woken up by Luo Lan. Sister Tina, I want to ask, when will your warship return to headquarters? Why return? Hey, didn't the headquarters approve your transfer order? Can the warships and personnel also stay together? Why not? Fleet Admiral did not issue an order for the warship to return. The people on that boat were all his subordinates who had been with him for many years. As long as Fleet Admiral didn't give this order, Tina would not take the initiative to let them return to the headquarters. Well, Luo Lan doesn't care if people are different. What he cares about is, in that case, Sister Tina, let your people remove the sea rock from the bottom of the ship tomorrow. Yes, but what are you going to do with it? Although Luo Lan didn't say why it was demolished. But Tina couldn't think of any other reasons. It's nothing more than wanting to build something with sea-floor stone, but he doesn't have sea-floor stone. What else could it be? However, Sister Tina, after dismantling the sea tower stones tomorrow, shall we go fishing in the windless zone? Fishing? Tina is shocked. Luo Lan, you are so idle. Wait, what were you doing in the windless zone just now? Tina, who originally wanted to complain, suddenly reacted. Remove the sea rock from the bottom of the boat and go fishing in a windless zone? Could this kid wanna? It's what you think. I'm gonna hunt a Poseidon, preferably one above 300 meters. A submarine is not suitable for this mission, and the warship of my 16th branch may fall apart as soon as it is launched. This is not. I can only use your ship. Speaking of which, Rhode Island is only 3 nautical miles away from New World. In other words, half an hour is enough for even a backward sailing ship to enter. If you're lucky, maybe you can get it done and return in a few hours, which won't take too much time. As for why you want to hunt a Poseidon, do you even need to ask? The canteen has such awesome features. It would be a waste if you don't experience it. Tina doesn't understand. What kind of Poseidon are you hunting for when you have nothing to do? It's very useful. You'll understand when you pull one back tomorrow. Okay, I'll ask them to bring the boat over tomorrow morning. And by the way, you can also arrange accommodation for them in the branch. Otherwise, living on the boat is not an option. No problem, but will take a few days. After all, the current sailors' dormitories and workers' dormitories are full, and a new one needs to be built. Luo Lan had no reason to refuse Tina's request. That's a veteran who has followed Tina and fought on the sea for several years. Don't give it up for free. As for whether you want to return to the headquarters in the future, sorry, if you don't think about going back now, it will be even less possible in the future. Is this the same as Tina, asking her to return to the headquarters after 1 year? After a year, will anyone still have the strength to steal people from me? However, as Luo Lan just said, the 2 dormitories of Branch 157 are already full. Before the new dormitory building is built, they are still can only live on the boat. The next day, Luo Lan, Ian, and Tina, the medium-sized warship aboard Tina, originally raised its sails. Head towards the windless zone. The sea tower stone on the bottom of the ship has also been removed. In other words, using oneself as bait. Fishing Poseidon class. Colonel Tina, we have entered the windless zone. Everyone on alert. Prepare for battle against the Poseidon class. Yes, Colonel. Tina's ship, Tina's people. Luo Lan did not intervene in the command, leaving everything to Tina. He stared intently at the sea, waiting. The emergence of the Poseidon class. Turn on the auxiliary wheels on both sides and continue deep into the windless zone. After furling the sails, The warship stayed at the door of the windless zone for a while, and then Tina gave the order again. In the windless zone, the sail is meaningless and cannot bring power to the warship. Therefore, other power devices are needed at this time. What Marine is using now is a device like a turntable hidden on both sides. When needed, unfold it and then rotate it in the water to gain power. Well, human, and the speed is very slow, probably less than 3 knots at the maximum speed. Not every warship has this kind of device. Only those warships that often need to cross the windless zone to perform missions or are general-level warships will be given priority. As for Tina, it is the first situation. After all, her usual tasks often require her to travel back and forth across the windless zone. This allowed her to own such a warship when she was a colonel. 1 hour later, under Tina's order, the warship stopped again. That's enough here. If we continue to go deeper, it will be a bit dangerous. On the bow deck, Tina said, with the strength of Tina, Ian, and Luolan, ordinary Poseidons are not a threat, and all 3 of them have the strength to defeat them alone. But this refers to just the normal Poseidon class. What does it mean? Poseidon species can reach at least 200 to 300 when they reach adulthood. Of course, as they continue to grow, they can grow larger, and this species, but it's very long-lived. In the calm zone, there are even some Poseidon species that are older than the world government and much older. And this type of Poseidon is the royal family of its tribe. Each individual can reach a terrifying length of more than 10,000 meters. Therefore, a large part of the strength of the Poseidon species can be judged by its body length. As for the remaining part, it is its form. For example, a Poseidon with the shape of a tiger is definitely more powerful than a cow with the same body length. This is also the reason why Tina does not recommend continuing to go deep into the windless zone, because those powerful Poseidon species basically do not come to the edge of the windless zone, but live in the depths. There is no sea tower stone installed on the bottom of the warship at this moment. If a 1,000-meter level Poseidon were to run out, the 3 of us might not be able to do it. As for the 10,000-meter class, just wait to die. Luolan nodded. Of course he understood this. Besides, he was just planning to hunt an ordinary Poseidon, so he would not go to the depths of the windless zone to seek death. Sister Tina, what is the scope of your knowledge in S*X now? About 300 meters, but if it's underwater, it's only about 50 meters. Sea water also blocks sight, hearing, and color? Luolan was a little surprised. This can be regarded as a new knowledge point that was not mentioned in the original work. Write it down quickly. It doesn't have to be sea water. As long as it is water, there will be obstacles to seeing, hearing, and seeing. So that's it. I haven't awakened my domineering energy yet, so I can't understand the barrier Tina mentioned for the time being. But the general meaning can still be understood. As for the principle, just leave it to Silas and the others to study it later. Coming. At this moment, Tina suddenly shouted. The next second, a huge creature was seen tens of meters in front of the warship, breaking through the sea and leaping out. The waves it caused directly bathed the entire warship. Wolf. Should a wolf in the sea be called a sea wolf? What you can see clearly is that there are more than 200 meters of Poseidon just above the water surface. Luolan didn't know what to call him for a moment. Do you want Tina to come? Tina asked. No, Sister Tina, just protect the warship. Next, I need to do a few tests. Ian. Luolan waved his hand. Then he shouted, Yes, Colonel. Quick, everyone get ready to shoot. The next moment, 20 sailors brought by Luolan from the 157th branch trotted over. With a swish sound, they all raised their rifles and pointed them at the Poseidon. This musket should be useless against the Poseidon class. Seeing this scene, Tina was very suspicious. According to my knowledge, the skin of Poseidon is very tough and cannot be penetrated by musket bullets. Even though Luolan's rifles are very strong, they should not be able to hurt Poseidons in the end. At this time, Ian's right hand was already under his command. Shooting. Ba-ba-ba-ba. 20 gunshots sounded almost at the same instant. Ouch. All the bullets were in the head. Sure enough, it didn't penetrate the Poseidon's skin, but, Although it penetrated the outer skin, it seemed to feel some pain, and it started to roar. His eyes instantly turned red. He opened his bloody mouth and rushed over. Clearly, this Poseidon was P************* D off. But Luo-Lan and the other three were not in a hurry, and Ian was calmly directing. Everyone, standard targets left eye. Shooting. Ba ba ba. 21 gunshots were fired one after another. What? Why is there an extra gunshot, you ask? Didn't you see Luo-Lan holding a black pistol in his left hand on the bow deck? The next moment, the monster's left eye was hit by all 20 bullets. This time he failed to block the bullets, and his left eye was instantly blind. The right eye on the other side was also hit by a 13mm armor-piercing blasting bomb from Luo-Lan, which exploded directly inside the eyeball, completely destroying the Poseidon's right eye. Losing both eyes, coupled with severe pain, directly make it stop sprinting and scream. Ian, keep going. Yes, everyone pay attention. Aim at its abdomen and shoot. Ian ordered again, and the gunfire, it rang again. 5 minutes later, the sea surface has been dyed red with blood, and the Poseidon in the form of a wolf was also floating on the sea, completely lifeless. It's not an easy death. It was punished by the boss. First, he was blinded, and then he was used as a target, and his whole body was tested again. Only then was he finally willing to kill. Colonel, according to this test, the Poseidon class has no other weaknesses except for a few areas with hard bones on the head and the eyes. If an ordinary sailor wants to hunt, it's still a little unsafe to rely on a rifle. Beside Luo-Lan, Ian was analyzing. It would be impossible to let Luo-Lan go out hunting every time in the future. So this test was mainly to see whether ordinary sailors could complete this task alone after holding new weapons. Now it seems that it is still somewhat difficult. And the biggest reason is that it is impossible to kill quickly. Even though it was blinded from the beginning, in the next 5 minutes, the Poseidon class still collided with the warship twice, but was kicked back by Tina each time. In other words, without the protection of a strong person, ordinary sailors hunt Poseidon type alone. Still very dangerous. Of course, Luo-Lan also made many attempts during this period. Although except for the vital parts, bullets cannot penetrate other parts. But this refers to the Rhodes 1518 bullet, because the 13mm armor-piercing explosive shells in Luo-Lan's black gun can penetrate its outer skin and cause a certain amount of damage. It seems we have to let Silas study a large caliber firearm and special bullets with more power, although the Poseidon class was killed. But how to bring it back has become a new problem. Although this thing will float on the sea after it dies, it can't be dragged by a medium-sized warship alone. Not to mention, this is a windless zone, and warships can only rely on the auxiliary power wheels on both sides to move forward, which has less power than sails. Suffering from a headache, Luo-Lan had no choice but to endure the pain. Most of the Poseidon meat was given up, and the sailors were allowed to cut it on sight, and the selected parts were taken back first. Then let the warship come over again if it is still there at the end. If you're no longer here, well, that's all. At this moment, Luo-Lan swore that when the shipyard was built, she would build a very large ship specifically for hunting Poseidon species into the windless zone. As a result, the entire deck of the warship suddenly turned into a large-scale slaughter scene. The pieces have been cut, and the huge pieces of Poseidon meat are continuously sent into the warehouse. Even in the end, there was no room in the warehouse, so they started to pile up on the deck. As a result, when returning home, the waterline of the entire warship dropped significantly. Even after the auxiliary power wheel was fully output, the warship could only reach a speed of 1 knot. 3 hours later, we finally returned to Rhode Island. In a single room in the Navy canteen, a group of high-level officials gathered here and sat around the large round table. Luo-Lan, Tina doesn't understand. It's just Poseidon. Do you need to be like this? Especially, do you want us all to come over and eat together? Yes, just Poseidon class. Although ordinary people have almost no chance to eat it, Tina. But after eating it many times, I really don't care about it. Luo-Lan laughed when he heard this and didn't explain much. Soon, 4 huge basins and an even bigger soup bowl were brought up. Standard 4 dishes and 1 soup. Although the pirate world does not have such a habit, Luo Lan still set this as the standard. Even for ordinary sailors, the standard for every meal is 4 dishes and 1 soup. The only difference is that the bowl is smaller for a single person. Tina is shocked. Why does it smell so good? Whether it's the 4 dishes or the bowl of soup in the middle, all made from Poseidon-type meat. Of course, it's not unusual for these Tina. It's just, he has eaten Poseidon many times and admitted that its meat quality is better than ordinary meat. It's not that fragrant. What's going on? He couldn't help but glance at Luo Lan. This kid, could it be that he was drugged? No, the Poseidon-like meat from the cow last time was also very fragrant, but not that fragrant. It was Nami who spoke. Ian and Ace on the side also nodded wildly. Although the whole Poseidon was not dragged back to Kokoja village that time, a large piece of meat was cut off and everyone had a taste of it. I have to say, it tastes really good, but compared with the current one, that's garbage, okay. And just when a few people were shocked, the smart man had already started to move directly. Look at Silas and Patton. Although these 2 guys are cyborgs, they are definitely full-fledged foodies. They each grab a large piece of meat into a bowl and started to bite into it. Hey, you two. You guys started taking action while others were still sighing. How rude. Ace and Nami started talking. But Silas and Ian didn't respond at all. Just kidding. If you have time to answer, you might as well take a few more bites. The result is, the 2 of them eat meat faster. Seeing this scene, Ace and Nami stopped talking nonsense and directly joined the ranks. Luo Lan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Is it necessary? Just let the kitchen do it after you finish eating. He stood up and forked a large piece of meat, then put it in Tina's bowl. Sister Tina, try. I promise it's different from the Poseidon you've had before. Tina looked at the braised Poseidon meat in the bowl and smelled the smell. I couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. He raised his knife, cut off a small piece, and then put it into his mouth gracefully with a fork. Immediately, she was confused. What kind of magical flavor is this? The next moment, she threw the knife on the table and directly used a fork to pick up the whole piece of meat. Then, regardless of image, he directly stuffed his mouth into a bun. Good guy. Luo Lan was also dumbfounded. I have known Tina for so many years, and this is the first time I've seen her eat like this. By the way, is it really that delicious? So he also cut off a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. After a few seconds, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he moved faster and faster. Until half an hour later, all 6 people lay on the chairs, gently stroking their violently bulging bellies. Have you ever felt that your body feels slightly warm after eating? Yes, it does feel like this. Don't be surprised. This is because Poseidon meat contains a lot of energy. It will be fine after a while. I heard a few people's questions. As an experienced sir, Tina opened her mouth to explain. But at the same time, there were also question marks in his own mind. Yes, this is basically the case when you're not very strong and eat Poseidon meat for the first time. Therefore, it is not surprising that Nami and others feel this way. Just myself. Why do I feel like this today, and it's stronger than when I ate Poseidon meat for the first time? Luo Lan, you can't really take the drug, right? No. I want to go out and vent. Suddenly, Ace yelled, stood up, and rushed out of the room. This made Tina look at Luo Lan even more weirdly. Immediately afterwards, Nami and Ian rushed out one after another. After that, there are Silas and Barton. At last, only Tina and Luo Lan were left. Luo Lan, what exactly did you put in the food? To be honest, Tina also felt full of energy. If she wanted to go out and vent her anger, it would be best to find someone to fight with. Even now, I can't bear the redness in my cheeks. Nothing is released, but this Poseidon type contains higher energy. Sister Tina, just go out and do some exercise. It's not good for your health to endure it all the time. Tina was silent for a while. Then he stood up and glared at Luo Lan fiercely. Then he also walked out. Although they don't run like the previous ones, their walking pace is obviously much faster than usual. Finally, Luo Lan was the only one left in the room. Why don't I feel anything? Could it be that this Poseidon meat-like substance, whose energy has been upgraded by 2 levels, has no effect on me? It should not be the case. Early the next morning, following a loud bang, Luolan's worries all night disappeared. In one night, when all the Poseidon meat dissipated, he actually increased his power by 50 points. Simply so terrifying. As for why there was no reaction after eating it, is it because after unlocking the genetic lock, the quality of the body is better than that of other people in the pirate world? Also, is it just the first time this has such an effect? Or has it always been there? It seems I need to test it a few more times. Ian, Colonel, let's make arrangements and have someone send some Poseidon meat to Tana. Clear. After testing the power level, Luo suddenly remembered something. Immediately issued the order to Ian. After all, Nami still had dozens of sailors training in Tana, and it was impossible for Luo to suddenly call her back like yesterday. It would be better to ship a batch up to them. It also avoids having Tana come back once a day and affecting everyone's training sessions. And not long after Ian left, a red figure rushed straight towards Luo, leaving only the afterimages of tall figures on the road. Luo, what did you feed Tina yesterday? Tina grabbed Luo's collar, then asked loudly. It attracted many people to stop and watch. Sister Tina, what do you mean? Luo really doesn't understand. What did you do to yourself? Didn't you just eat some Poseidon meat with relatively high energy? At most, after eating, the whole body is full of energy and needs to vent. What else could there be? Don't play tricks on Tina. What did you add to yesterday's cooking? I didn't add anything. It's impossible. Meat like Poseidon alone, even if it's thousands of meters high, will definitely not have that effect. Tina still feels a little shaken in her outlook. Although I haven't tested it specifically, my physical fitness has definitely improved a lot. Just because of a meal of Poseidon meat? Stop joking. Maybe that Poseidon type is special. Real. I don't know if it's true or not. In short, I definitely didn't add anything else to the food. Hearing this, Tina let go of Luo. I couldn't help but initiate soul torture in my heart. Could it be? Is that Poseidon really special? Luo, what's up? Tina will eat Poseidon meat for every meal from now on. Sure, Luo agreed directly. This is nothing. Just what I brought back yesterday is enough to feed the entire branch for 3 months. This is only about 1/3 of the amount of Poseidon. If there is a big ship in the future, the whole head will be brought back after every hunt. There is no shortage of ingredients at all. You can even ask Silas to study whether Poseidon meat can be made into pills, and you can take 1 pill every day. Maybe it's really possible. Time flies and 5 days have passed. Luo and Tina arrived at the old port of the branch. That's right, it's the one that was hit by Tina's warship before the dock. Therefore, now the warships can no longer dock. They can only park 100 meters away from the coast, and then rely on small boats to bring people up. At this moment, there was a warship parked there. Then, a small boat was put down, and 2 sailors rowed over hard. Huh, Tina, why are you still here? A series of question marks instantly stood up in Smoker's mind. After all, the news he heard before was that Tina temporarily stayed in Branch 157 for a period of time because the warship was damaged. After repairs, go to the Donghai Prosperity area. Now, time has long passed, but why are you still here? Tina didn't answer, but just walked over. Then, Smoker's seaman recruit. Don't you know how to salute the colonel when you see him? Tina shouted with a serious face. Smoker was immediately stunned. Luo was trying her best to hold back her laughter from behind. Tina, stop making trouble. Watch your words, Smoker seaman recruit. Tina is a colonel. Good guy. Tina is addicted to pranks. After Luo thought for a while, she decided to add fuel to the fire and stepped forward, standing next to Tina. Sister Tina, where did this seaman recruit, who doesn't know the rules, come from? Tina heard it's Rogue Town. What? Are the seamen in Rogue Town so unruly? Seaman recruit doesn't even know how to salute when he sees the colonel. Not only is he unruly, look at how dare he hold a cigar in front of Tina. Well, I think I have to go back to the drawing board and remake it. Tina agrees. Listen to the conversation between the two. Especially Luo Lan. Every time she mentions the words seaman recruit, she bites it very hard. Smoker has black lines all over his head. You too, that's enough. Ha ha ha. Smoker, seaman recruit? You're laughing so hard. Finally, Luo Lan stopped joking and started laughing. I really can't hold it in any longer. Logie is seaman recruit Smoker. Is it good? Colonel, the people have been delivered. We are going back. On the side, the two sailors who were rowing just now trotted over, stood up straight, saluted, and then spoke. Luo Lan also returned the gift. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard work. After saluting again, the two sailors rowed the boat back. Smoker, on the other hand, also looked around. Until I saw the two-story building that could be called a dangerous building. Luo Lan, are you sure this building can still be inhabited? Let's go. I'll take you to the real branch 157. What does really mean? Smoker was very confused. But before Luo Lan had time to answer, Tina spoke first. We have been friends for more than 10 years. Tina reminds you, be mentally prepared and don't be scared. What kind of mess? Smoker, haven't seen anything in so many years, and I can still be scared. Obviously, Smoker was very disdainful. Luo Lan and Tina didn't explain anything further. Leading the way directly from the front, we walked into the forest. It took more than 10 minutes when Smoker became a little impatient. His eyes suddenly became brighter. Soon, Smoker's whole jaw dropped to the ground. What is all this? It has been 2 hours since Smoker arrived at Branch 157. Even though I understood it completely, I was still shocked. At this moment, he was pulled to the campus by Luo Lan. Tina was watching from the side. Luo Lan, do you really want to spar with me? The way Smoker looked at Luo Lan was very strange. After all, no one from this headquarters knows that you, Luo Lan, are a physical waste, and you only have 5 points after training to the limit. Discuss with yourself. Are you really afraid that you could cripple him with just one punch? Of course, as the head of the branch, if I don't know your strength as a recruit, how can I arrange a position for you? No, you're the only one who can test my strength. Smoker was speechless. Although Luo Lan's physical condition is poor, his spear skills are the best in this department. Even those who are much stronger than Luo Lan can still fall into the trap if they are calculating mentally or not. But this doesn't apply to a Logia like me. Because that bullet thing, it doesn't work for you at all. Whatever, just come, as long as you are happy. Sighed slightly. Smoker finally said. At the same time, one thing was decided. That is, be gentle for a while, try not to hurt Luo Lan. On the school field, Smoker acted a little lazy. In fact, he was worried about the battle with Luo Lan. Not interested at all. It's just bullying, okay? However, at this moment, Luo Lan suddenly disappeared in front of him. Well, is this shaving? Smoker froze suddenly. Although he recognized it was Xiao, he didn't follow Luo Lan's movement because he wasn't in combat mode. The most important thing is that he is still in a lazy and relaxed state and cannot instantly enter a fighting state. Everything, it's too late. And the next moment, a hand appeared without any warning. It stretched out from behind Smoker and put on his shoulders. Smoker, who are you looking down on? As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Lan moved his feet and performed another 6-style shave, returning to his original position. Opposite Smoker again. Your body. Well, it's solved. When did it happen? About a month ago. A month ago. A month ago? Smoker was stunned for a moment. I just recovered a month ago, and within a month, I trained from 5 power points to at least 300 power points. Are you even able to use shaving skillfully? You know, even I don't seem to be as familiar with shaving as Luo Lan. Of course, Smoker's lack of proficiency in the 6 poses does not mean that he has not mastered it well after practicing for so many years, but that he does not pay attention to physical skills. This is also a common problem among most Logia ability users. Rao is currently one of Marine's top 3 fleet admirals. Although his physical skills have not been completely abandoned, he is definitely not top-notch. As for Smoker, the physical skills are even better. But then again, Luo Lan's physical skills are actually quite technical. Because he likes hot weapons and hates close combat with people, especially the kind that involves punches to the flesh. Therefore, even if Luo Lan learns the 6 movements, he does not learn them all. Just learn the related moves of defense and dodge. Well, to put it simply, it is 4 of the 6 postures, namely shaving, moonwalk, iron block, and paper painting. As for the finger guns and Lanji, Luo Lan simply disliked it. In addition to the 6 postures, Luo Lan also knows a kind of physical technique. A kind of physical technique that he spent 10 years in the headquarters to create. Gunfighting. Want to do it again? Come. Smoker put away all contempt and fully entered the fighting state. Outside the school grounds, Tina was watching. As for Smoker, who doesn't use Logia's ability, Tina doesn't think he can beat Luo Lan now. Even if you are completely serious about it, it is still useless. But if Logia's ability is used, Tina can't figure out how Luo Lan can win without using Shinji bullets. After all, without the Sea Tower Stone bullets, Luo Lan would have nothing to do with Smoker. At the same time, Tina also complained fiercely in her heart. This guy Smoker, after all this time, his physical skills are still so stretched. It doesn't feel any different than it did a few years ago. I'm afraid it still looks like it has a power value of over 200. And Luo Lan, as far as Tina knew, had even reached the same level as herself before. Right now, the power value exceeds 700. This kid's progress is really terrifying. I'm afraid that it won't be long before even I will be surpassed by him. Right? Fortunately, he still has something that Luo Lan has not learned, and that is domineering. Although it has not been long since awakening, I'm still not skilled in using it. But at least it can, right? Just when Tina was thinking this, Luo Lan took action. Although he usually doesn't like physical fights, but this time, he made an exception. After all, the purpose of this duel was to make Smoker realize his shortcomings. Therefore, Luo Lan rushed forward and hit Smoker with his fist. Too naive, Luo Lan. Even if you are stronger than me now, you still can't. Boom. Smoker elementalization. Then he was punched out. Smoker was confused. Tina outside the court was also confused. What were you thinking about just now? She could be domineering, but Luo Lan is not. So, can I still maintain the majesty of my sister? Damn it, when did this kid awaken his armed domineering power? Tina could see it clearly. Just when she was about to hit Smoker, Luo Lan's right fist was instantly covered with a layer of pitch black. If that's not a military color, what else could it be? You know, more than a month ago, Luo Lan was not even as well armed as an ordinary sailor. And now, how can Tina not be surprised? Smoker didn't understand at all why Luo Lan's punch. You can attack yourself. This is unscientific. After sitting on the ground and shaking his head, Smoker raised his head and looked at Luo Lan. Then I was dumbfounded, because Luo Lan's right arm in his field of vision has been completely wrapped in black. Armed color, domineering? How is this possible? Smoker, do you know what your problem is? If you only want to stay in the first half of the Grand Line, or in places like the Four Seas from now on, that's okay. After all, just give Logia to a kid, and he can dominate these places. But if you want to go to the New World, then the battle just now is the common outcome you will suffer after encountering the pirates there. Even the current 3 generals in this department, although their physical skills are not top-notch, they are at least not bad. Even if it's Kazuru who is scolded by old man Zifa every day, do you think his physical skills are really bad? Stop talking nonsense. That's a guy who plays close to people all day long. Smoker's eyes widened. Am I actually being educated by that kid, Luo Lan? But at the same time, he had to admit that there was nothing wrong with what Luo Lan said. If I really want to say it, I was not like this before. Although I focused on devil fruit during my training, I also practiced physical skills. But later, when he was sent to the East Asia Sea, he discovered no physical skills are needed at all. You can easily defeat all pirates every time by just using the power of the devil fruit. From that time on, I spent less and less time practicing physical skills, so later, he completely abandoned the practice of physical arts. Luo Lan was right. She was completely restricted by Donghai. If we go to the New World like this, not to mention the 4 Emperors pirate group, but other pirates, anyone who knows how to arm himself can easily defeat himself. That's right, Physical skills need to be strengthened. Just like the three great generals, even if they can't be top, they can't be bad. Okay, I understand. I will try my best to significantly improve my physical fitness within a year. Clench your fists tightly, Smoker said in a deep voice. And Luo Lan, actually, it really doesn't take a year. Inside the training center of Branch 157, Smoker's jaw dropped to the ground again. The outer hall for Navy soldiers to exercise has twice the gravity, while the 8 individual rooms inside can be freely adjusted within 20 times. As long as you practice here all year round, your body's growth rate will be absolutely terrifying. Smoker was simply dumbfounded. Immediately, he entered the single room assigned to him by Luo Lan and began to practice his physical fitness after a long absence. And as time goes by, when night falls, Smoker's chin, the third time it hit the ground. Tina, are you telling the truth? Smoker shivered all over. What did you hear just now? By eating the meat in front of you, even if you don't practice, you can increase your power by dozens for the first time. And later, although the effect is not as good as the first time, you can rely on consuming this energy every day to increase your power by about 10 points. If this is true, then what is the use of practicing? After all, if you don't do anything, just eat, you can get 3,650 power points in a year. This is already the average power level of a lieutenant general in this department. Okay? Don't think too much. This is a special kind of Poseidon. 1 meal is less than 1 meal, so? Tina looked at Smoker and didn't waste time explaining in detail. He immediately joined the others and started eating without any image. As she said, 1 meal is less than 1 meal. In the same way, if you eat less, you will lose 1. At this time, who has the time to explain it to you slowly? Only Luo Lan, who was sitting at the same dining table, couldn't help but smile bitterly. I muttered something silently in my heart. Actually, I really don't want to skip a meal. Even if you hunt 1,000-meter Poseidon in the future, the effect will definitely be better than this. Besides, when you reach B-level, you might be able to build a B-level restaurant or something with B-level architectural features. What if the energy level of an ingredient is +3 or even +4 +5? Don't worry at all. Of course, Luo Lan would not tell these things, so the others were still working like crazy and even suffer a loss. Time keeps passing. Finally, a few days before Nami's half-month training ended, a total of 1.6 billion Baileys were transported back. Although there are still nearly 700 million Baileys that have not been processed, it is too late to get them back. But with this 1.6 billion, Luo Lan felt reassured. To be honest, when he saw Nami now, he was really flustered. When I brought this little ant here, I didn't know whether it was a profit or a loss. After a few operations, Luo Lan once again had 160,000 points in his hand. Coincidentally, good news came from the construction team that the port has been completed. So Luo Lan took Ian, Tina, and Smoker directly to carry out the acceptance work. After all, Tina and Smoker are more professional than themselves when it comes to the construction and layout of military ports. Of course, the two of them didn't know much about the project in the southern part of the island. I kept asking one thing over and over again along the way, and that was, Luo Lan, you said you hollowed out the mountains in the south and built a secret port? Or is it a port that covers an area of more than 10 square kilometers and can accommodate dozens of large ships at the same time? It's not that we don't believe you. It's actually what you said. It's a little too incredible. Luo Lan smiled bitterly and did not answer. At this time, no matter how much you say, it's useless. You might as well take the lead and let them see it. However, when a group of people came to the south of the island, Luo Lan herself was a little confused. What about the port? I only saw a mountain range, okay? Even though he knew very well that the mountain range in front of him had been hollowed out and the port was in it. But after looking for a long time, I couldn't find a place to enter. Mistake. We shouldn't have told them that we don't need to come and greet them. We could just come by ourselves. Now, it's a bit embarrassing. At this moment, the ground began to tremble. At the same time, a loud rumbling sound also came from in front of him. The next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The mountain wall that looked normal in front of me suddenly had a crack in the middle. Then, open to the sides. A huge passage entrance was revealed. Ahem, this is the entrance. Come with me. Face saved, Luo Lan coughed slightly to ease the embarrassment, and then said seriously. The rest of the people followed in a daze. After a few minutes, Smoker has no memory of how many times his jaw hit the ground since arriving at Branch 157. Although it is inside the mountain, the entire space is still bright. There are more than a dozen large and small buildings on the shore, and on the sea surface, there are 5 spacious piers extending outward for a full 2 kilometers. The entire port covers an area of 15 square kilometers, which is almost equivalent to 3% of the total area of Rhode Island. It can be said to be quite big. Moreover, this is not a simple military port, but a dual-use military and civilian port. Otherwise, there would not be 5 large warehouses on the shore. Tina, why do I feel that except for the size, this port is more powerful than the headquarters port in all other aspects? Well, Tina thinks so too. Soon, several people started to visit everywhere in Luo Lan. Then he shouted to the system. System, start extracting the architectural characteristics of the port. Ding! The characteristics have been extracted. Building feature 1. Self-repair of moored ships plus 1%. Building feature 2. Ship docking accident rate -30%. Luo Lan's eyes widened. It also comes with automatic repair. Is it so awesome? But Luo Lan doesn't know what exactly this 1% is. I quickly looked at the detailed introduction of the features. Finally, I discovered that it was really a big deal. According to the system's explanation, the self-healing feature was originally 0%, but with this feature, it is equivalent to 1%. Don't underestimate this 1%, because according to the system's calculation method, the degree of damage to a ship will be presented as a percentage. For example, if a ship is damaged by shelling and is brought back to the port, the system determines that its integrity rate is 72%. Then, when it is parked for 1 day, the integrity rate becomes 73%. After 2 days of parking, it became 74%. By analogy, more than 20 days later, the ship was intact as before. Of course, for ordinary ships, Luo Lan thought that this kind of repair was too useless. It was better to wait for the nearby shipyard to be built and then go there to repair it directly. It might be completed in a day or 2, but what really surprised Luo Lan was my own Tana. Not to mention now, even in another year and a half, the pirate world may not be able to repair the ship. After all, that thing is too far beyond the current technology. Even if you have a system, you can't do it. But with this characteristic of the port, wouldn't it be possible to get a BUG? It doesn't matter whether your ship is beyond the scope of current technology or not. It's a fixed 1% repair every day. He no longer has to worry about Tana being damaged and unable to repair it. Simply marvelous. As for architectural feature 2, Luo Lan is considering whether to refresh it. You must know that a port accident is an extremely unlikely event, and a characteristic entry is occupied for this 30% reduction. Moreover, it is still based on the original probability and is reduced by 30%. For example, it was originally 1%, but after it was reduced, it was 0.7%. Is this worth it? After a while, Luo Lan made up her mind. Not worth it. System, refresh the second feature. Ding, building feature 2 has been refreshed. Building feature 2, control of local sea conditions within 3 nautical miles. IN%. Seeing this characteristic, Luo Lan immediately cursed. Sea state control. Are you serious about the system? Luo Lan quickly read the detailed instructions in the system. You won't know if you don't look at it, but you will be shocked when you look at it. Although there are limitations, this feature is really awesome. Starting from the port, it extends outward for 3 nautical miles. Within this range, Luo Lan can control the sea conditions. But it can only be controlled once a day, and it can last up to 1 hour each time, and it is only limited to sea conditions. That is tsunamis, whirlpools, etc., but does not include weather problems such as tornadoes and blizzards. But this is already awesome. If someone wants to attack Rhodes Island, regardless of other directions, but in the direction of the port, Luo Lan can use this characteristic to instantly destroy all approaching ships. Or, when encountering extreme weather, this feature can also be used to artificially create calm waves within 3 nautical miles to ensure the safety of ports and ship docking. Still very useful. System, start imprinting characteristics. Ding, engraving is in progress. Engraving is completed. Next, Luo Lan spent another 77 million Baileys on other inappropriate architectural features in the branch. All refreshed. Shooting range, training efficiency plus 50%. Factory 1, production efficiency plus 30%. Factory 2, the yield rate is locked at 100%. Villa area, mental power slowly increases during sleep. Warehouse 1, item status remains unchanged. Warehouse 2, more than 10 D-class buildings. Luo Lan brushed them all. He nodded with satisfaction. And this time, Tina and the other 3 also returned here after a brief tour. How does it feel? Luo Lan smiled and looked at Smoker. Among the 3, Smoker is definitely the most experienced in port operations. After all, although the port of Rogtown is not big, it is definitely not small in the East Asia Sea. As a director of Rogtown, Smoker has managed this port for many years. As for Tina, although she is in the headquarters, she has the largest port in Marine. But she's the same as Luo Lan. It only uses the port and has not participated in the management. So, not much experience. If you want to ask, you still have to ask Smoker. This guy is definitely the most professional among the people here. Luo Lan, this port of yours. I really don't know what to say. Smoker's expression was no longer as excited as before, but rather a little embarrassed. This made Luo Lan confused. Could it be? Is there a big problem at the port? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. After all, it is produced by the system. What's wrong? The port is fine, but... Smoker paused and shook his head slightly before continuing to speak. However, if you want to fully operate such a port, you will need at least 1,000 people. Even if you only operate the most basic functions, you will need about 200 people, and this, not counting the number of Marines used to surround the port. After hearing what Smoker said, Luo Lan also slapped his forehead. Is this what you were talking about? This is not a problem at all, okay? Smoker, don't worry about this. The 1,000 port staff and 200 recruits will arrive in Rhode Island in the next few days, as well as the port. From now on, I will leave everything to you to take charge of it, okay? Smoker was dumbfounded. 1,200 people, and such an awesome port. All left to me to manage? I can only manage more than 200 people in Rogtown, okay? Now that it has become Seaman Recruit, the military has greater power? Yes, leave it to you. Although there is still only Tana's submarine and Sister Tina's medium-sized warship, the shipyard of our branch has also started construction. Soon, this place will be filled with warships. Got it. Tana? Submarine? What is this? Smoker was stunned again. Luo Lan then remembered that he had not seen Tana in these days. Just in time, I have contacted 2 ships to return. You will see them soon. Well, remember to hold your chin up and don't let it fall again. The waters south of Rhode Island. A medium-sized marine warship is approaching. On the bow deck, a major looked around with a telescope, looking confused. Are you sure that the location Colonel Luo Lan sent us is here? Yes, I'm sure. Ensign on the side responded loudly. But at the same time, there was also a hint of doubt. After all, anyone can tell at a glance that there is nothing at all on the southern coast of Rhode Island except for the continuous cliffs. Naval port. No kidding. Where did the military port come from? At this time, the sailors on the side suddenly shouted, Major, there is something discovered on the port side. What's going on? I don't know what to say. Major, you'd better come and see for yourself. Why are there so many weird things happening today? What the hell? Putting down the telescope, the major came to the port side of the warship cursing. Immediately, the whole person was stunned for an instant, and the telescope in his hand fell to the ground. 100 meters away from the port side of the warship, a huge black shadow slowly emerged from the sea. Its size is comparable to that of a Poseidon, and it is at least more than 200 meters long, more than 3 times as long as my medium-sized warship. It just makes my scalp numb. And all this is not over yet. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound was heard from the cliffs of the Southern Rhode Island Mountains in front of the ship's bow. The cliff ahead, it actually started to move to both sides. Finally, a huge entrance is revealed. At this time, everyone finally saw clearly that there was a cave inside, and there were even several docks and a large number of buildings. And, Major, I see Colonel Tina on the pier on the far left. What? Hearing this, the Major quickly picked up the telescope from the ground and looked in the direction Ensign pointed. Helmsman, quickly drive the warship in. No, Major. Why not? Look over there. The helmsman looked helpless and pointed to the side. The Major saw it and understood instantly. I saw the monster on the side, slowly heading towards the dock inside. If I move the boat now, I might hit it. And a 70-meter wooden boat collided with a monster made of metal. The Major didn't dare to think about it. The picture was so beautiful. Forget it. Let them go in first, and we will enter later. Yes, Major. On Pier 1 the port, Gang Luolon asked you to hold your chin up. Tina looked at Smoker with disgust. I saw his chin hit the ground again. The eyes were widened. What the hell is this? Is it bigger than the super battleships in our headquarters? Smoker was dumbfounded again. Warships in this headquarters are roughly divided into 4 types according to size. They're small warships, medium warships, large warships, and super warships. Small warships are also called patrol ships and are basically equipped by every branch. Medium-sized warships are the main battleships of the Marines. The Marines on the Grand Line have the most equipment. Large warships are expensive to build, and there are less than 100 ships in the entire Marine Corps. One is assigned to the Vice Admiral as an exclusive ship, and the other is the Marines' Buster Call fleet. As for the final super warship, this is even rarer. There are only 5 ships in the entire Marine fleet. This kind of warship is not only large, but also very unique. Each of them is individually designed according to the owner, especially the bow, each with its own style. The 5 holders are Marine Fleet Admiral Warring States period, Marine Hero Garp, Marine General Akainu, Marine General Akiji, and Marine General Kazuru. However, the Tana that Smoker saw at this moment was more powerful than the super battleship he remembered. It will grow nearly 100 meters. Simply outrageous. As the branch enters a period of rapid development, Luolon also realized a serious problem, that is, personnel issues. Since the true situation of Branch 157 cannot be exposed for the time being, Luolon is destined to be unable to recruit troops openly. Although you can recruit people through the system, a whole group of apprentices can be used for the time being, but if you want to find someone more advanced, you really can't hold it with the few points you have. Because the talents of the D-class biochemicals recruited from the system, whether they're sailors, workers, or scientific researchers, are locked. Well, with an ordinary talent, you can basically work for a lifetime, and in the end, you'll be like a lieutenant. That is, although it will grow, the growth rate is very slow, and genius is unlikely to appear. The most terrible thing is that it was just yesterday. The system suddenly informed that a bug had been fixed. From now on, in addition to S-class biochemicals, the following 4 levels of biochemicals. None of them can be improved by building features. What does it mean? For example, the Poseidon meat processed in the Marine canteen cannot enjoy the 2-level energy boost when they eat it. It is still just ordinary Poseidon meat. Another example, in the training center, they also cannot enjoy the gravity bonus and always remain under normal gravity. And so on. As long as it is related to architectural characteristics, they cannot enjoy it. Fortunately, Luolon was still thinking yesterday that she could recruit 100,000 apprentice sailors, and then Poseidon meat would serve them. Wait a year later. That's literally 100,000 Lucci. Good guy. This unworthy system has directly shattered my dream. Luolon was extremely suspicious that the system must have monitored her thoughts, Otherwise, how could the timing be so coincidental? And this is also the reason why Luo Lan currently wants to solve the problem of soldier resources as soon as possible. Don't rely too much on system summons. Inside the port dispatch building, in a small conference room, do you have any good suggestions for conscription? Conscription? Are you still worried about conscription? Smoker looked shocked. With the conditions of Branch 157, as long as you are willing to recruit soldiers, countless people in the world will break their heads and attack you. Okay? Do you still need to worry about this? Obviously, Smoker forgot that everything here cannot be disclosed. Tina even looked at him as if she were looking an idiot. Is there something wrong with what I said? Smoker still didn't realize the problem. Luo Lan sighed deeply. Smoker, if what I have here is made public, guess what will happen next? That must be, Finally reacting, Smoker was stunned in the middle of his words. It seems you have thought of. That's right. First, Branch 157 will be confiscated, and then I should be arrested and sent to the 6th floor of the Impel City. Well, I'm being tortured continuously every day until all my secrets are drained out and are no longer of any use. So, do you think I can use the facilities of Branch 157 to advertise and open the recruitment? Don't talk about it. Just not disclosing the secrets of Branch 157. Just running out to establish a recruitment point will also arouse suspicion and finally send people to spy on the secrets here. You know, the nickname of Branch 157 is Marine Nursing Home. After listening to Luo Lan's words, Smoker slapped his forehead. His expression was slightly awkward. It's not that he is stupid, but that he is still in a state of excitement and has not fully recovered. This is why opinions are given without thinking. Luo Lan, do you have any requirements for conscription? For example, physical fitness, and so on? No requirements. Hearing Tina's question, Luo Lan shook his head. As long as he is not a cyborg, even if he is a waste, when he comes here, he can still serve him to become a lieutenant general level expert within a year. Don't doubt it. Just serving Poseidon meat every day can increase his power value by 3650 in 1 year. This is not even counting the improvement in training. It is no exaggeration to say that 1 year has changed into a lucky one. Although the combat skills may not be as strong as Liu Qi's, what about 10 people, 100 people, or even thousands of people? At that time, the original work has not even started, and I will directly overturn world government. Not even giving Luffy a chance to go to sea. Ding, a new bug has been found, and the system is being repaired. Ding, the bug has been fixed, and the energy level entries have been weakened to a certain extent. Please check the host for details. Luo Lan was stunned. Yesterday, I fantasized about recruiting 100,000 D-class Marines and then relying on Poseidon meat to raise 100,000 Robluches in 1 year. As a result, the system suddenly appeared and said that it wanted to fix the bug. I endured it myself. The result is today. I just thought for a moment, if biochemical people are not good, then I will recruit ordinary people and then use the same method, and 1 year later there will still be 100,000 Robluches. But this system doesn't treat people well. Another person came out and said this is a bug. System, are you going too far? Compensation must be made. Otherwise, let's untie. Luo Lan yelled viciously in her heart. This time, the system became silent. Ding, I'm sorry for giving host a bad experience. As compensation, the system will provide an exclusive S-level gift package. Bah, who wants you? Wait, what level of gift pack are you talking about, S-level? Ding, yes, the gift package has been distributed to personal space. Ahem, bug will affect the experience. You have done a good job in the system. Cough twice. Luo Lan immediately staged a really fragrant scene. As for the weakened part, Luo Lan has already seen it. In short, the effect of the first use remains unchanged, but the effects of subsequent uses will continue to decay. It may be able to increase to 10 points at first, but after a period of time it will become 9 points, and after a period of time it will become 8 points. Until the end, it becomes 0 and can no longer be improved. As for changing the Poseidon class, Can it be reinitialized? The answer is it depends. For example, the energy level contained in the flesh and blood of the Poseidon hunted this time is 5. So after being processed in the marine canteen, it will be 7. If you hunt another Poseidon and the energy level contained in its flesh is 5, eating it will have no effect, because your body is completely immune to energy of level 7 or below, unless you hunt a Poseidon type whose flesh contains energy level 6. This may mean that one needs to hunt down a more powerful Poseidon class. It may be 500 meters or it may be 1,000 meters. Specific, you won't know until you try it. As for that S-Class gift pack system, open the compensation package immediately. Ding! The gift bag has been opened. Host has obtained the following items. Supermarine Academy, S level, *1. Island level thruster, S level, *1. C level instructor, *20. B level instructor, *1. Hiss. 2 S-level buildings appeared at one time. No, it is an S-Class building and an S-Class device. This is a bit heaven-defying. Luo Lan quickly checked. Supermarine Academy. Level S. Site selection requirements. Level ground. Construction requirements. 1 S-level construction team. Compensation gift package items and a corresponding construction team will be given once. Working hours, 20 days. Materials, 17,800 standard building materials. Compensation gift package items with 17,800 standard building materials. Drawing price, 980,000 points. Compensation gift package items plus 980,000 points. Special effect holes, 5. Island level thruster. Level S. Site selection requirements. Islands with an area of less than 1,000 square kilometers. Construction requirements. 2 S-level construction teams. Compensation gift pack items, plus 1 bonus for the corresponding construction team. Working hours, 60 days. Materials, 257,500 standard building materials. Compensation gift package items, with 257,500 standard building materials included. Drawing price, 1,480,000 points. Compensation gift package items, plus 1,480,000 points. Special effect holes, 5. The reason why Supermarine Academy is S-level is not because of how awesome its architecture is. On the contrary, this building is very ordinary, with nothing outstanding about it. The real reason why it is classified as S-Class is actually, it comes with complete teaching materials inside. It is also a complete textbook for hundreds of subjects. For example, there are subjects that specialize in teaching intelligence, subjects that specialize in musket shooting, subjects that specialize in teaching navigation, etc. In short, every subject you can think of can be found here. It also has the most complete teaching materials in the world, and even books corresponding to various subjects, with hundreds of thousands of volumes in its internal library. Just add the corresponding instructor. No matter what you want to learn, this will be a holy place. Even Luo Lan herself is considering whether to go to the command department inside to study after the construction is completed. As for another S-Class building, no, it's more of an installation than a building, because this island-level propeller is a huge propulsion device installed at the bottom of the island. Don't get me wrong, it's not something too high-tech. It's just big enough, and there are enough. A total of 98 sets of propellers. Each group is over 100 meters in diameter. No wonder it costs more than 200,000 yuan in standard building materials. Fortunately, it was given in the compensation package, and the points and building materials required for construction were all covered by the system. Otherwise, Luo Lan wouldn't be able to afford it now. And when it's built, Branch 157 has become a movable island. This is so helpful. The corner of Luo Lan's mouth raised slightly. She was so happy. And at this moment, Luo Lan, did you hear what I said? Well, Luo Lan then remembered that she was in a meeting. As a result, I was so excited that I completely forgot about it and just looked at those 2 S-Class gadgets. Tina glared at Luo Lan fiercely. Did I just talk about my feelings in vain? I'm sorry, Sister Tina. I suddenly thought of something just now and got distracted. Tina just said that we can take advantage of Tana to take the initiative and attack the pirates while bringing back those who were harmed by the pirates and are willing to join us. Okay, that's a solution, but we have to have a name, and we can't wear marine uniforms when we go out. Luolan thought for a while, and thought that this was also a way. But there is one thing. It is impossible for me to bring everyone back. Otherwise, what is the difference from catching young men? Therefore, the disguise work must be done well. There can be no exposed areas. Tina suggested that when we go out for activities, the name of the organization should be called the Bondage Organization. No, this sounds too ugly. Let's call it the Smoke Legion. After listening to Tina and Smoker's suggestions, Luolan was stunned. This started. What the hell are they called? Also, do you have to use your own characteristics as the name of the organization? Junlin. Well, the organization's name is Junlin. That's it. After thinking for a moment, Luolan ignored the two of them, who kept calling out weird names one after another. Make a decision directly. Immediately, two resentful eyes shot towards him together. Luolan smiled bitterly and pretended not to see it. Okay, after the name is decided, the next step is the issue of uniforms. I will have someone design it later and produce a batch as soon as possible. Sister Tina, you are responsible for selecting 150 people from the current Navy to join the King's Landing project together with Nami and her Tana team members. In 3 days, officially set off, Luolan began to arrange work. But Smoker was unhappy. Luolan, why don't you let me go? Smoker, your characteristics are too obvious. Even if you can resist using Logia's moves, you can't solve the problem of Logia's passive elementalization when being attacked. Luolan shook his head. That's right, if you let this guy go, he will be easily recognized. Besides, you just took over this port. How can you arrange everything in just 10 days and a half? Luolan added again. Smoker couldn't refute, so he sighed and stopped talking. Tina nodded to show that she understood. There are currently 78 sailors training with Nami, plus the 150 people Luolan asked Tina to choose. That's 228 people. Therefore, the initial personnel of the King's Landing project, including Luolan and Tina, totaled 230 people. 3 sets of replacement outfits per person. That is a total of 690 sets of King's Landing uniforms. Just the next day, they were all rushed out. Ordinary Marines wear black uniforms, which are basically just modifications of the original Marine uniforms. At the same time, each person is also equipped with a set of masks, which are somewhat similar to the Umbu masks in the village in the comics next door. This can be regarded as a bad taste of Luolan. The uniforms of Luolan and Tina were somewhat different. On the inside, he can still wear whatever he wants, but on the outside, he wears a black coat with the words Junlin printed on the back. What's more interesting is that before Tina put on the Black King's coat, she changed into a white suit like Luolan, which shocked both Luolan and Smoker. You know, Tina has been wearing a burgundy suit for more than 10 years and has never changed. But now, and Tina's explanation was also very direct, even making it impossible to refute. I wore a burgundy suit before because it matched better with a white coat. Wearing a white suit now, that's because Junlin's coat is black, and it would be awkward to wear a burgundy one underneath. So I changed it to white. All right, this reason is absolutely irrefutable. That's all. Time soon came, 3 days later. There are 230 people in the King's Landing plan, and all of them have boarded Tana at this moment. In the bridge, Tina sat in the captain's seat, and next to her was Nami. As for Luolan, he sat in the position of the ship's advisor, behind Tina. Immediately, Tina waved her right hand. Set off. East Dasha, Sea Prosperity Circle. At this moment, a cruise ship was desperately escaping, and behind it was a heavily armed pirate ship. Cannonballs. Keep falling. On the cruise ship, there was only a batch of muskets. The crew fought back hard, and finally, what is chasing him is the notorious Alita pirates, which has risen rapidly in the past 2 years in the East Asia Sea. It is said that every time Arita robbed, no one was left alive. Moreover, she especially likes to use her iconic mace to smash people into meat pies. What a miserable old man. It's a pity that the muskets in this world are not only weak in power, but also have a short range. The effective killing distance is usually only a few dozen meters. Therefore, their counterattack. There is no threat to the pirates at all. On the contrary, his ship had been hit by 3 shells, one of which hit the main mast. At this moment, the mast is obviously cracked, and it would not be surprising if it breaks completely at any time. Damn it! What did the Marine 153 branch say? The other side said, arrangements are already being made. Let us wait patiently for rescue. The shit is being arranged. It's been almost an hour. The captain cursed loudly. When they met the Alita pirates, they were less than 20 nautical miles away from Branch 153. As a result, the escape for more than an hour was always in the direction of the 153rd branch. Even now, it is less than 10 nautical miles away. But the result, this group of Marines told themselves that they were still making preparations for sailing. What about the liar? Call Marine headquarters directly and accuse Branch 153 of inaction. Yes, ship. Boom. Before he finished speaking, a cannonball fell and happened to land on the stern deck of the ship. It directly affected the captain, first mate, and several crew members who were shooting continuously with muskets. One by one fell to the ground and howled. The most terrible thing is, the first mate, the captain saw that the phone bug in the first mate's hand fell right in front of him. Only, the phone bug has become unresponsive. I don't know if he was stunned or died. After all, the phone bug is still a living thing in essence. It's really over now. You know, in the world of pirates, phone bugs are not cheap things. Root is not a very popular thing. The one in front of me is useless, and there is no spare one on the ship. Therefore, at this time, they have lost the means of contact with the outside world. Finally, after 20 minutes, the cruise ship was captured by Arita, and everyone was pulled out and knelt on the deck one by one. Then, boxes of belongings were moved to the pirate ship. For Arita, today is definitely a big harvest, because almost all the people on this cruise ship are wealthy people. Although I haven't carefully counted them yet, there's absolutely no way for Bailey to escape with more than 100 million. Inside Tana's bridge, on the main screen, the image in the periscope is displayed. It was the scene of the Alita pirates robbing a cruise ship. What's going on in Branch 153, allowing pirates to rob you in front of your home? Luo Lan was very puzzled. In the original work, although that guy Manker is not a good person, he is not a coward either. How could you not dare to come out and fight off the pirates after something like this happened? You know, that guy is very brave, even brave enough to kill Garp directly, etc. Having said that, calculate according to the timeline. The current Monka should have just been attacked by hypnosis. Not even a year has passed. Although he was specially promoted from Navy to Colonel because of his contribution to catching CLO. But military rank is just military rank, not strength. Originally, Monka was just an ordinary sailor, but now he is not at the level he will be 2 years later, which is quite normal. Just Luo Lan was thinking about these things. Tina is also ready to take action. First and second squadrons are ready to fight at any time. Tana comes up to the surface and asks the first squadron to prepare the rubber boat and the second squadron to provide fire support. Yes, Colonel. The next moment, a large amount of seawater was discharged. The huge figure began to slowly rise until, out of the sea, immediately, Marine soldiers rushed out of it. One part prepared the rubber boat, and the other part deployed it on Tana's back, aiming their guns one by one. Just less than a minute. 50 sailors had already rowed the rubber boat with all their strength and rushed towards the pirate ship 100 meters away. Arita didn't notice any of this. And when a pirate finally discovered that there was an extra ship behind his pirate ship, it's too late. The firepower of Tana's second team of Marines suppressed the pirates, killing them all. The remaining ones were also suppressed and could not lift their heads. One team took advantage of this moment and boarded the pirate ship directly along the ship's side net. This time, it's really a wolf among the sheep. Each of these naval soldiers has hundreds of Tao power values. After all, these are not cyborg Marines, and they have been eating Poseidon meat for almost 10 days. Although the effect is weakening every day, It now exceeds 100 power points. Where can these pirates compare? Before Arita could return to her ship, the more than 20 people left behind had all been killed. I was immediately confused. Are these pirates under my command so weak? And who are these guys? All of them were wearing uniform black uniforms and animal masks. I have never heard of such a powerful force in the East Asia Sea. But no matter who it is that dares to attack my mother, you will definitely not let it go. You guys kill them. The huge mace pointed forward, and the 30 or so pirates who had followed Arita to the cruise ship immediately began to howl and fight back. One by one, they jumped over the side of the ship. However, as gunshots rang out, the pirates who jumped into the air suddenly paused one by one, and then fell into the sea. A pirate holding a knife completed the jump and landed on the side of his pirate ship to shout loudly, "Kill!" However, the next moment he realized something was wrong, because the air is too quiet. Looking back, good guy, wasn't it that the 30th person rushed together just now? Why is he the first one now? Like a robot, he turned his head back and saw dozens of guys in uniform black uniforms, all pointing guns at him. I surrender. The pirate was very decisive. He threw the knife directly into his hand, then knelt on the ground and raised his hands. However, the next moment, a bullet had penetrated into his eyebrow. If you want to ask why, it is, his knife was already stained with blood, but it was still fresh blood. Therefore, he has no qualifications to live. This is also the rule set by Luo Lan. All pirates who have harmed civilians and sailors will be killed on the spot, not even qualified to go to jail. As a result, Arita was the only one left in the entire pirate group. By the way, she's not alone. There is also a pink hair who is in the lower cabin of the pirate ship, shivering behind a box in the warehouse. A certain pink first shivered. Who are those people? So many pirates couldn't even resist, so they were all killed. After they finish dealing with it, they will definitely come down to search. Will they also want to kill me? If I tell them that I'm not a pirate, I just took the wrong ship a month ago, came here inexplicably, and ended up being used as a coolie, will they believe it? I'm afraid not. After all, I went to the opposite ship just now to help move boxes, and many people saw it. KB is worried. I just hope that when the other party comes down to search for a while, he won't be too careful so that he can avoid it. At the same time, whether it's the hostages on the cruise ship or the sailors on the pirate ship in Tana, everyone was stunned. Just now, they all aimed at the pirates in the gang and shot them all. There was a loud popping sound from the cruise ship. Why do we say loud noise? Because that sound, it was like a huge boulder smashed into the water. I have to say that Arita's weight is really awesome. At the same time, Arita disappeared. The sailors who reacted immediately rushed from the pirate ship to the side of the cruise ship on the other side, raised their guns, and fired at the bottom. Cease fire. All cease fire. A voice came from the air. It was Luo Lan who came on moonwalk. After all the sailors ceased fire, Luo Lan also smiled bitterly. It seems that we need to spread common sense to them in the future. For example, the killing distance of ordinary bullets in water is only 1 meter at most. Therefore, if you keep shooting downwards like this, even if you shoot in the right direction, you won't be able to hurt anyone at all. Unless Arita did not dive at all, but stayed close to the surface of the sea. After using the experience of seeing, hearing, and color just after awakening, Luo Lan was also a little surprised. He actually ran 30 meters away and dived about 10 meters. You are responsible for the aftermath. In addition, there's a pink-haired guy in the lower warehouse of the pirate ship. Find him and wait for me to come back to deal with it. Yes. Finished issuing the order, Luo Lan stepped on the moonwalk and headed toward Arita. After about 3 minutes, Arita began to rise continuously in Luo Lan's perception. Finally, the head emerged from the sea and breathed like crazy. After all, he is a human being and cannot breathe underwater like a fishman. It's pretty good that I can hold on for that long. Damn it. Sooner or later, I will take revenge on you. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, a bullet penetrated his forehead directly. Slowly it sank. Not even 2 years later, Arita experienced her first reward, amounting to 1 million. Originally, Luolan had thought that 1 million was money. But seeing Arita like that in reality, good guy, for 1 million, he had to go down and fish her out, and his eyes would be stained all the way. Never mind, we don't lack this million. Luolan turned around and left. Half an hour later, all valuable things on the pirate ship have been emptied. The same is true for what they just snatched from the cruise ship. Get it back to them? Don't be kidding. All those who can get on this kind of cruise ship are extremely rich people. Consider it a reward for saving you. At the same time, the aftermath on the cruise ship has also been completed. All injured people received corresponding treatment. Afterwards, Luolan left with the people, until a few minutes later, Tana dived in front of everyone and finally disappeared. In Luolan's room, a pink-haired man was brought over by the sailors. Don't kill me. I'm really not a pirate. How do you know that if you weren't a pirate, I wouldn't kill you? Luolan asked with a smile. Because, except for the pirates, not only did you not kill anyone else, you even treated the injured. Not stupid, what's your name? Kirby replied, although not as scared as before. But the body and legs were still trembling slightly. After all, although the other party did not kill anyone except pirates, but he himself was seen by many people moving boxes with pirates. Maybe, Kirby, do you want to be a Marine? Well, instantly dumbfounded. What did you just hear? The other person asked himself, do you want to be a Marine? What is going on? Answer me. Do you want to be a Marine? Think. I've always dreamed of becoming a Marine. Very good, take him down. You are responsible for taking him before going back. Luolan looked at the Marine soldiers at the door and ordered. Yes, Colonel. Kirby was taken out with a confused look on his face. The same question kept flashing through my mind. Colonel, so they're Marines, but why are they wearing black clothes? Speaking of which, Luolan struggled internally as to whether or not to close KB. After all, this guy's performance in the original work, especially during the war, was very disgusting. As a Marine, at the height of the battle, he shouted to shake the morale of the troops. So much so that Marine missed the best opportunity. But if you think about it carefully, the reason why that happened was ultimately because of Luffy. It was the encounter with Luffy that caused problems with Kirby's position. But if KB meets Luffy, he will be accepted. After going through his own training, he may not be able to become an outstanding sailor with a firm stance. I have to say that Wong Lu-Fei is really the biggest cancer in the world of pirates. Therefore, Luolan decided very early that she could accept Ace, but she would never accept Luffy. He, too poisonous. Inside the bridge, Tina looked unhappy. Originally, she was planning to go out and conduct frontline command. But the result, as soon as he stood up, Luolan pushed him back. Therefore, it was Luolan who appeared on the cruise ship later, not her. If this is the case from now on, wouldn't it be boring to be a captain? After all, I can only stay here, sitting on the command chair and watching. Okay, Sister Tina, what Luolan said actually makes sense. He still makes sense? Tina is super upset. Look, you're Tina right now. Then you won't be exposed every minute? Tina doesn't. When Nami said this, Tina immediately wanted to refute. However, before he was halfway through speaking, he was stunned. Because of the word Tina, I unconsciously shouted it out again. Tina doesn't believe it. Impossible. Tina can definitely change. Tina, why? 3 sentences in a row. Before every word, Tina wanted to use the word me. But with this opening, everything immediately turned into the word Tina. On the side, Nami covered her mouth with her hands. It can be seen from her strange expression that it is really hard to endure. Tina immediately glared at her fiercely. Sooner or later, Tina, it can definitely be changed. It is said that Tina kept trying for several hours that day, but finally, I just couldn't say the word Tina was sitting on the captain's chair on the bridge, sulking. Sister Tina, why? It still doesn't work. Luolan, go and die for Tina. Staring at Luolan fiercely, Tina cursed in her heart. This kid is really too bad. Every once in a while, this matter will be mentioned. Definitely intentional. In fact, Luolan really did it on purpose. After all, there are not many things that can tease Tina. How could it be so easy to get through after finally grabbing a handle? However, Luo Lan, who originally wanted to say a few words, was interrupted by the helmsman. Captain, we have arrived at the target location. Surface to periscope depth. Clear. The next moment, as the drainage inside the ship began, Tana gradually floated up. Luo Lan, what are you going to do when you come to branch 153? Come to confirm something about why they didn't send a warship? Well, there's something about this, but there are also other things. After confirming that the surrounding area is safe, release an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. Luo Lan nodded. Then he said, Tina didn't ask any more questions and made arrangements directly. Anyway, in her impression, Luo Lan has always been so mysterious. I want him to explain it to you in detail. It's simply not realistic. The periscope depth has been reached, and the picture has been received and transmitted to the main screen. At this moment, the helmsman's voice sounded again. The huge main screen in front of the bridge also lit up, and the image on the sea appeared. After making sure there weren't any ships around, surface to the surface, release the unmanned reconnaissance drone, and then dive back to the periscope depth. Yes, Captain. After hearing Tina's order, the members of the bridge team immediately got busy. After a while, Tana's back, which emerged from the water, slowly unfolded. 2 catapults appeared, and on one of the catapults, an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft was ready. The next moment, then he ejected. After doing all this, Tana closed the upper shell. Start diving again. The reason why it took several hours to arrive, even though the distance was only 10 nautical miles. That's because nothing could be seen at night. And now it is early morning. The time is just right. At this moment, the picture has appeared on the main screen in the bridge. In this picture, many people cover their mouths. I saw 3 wooden stakes erected on the school grounds, and 3 people were tied to the wooden stakes. Judging from their clothes, all 3 of them were sailors. At the same time, a colonel wearing a sleeveless justice coat was beating the 3 of them with a whip. On the side, dozens of sailors all lower their heads. Adjust the radio. Yes, Colonel. On the ship, all the sailors called Tina the captain, while Luo Lan still called her the captain. After hearing Luo Lan's order, the Navy soldier who was controlling the drone immediately responded. Immediately lowered the height of some unmanned areas, while constantly adjusting the radio. Finally, after about a minute, the sound from the scene was heard. Everyone, listen to me. If you disobey my orders, the 3 of them will be punished. Yes, I am the greatest. My command is justice. Holding the axe in his right hand high, Axe King Munka shouted. Since becoming the head of Branch 153, these people have been dissatisfied with themselves and even disobeyed orders. Munka endured it for more than half a year, practicing desperately and constantly increasing his strength. Now, no one in the entire branch is his enemy. Last night, he finally broke out. Taking advantage of last night's unexpected incident, he deliberately ordered everyone not to attack as a test. It was these 3 guys who took the lead in disobedience and led dozens of sailors to seize the warship and prepare to attack. As a result, it was naturally unsuccessful and was directly captured by Munka. This is what happened at this moment. Now Munka is preparing to use these 3 people to establish his authority so that he can completely control Branch 153 with fear. Outside the Fleet Admiral's office, the guard stood stiff and expressionless. Then a roar shook the whole building. Garp! The floor trembled like a mini earthquake, but the guards didn't even blink. They were used to this. If the place wasn't shaking once or twice a day, that would be the real anomaly. Inside, Sengoku glared at Garp, who was comfortably sprawled on the sofa, munching away. I hid the senbei. How did you even find it? Garp laughed with cracker crumbs everywhere. With how predictable your hiding spots are, it's always under the sofa or the coffee table. You never change. Sengoku's anger fizzled halfway. He slumped into his chair with a long sigh. Garp paused too, the teasing gone for a moment. It's been a year, hasn't it? 2 minutes of silence passed before Garp spoke again. I didn't have a choice. You know his situation. Letting him run free any longer would have been dangerous. You were the same when you were young. This isn't the same. Sengoku shook his head. When he was young, his ideals had been just as reckless. But this kid, his strength was far too low for the world he wanted to challenge. Here, strength came with privileges, as long as you didn't cross the world government's bottom line. Garp lived like that. Sengoku once believed in justice that reigns over the world, but that slogan had long disappeared from his wall. Now, only 2 words remained: absolute justice. Meanwhile, far away in the East Dacia Sea, 3 nautical miles from the Calm Belt, stood Rhode Island. It was originally built as an early warning and interception outpost. In theory, it guarded the East Dacia Sea from pirates who might force their way through the Calm Belt. But reality turned out differently. Pirates in the first half of the Grand Line rarely had the power to cross the Calm Belt. And those who did all aimed for the New World, not the quiet East Dacia Sea. As for the monsters of the New World, if any of them tried entering East Dacia directly, it wouldn't be a tiny branch detecting them. HQ would know long before that. Interception? Laughable. If a big pirate actually entered East Dacia, a 4 Seas branch wouldn't even have time to send a report before getting flattened. So over the decades, Marines slowly cut down the staff. Hundreds dwindled to a handful. Within the organization, Branch 157 earned nicknames like the Forgotten Branch and Marine Nursing Home. And the location didn't help either. The East Dacia Sea had 2 zones, a prosperous ring full of kingdoms and islands, and a barren region near the Calm Belt. Empty isles, tiny uninhabited rocks, and nothing worth plundering. No pirate even bothered sailing there. Naturally, Branch 157 settled into decades of quiet nothingness. That is, until a year ago. In a lab deep inside the branch, Luo Lan stared at a syringe filled with a glowing blue liquid. His breathing was unsteady. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. Beside him stood Silas, hair a mess, coat wrinkled like it hadn't seen an iron in years. "Colonel, the tests with your cells were perfect," Silas reported. "But since we can't find another case like yours anywhere in the world, we couldn't run a live human trial." Luo Lan nodded. Of course, no second case existed. He wasn't from this world. He was a transmigrator from Earth. Same clothes, same body, and the body was the problem. Earth human limits didn't match pirate world physics. 20 years of training, pushing himself until he nearly broke, and what did he get? 5 points of strength. An ordinary Marine soldier had 10. A random adult had 7 or 8. He was weaker than the average civilian. But that ended today. He picked up the syringe. "Is it safe to inject directly?" he asked. "It will work," Silas said. "But the process will be extremely painful." Before Silas could finish, Luo Lan pressed the needle into his arm and injected the entire blue serum. Silas' eyes nearly popped out. "Colonel, I wasn't done explaining." Then the pain hit. Not physical pain, something deeper, like his very soul was being torn apart. Luo Lan collapsed to one knee as his consciousness blurred. "It's starting." Silas panicked. "Get him on the test bench. Prepare the monitoring equipment. Move." The lab exploded into chaos as Luo Lan's transformation began. Luo Lan's consciousness slipped and everything dimmed. His mind fell into that strange state again, images spinning like a lantern wheel. 20 years ago, Hainan calendar 1498. He was just a baby drifting on shattered planks in the middle of the ocean. And towering above him was a monster. Leopard-like, massive, easily stretching hundreds of meters across the water. As an infant, he couldn't crawl, couldn't cry for help, couldn't even turn away from the massive jaws closing in. But before those fangs reached him, a shadow stepped between them. A single human figure. Small, laughably small compared to the beast. But in the next instant, that tiny figure sent the monster flying with one punch, blasting it hundreds of meters back and crashing into the sea. The sky rained blood. 5 years later, Luo Lan had grown enough to train with adult sailors. "Sengoku, that kid's improving shockingly fast." "Yeah, his body is weak by nature, but the growth rate is absurd. In a month, his power jumped from 2 to 5. Give him another month or 2, and he'll catch up to any adult in this unit." Even Sengoku couldn't hide his rare smile. Rumors floated around HQ about a prodigy from CP9, the strongest in 800 years, even at age 13. But what Luolan had shown at 5 years old was unheard of. If nothing went wrong, Luolan would become one of Marine's brightest stars. But something did go wrong. 3 months passed. Luolan trained hard every day, but when his evaluation results came in, impossible. His power hadn't moved. Still stuck at 5. A year went by. Sengoku tried everything. Special training, rare manuals, even burning his own military merits to acquire an ancient type Zoan devil fruit. Animal types strengthen the body. Ancient Zoans even more so. But for Luolan, nothing. His body absorbed no ability. His stats didn't budge. It was like throwing a priceless treasure into a black hole. Eventually, Sengoku stopped trying. The images shifted again. Luolan, 9 years old, stood there while someone ruffled his hair. He looked annoyed, but didn't push the hand away. Luolan, big brother has to leave for a while. Be good while I'm gone. Brother, I don't know why, but if you leave now, I feel like you'll never come back. Can you stay? Please. A vision had flashed in young Luolan's mind. His brother lying in the snow, covered in blood, dead. Luolan didn't understand why he saw it, but the fear was real. He begged him not to go. No, this is something only I can handle. The image changed again. A few years later, inside a large office. Old man, trust me just this once. You want me to rewrite an entire operation because of a bad premonition? You think your brother's years of work should be tossed aside so easily? Guards, lock him up for 3 days. You stubborn fossil. If something happens to him, I'll never forgive you. Dragged away, Luolan screamed until the door shut. 3 days later, when he walked out of confinement, the news hit him like a hammer. His brother, his only family in this world, was gone. And that same day, Luolan's memories of his past life awakened. Suddenly, all those strange visions made sense.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.